This young man was living in a world completely different from reality, a place where color was the measure that determined each person's status. Therefore, those known as colorists always held an extremely high position. The dazzling hues radiating from them were the clearest proof, affirming their solid place in society. The people all looked at them with eyes full of worship and respect. They believed that as long as those colorists were present here, the City of Light would forever be protected and safe. In contrast to the bustling atmosphere welcoming the group of colorists at the City of Light, at the Street of Shadows not far from there, Kai was being treated as badly as a stray dog, even though he had worked hard to find ink from the dangerous Black Lands, just to exchange for the precious chance to join the exploration team. Are you serious? Why did you have to say it so bluntly? You're just a colorless one. The members of the exploration team spoke with annoyed and impatient expressions. Everyone is born with their own role, but occasionally there are those who don't know their limits, and Kai was the unfortunate one looked down upon like that. Not only was he chased away, but they also attacked him to show off their power. Listen carefully, you despicable colorless. Only chosen ones like us are worthy of becoming exploration pioneers. Weaklings like you will never survive in this Black Land. The outside of the city was covered in thick darkness. One couldn't even see a single step ahead, and within that darkness, dangerous monsters lurked everywhere. Exploration pioneers were those tasked with risking their lives to explore that land in search of the highlands and treasures. They were ready to sacrifice everything for the future of humanity, and were honored by the people as heroes. Perhaps it was that reverence that created people like this who, with just a bit of skill, looked down on everyone, especially the colorless ones like Kai. Just go do things befitting your colorless status and never show your face before us again. If you bother us once more, don't blame us. After driving Kai away, they slammed the door shut. The heavy sound of the door closing rang out like a punch straight to his pride. As he was feeling sad, a small head suddenly popped out from Kai's chest, a black cat. It's okay, Nero, we still have many places to try. I'm used to this kind of thing. Even though his mood wasn't good, he still gently comforted the cat, and Kai had never given up hope of becoming the greatest colorist. Nero, after confirming his master was fine, crawled back into his chest. One person and one cat left together, carrying the hope of finding a place that would accept them. But Kai had no idea that at that moment, someone was on the second floor, staring at him with an unreadable gaze. In Kai's notebook, countless organization names had been crossed out, proof of the rejections he had faced. Today, Kai had hit another dead end, leaving him with no other choice. He had to go home. Mary, I'm back. He opened the door and stepped inside. In the house was a beautiful girl, also a colorless person like him. Kai, come inside quickly. Why do you look so down? Failed again? Nero too. Nero crawled out and jumped into Mary's arms. She looked indignant that Kai kept being rejected while he was far better than those exploration pioneers. They don't accept colorless people. What can you do? Kai sighed dejectedly. But you still found things from the Black Land. That's enough to prove your ability. It was only thanks to Nero's help. He sighed once more. Then he placed the newly found ink bottle on the table. As soon as Mary saw it, her eyes lit up, as her shop had been severely short on ink lately. It was also because of this issue that there was a proposal to increase the number of exploration pioneers. After all, their survival depended entirely on the source of ink. Yet even when he was willing to do anything, Kai still couldn't join any exploration team. Kai, have you thought about what I mentioned the other day? Mary suddenly asked. Kai showed clear hesitation again. Seeing that, she pulled out a piece of paper from under the table. She placed it firmly in front of him. What is this? You have to try everything. The outcome is unknown, but this is your best chance. The reason Kai hesitated was that the flyer belonged to an S-rank exploration team. If even regular teams rejected him, how could he dare dream of such a large organization? Even so, Mary tried to encourage him to go for it, saying that this organization valued ability over background, so Kai genuinely wanted to give it a try. He wanted to become a colorist, a dream Kai had cherished since childhood, and Mary was always there to support him, no matter what he did. Realizing the unconditional trust from his close friend, Kai suddenly felt full of will and determination. In just a moment, he had made his final decision. He took the flyer for the Dawn exploration team and left Mary's shop. According to the notice on the flyer, the registration deadline was almost up, so Kai had to quickly prepare everything. While lost in thought, Nero, nestled against his chest, suddenly let out an uneasy growl, as if trying to warn him of something. He had no idea that someone was silently closing in from behind. It wasn't until his opponent struck so suddenly that he only just jolted in realization. But by then, it was already too late to dodge. He was the one who had been stalking him ever since he was kicked out of the Exploration Guild earlier. Seeing Kai take the hit and crumple face first to the ground, he and his cronies burst into laughter, saying that a colorless guy like him had lived long enough and would be done for soon. Losing one more colorless, nobody would matter to anyone, and Kai's consciousness was fading fast. He saw Nero crawl out from his chest, looking at him with tears streaming down. He wanted to tell it to run away, but his body had no strength left at all. After an unknown amount of time, Kai groggily woke up to find his throat squeezed tight, someone lifting him off the ground by the collar of his shirt. Oh, awake now, are we? Too bad you were about to be thrown in there for surviving this long, said the same man who had knocked Kai out earlier. His body was dangling over the ink waste vat. A dangerous mixture formed when all colors of ink blend together, where falling in meant dissolving without a trace. This place truly was the perfect spot to dispose of a corpse, and Kai struggled to understand why he was attacked. His opponent figured Kai wouldn't live much longer, so he generously revealed the reason. It turned out this man had been eyeing him since this afternoon. More precisely, he was after Nero, a monster with intelligence that follows a human around. That was an extremely rare creature. Now Nero had already been caught and locked in a cage by them. "Give it back, you bastard." Seeing Nero captured, Kai struggled and resisted, but a colorless man's resistance is utterly futile. He sneered, saying this monster could fetch a hefty fortune at the black market. "It's a waste for a colorless nobody like you to keep something this valuable for yourself," he said while tightening his grip. Kai choked and thrashed, but could not change the situation. Kai blamed himself for being too careless and negligent in this dark district, for he was always looked down upon simply for being colorless. Yet they dared to kidnap Nero, his only family, for such a trivial reason. At that thought, anger surged. Kai tensed up, grabbed his captor's wrist, and roared like a wild beast, saying, "Don't you dare touch them." That bastard seemed to sense something unusual about him too. Right after, he felt his own body suddenly go wrong, as if something was violently draining him. Terrifying feeling made him let go instantly, leaving Kai to fall into the ink waste vat. Hearing the splash, he breathed a sigh of relief and told his cronies, "It's done. Now we're rich. Let's hurry to the black market." Nero in the cage kept crying but could do nothing. Meanwhile, Kai had sunk deep to the bottom of the vat, his consciousness not yet dissolved, and he kept telling himself he had to save Nero, but his body could not move. Memories of Nero. Images of Nero and Mary kept flashing before his eyes. Like a slow-motion film, Kai wondered if this was his end. He was not willing. He still wanted to fulfill that promise from years ago. "Kai, why are you still standing there? What are you doing?" A strange voice rang out beside his ear. He could not recognize who it was. All he knew was that the owner of the voice was urging him, "Get up, do what you can. Do you really accept ending it here? Do not hesitate. Go save Nero right now. Take back the color that is rightfully yours." That voice seemed to carry an invisible force pulling Kai back, and then he suddenly felt his body gradually becoming agile again. Clearly, just moments ago, Kai was still sinking in the ink waste vat. He did not remember what had happened at all. But even so, the biggest question remained: who had spoken those words? Kai truly could not think of who it was. A faint sound cut off his thoughts. It was Nero's cry. The sound grew clearer, more desperate. Kai vaguely saw those two bastards standing at the edge of the vat, carrying the cage holding Nero, and he suddenly snapped awake. He had to save Nero. Gathering all his remaining strength, Kai shot up from the surface of the vat. The two men above had no idea what was happening when they saw a torrent of pitch-black power erupt violently, panicking as they could not tell what was charging out. In the blink of an eye, all the ink in the vat vanished completely, replaced by a humanoid entity standing at the center of the tank's bottom. But they could never connect that entity with the boy who had just been thrown in moments ago. They still thought it was a monster, and before they could react, a massive arm extended, shooting straight toward them. The whole scene was destroyed afterward, and the police quickly arrived to take statements. One of the two men who had harmed Kai recounted the entire incident. How the ink in the vat suddenly disappeared, and then a giant hand appeared, turning the entire area into a battlefield. But because the story was too unbelievable, the police only took the statement for formality's sake, not paying much attention. The one who directly pushed Kai down had already fainted on the medical stretcher. The colorists present confirmed there were only two victims, both from a B-rank exploration team with a less than stellar reputation. They didn't understand why both of them had lost all their colors, becoming colorless people. That matter was important, but it could be set aside for later. The one who looked like the team leader spoke up, saying they had come because of the giant monster that appeared in the city, and the case of the two victims was only a secondary matter. Seeing the two colorists appear, the police officer immediately turned pale and looked anxious. He hurriedly greeted them, introduced himself as the person in charge of the scene, then asked why busy people like them would come to Shadow Street. The colorist replied that they were only ordered to investigate the monster. He requested to see the scene and asked the police to lead the way. The police officer nodded vigorously and then led them down to the ink waste storage tank. The two colorists observed carefully and could sense the traces the monster had left behind. The girl said she had a grasp of the reported locations of the giant monsters, but their sudden appearance in the city, even from the outskirts, was too strange. Usually, inside the city, there were only small, harmless creatures that posed no threat to humans. She suspected there might be new variants, but the man cut her off, saying not to jump to conclusions. Instead, they should think of a way to track this monster. That was a real headache because there weren't many clues left at the scene. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kai gradually woke up to Nero's frantic calls. The cat was meowing continuously while licking his face and hair. As soon as Kai woke up, he hugged it tightly and hastily asked if Nero was okay. He asked while checking the black cat all over. Confirming it was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. But Kai himself still didn't dare feel at ease because he wasn't sure what had happened. Some fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. He suddenly remembered that those two bastards had been pushed by him into the ink tank. But why did he suddenly have such power? And Kai also realized something even more important. It seemed his body had begun to regain color. The surroundings were pitch black, so he couldn't tell where he was. Kai had to ask for Nero's help. The black cat immediately dashed forward, transforming into a brilliant white light, illuminating everything around them. As soon as he could clearly see the surroundings, Kai couldn't help but be startled. This place was the Dark Forest, an area exclusively for B-rank exploration and above. Sensing the monsters tightening their encirclement, growing more numerous by the moment, Kai shouted for Nero to turn back, then ran for his life ahead. Nero still ran ahead to light the way, while also warning him of danger. Thanks to that, Kai could dodge the monsters. Time after time, he managed to escape. The two of them ran for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Kai felt his body become incredibly light, even after running quite a distance. He wasn't tired at all, even moving more swiftly and agilely than before. The surging power made Kai both excited and deeply worried. Suddenly, Nero stopped and let out a warning cry. A monster was charging from the left, aiming to attack Kai. The distance between them was already extremely close. He turned around and saw sharp fangs just an inch away from him. Kai shut his eyes tightly, believing he wouldn't make it through this time. On reflex, he raised his hand to cover his face, and the monster immediately bit down hard on his arm. But Kai felt no pain at all. On the contrary, the monster was the one who suffered when its teeth shattered completely. It was as if it had just bitten into reinforced concrete. The monster, terrified, hastily fled. Kai stood still unable to process what had just happened. His arm was completely unharmed. Could this be the power of color? Nero let out another cry. Kai immediately became alert, looking ahead. Sure enough, another monster was slowly approaching him. Compared to the one from earlier, its size was truly terrifying. Kai quickly realized it was a cyclops. This predator normally lived deep within the Black Forest, so its appearance here put him on high alert. The moment the cyclops lunged, Kai was sent flying backward. The impact did not cause serious injury, but the sharp pain felt different from being bitten. Nero saw him fall and started meowing frantically without stopping. Despite being at a disadvantage, Kai had a feeling he was strong enough to defeat the cyclops. Now that he had obtained the color that he had always longed for, things would surely be different from before. Being naturally reckless, Kai had no intention of running away. He stood his ground, ready to face it. He tried to recall the feeling from under the ink tank, and the moment he used that power to destroy those two others, immediately, a pitch black color enveloped his body. Power surged forth along with a burning determination. It helped him stay calmer than before as the Cyclops lunged at him once more. Kai stepped back with his right foot, forming a solid defensive stance. His hands clenched into fists. He threw a full power punch straight at the monster. At the moment of impact, the Black Forest shook violently. With just one punch, Kai tore the predator apart. As the tremor subsided, he opened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. A world full of colors appeared brilliantly. The wave of pitch black power receded from Kai's body. He returned to being a colorless one and fell freely from above. The landing was not exactly gentle, but he did not care, because reverting to being a colorless one was truly unpleasant. The more power he used, the more color he consumed. Was that it? Kai trembled, asking himself, no, he could not continue like this. What is he doing? The food is right in front of him. Eat it now. The color is waiting for you. Do you not want to die? Reach out your hand. Once again, that strange voice rang out just like it had at the ink tank. His mind was no longer clear. In front of him was the Cyclops' corpse, mangled beyond recognition. That voice kept urging him to reach out his hand. Kai tremblingly extended his hand, touching the predator's color. The absorption process was quick. Even Nero was astonished by the sight. Moments later, color returned to Kai. His strength also recovered considerably. Not long after, Mary's shop received a strange visitor. A person wearing a black robe covering their face walked in. She paused her work, greeted them politely, and asked what the customer needed. The person remained silent, which Mary found odd, so she asked again. The person still did not answer, only quickly approached her, making her start to worry. She spoke up with a warning, saying that this person looked very suspicious. As she spoke, she reached for a large broom and yelled loudly for them to stop. The customer did not stop but lunged forward, causing Mary to scream out loud. The person stopped, pulled back their hood, and said it was just a little joke. It turned out to be none other than Kai. Mary froze, her head full of question marks, not recognizing him. Kai's appearance had changed completely. She asked in surprise what had happened to him. Kai then recounted everything that happened after he left the shop. Mary got angry, wanting to get revenge for him, only regretting that she could not deal with those people right away. Kai quickly stopped her, saying that he was fine and had already taken his revenge. After being comforted for a long while, Mary finally calmed down. Thinking back now, she felt she had been quite lucky, even though she had been very worried when she couldn't contact Kai earlier. But she never expected things to turn out this way. After all, she was glad that Kai was safe. The fact that he survived falling into the ink waste tank and even gained a color was truly unbelievable. Moreover, the color Kai possessed was black, the color that symbolized monsters. Mary worried this would cause him to be ostracized, but Kai didn't make a big deal out of it because now he had the chance to become a color matcher. Kai planned to put everything else aside to focus on the entrance exam for the Dawn Pioneer team. He said, "Thank you for ensuring I returned on time. "Mary, could you lend me some clothes or a room key? I promise to return them later." The response was a sigh full of exasperation from Mary. Here we go again. How many times has this been? But fine, she might as well consider it an investment in a future color matcher. With that, she grabbed Kai's hand and led him away. Coincidentally, she had an outfit today that would fit him. After everything was prepared, it was time for Kai to attend the entrance exam for the Dawn team. On the exam day, the place gathered a huge number of candidates. Everyone looked nervous. That was to be expected with such fierce competition. Who wouldn't be trembling? Joining a pioneer team was the dream of every explorer. Among them, the Dawn team had the most impressive record of exploring the Black Lands, being an S-rank team with many talented color matchers. They were hailed as the hope of the City of Light. That was why this entrance exam attracted many heavyweight candidates. Some were extremely prominent, like the second daughter of a prestigious color matcher family or a well-known bounty hunter. Alongside them were recently rising explorers. But the one who drew the most attention was probably that guy with the dazzling green hair over there. The Wind Sword, Gale. Many candidates believed Gale would surely pass this test. It was said he was strong enough to single-handedly defeat a pack of feral monsters. But because of his brutal and violent temperament, Gale also frequently caused trouble. He was eventually kicked out of his old team and now showed up here. Gale stood in the center of attention, with everyone gossiping about his strength. But in Gale's eyes, they were at best a bunch of ridiculous brats. Honestly, he felt quite disappointed. Gale had hoped for someone of rank to appear, but the candidates were only of this caliber. There was no one outstanding at all. The only one who made Gale look twice was that second daughter of the prestigious color matcher family, Elysian. Elysian had a rather striking appearance, so she easily attracted attention. Because of his rebellious nature, Gale even planned to tease her a bit to see her and everyone else's reaction. However, just as he reached out his hand, the loudspeaker announcement rang out again. "Dear candidates, the entrance exam for the Dawn Pioneer team will now begin." The person standing on the stage speaking was a color matcher from the Dawn Pioneer team. A color matcher appearing directly showed how serious they were about recruiting this time. Not to mention that this color matcher had made many contributions. Importantly, in the recent large-scale monster hunts. As soon as he appeared, the candidates felt immense pressure. An S-rank team truly was different from the start. "Welcome everyone," that color matcher spoke up. The candidates immediately fell silent. "First, I want to thank those who applied to the Dawn Pioneer team. Everyone here must have their own goals and missions. Whether for money, power, fame, or duty, frankly speaking, those things don't matter. Because in the end, only skill will help you achieve everything, and we only need the best." He reiterated that the Dawn team sought strong candidates to enter the Black Lands and reclaim territory for humanity. The mediocre were not needed in this game. After the brief speech, the exam officially began. He asked everyone to look around to understand the format. Many fighting rings were set up. That's right, this test would be a single elimination tournament. Because after all, the most important skill of an explorer was combat ability. Outside the city was a world of literal survival of the fittest, where the weak couldn't hold on. Only by proving their strength here could the candidates somewhat show they could survive the harsh world outside. The Dawn Guild will select those who pass the first round based on the tournament results. "When your number is called, step up to the arena," he reminded them. Then, he quickly called the first registration number 126, and that was Gale. Gale's opponent was number 206. The other candidates couldn't help but click their tongues and whisper. To meet the toughest opponent right at the start, poor guy. Gale wore a calm expression, but was actually excited to the point of madness. It seemed he really liked this elimination format. In his head, he had already started planning how to deal with his opponent to his satisfaction. But as he stepped onto the arena, Gale felt something very strange. Because his opponent was someone with their face completely covered. Their posture was clumsy, looking extremely weak. Though slightly curious, Gale didn't care much. He immediately drew his sword. "I've been silent long enough. The arena is ready now. No need to hold back anymore." The wind sword in Gale's hand was a dazzling sight. The spectators below who saw this all couldn't help but gasp in admiration. To wield a sword so proficiently at his age truly lived up to the name of a genius. As for Gale, he completely didn't take his opponent seriously. "Try to block this, because if you fail, I will tear you apart." After saying that, Gale immediately dashed forward at lightning speed. His sword path was flashy but also extremely clean and pleasing to the eye. It carried the arrogance of a young man. However, that arrogance was quickly extinguished by just a single punch from the person across from him. His opponent didn't even need to use a weapon, and with just his bare hand sent Gale flying, startling everyone. Gale, the famed windsword whose name resounded across the realm, was smashed into the wall by a single blow. He looked completely defeated, with not a shred of strength left to resist. The other person on the stage calmly twisted his wrist and muttered, "Ice, you gave me a scare. Since you kept accelerating abruptly and caused chaos everywhere, this person's hood slipped off." This made the audience even more terrified because his color was black, a color that was usually reserved for monsters. Even the officiating colorist in charge of the competition raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight, and a constant murmur arose from the stands. Oh my god, could that color possibly belong to a human? So was the windsword being taken down in one blow also the power of the black color? The one who had just defeated Gale was none other than Kai, but he didn't understand why the people down below were reacting so intensely. Could he have done something wrong? After Gale, many other contestants became Kai's victims. They all couldn't withstand the overwhelming difference in his power. Their attacks had no effect on him whatsoever. As for Kai, he always used his only familiar technique, a single punch to defeat his opponent. He won one stage match after another, moving on to the next match, when that overwhelming dominance quickly caught the eye of the colorist supervising from above. That kid seems quite capable. He stands out the most among this batch of candidates. Moreover, he's also the first one to possess that strange black color. The rumors will spread quickly. This is our chance to recruit him first. They were murmuring about Kai, then suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Ice, quite a tiring day, huh? The arrivals were none other than the two colorists who had been present at the scene of the ink waste tank incident. Seeing them arrive, the colorist supervising the competition immediately bowed respectfully. Leader Red, what brings you all the way here? Is the exam going smoothly? I was just passing by, Red replied. Then he complained that the case he was commissioned to investigate at the waste tank hadn't made any progress, and it was giving him a huge headache. Since he happened to be passing by, Red and his subordinate took the opportunity to stop by and see if there were any promising candidates. And then his gaze landed directly on Kai down below, because of the special color he possessed. The colorist beside him said in a cheerful tone, I knew you'd notice him first. He's even defeated a top candidate and is currently showing a dominant performance. At this rate, you can consider him as good as passed. Red exchanged a look with his subordinate, and both of them shared the same viewpoint. A new color appears after the strange incident at the ink tank. This is too much of a coincidence. But since there was no evidence yet, for now they only decided to keep an eye on Kai. As for Kai, after winning consecutively, he himself was surprised by his own power. With this ability, Kai felt that becoming a colorist was completely feasible. However, he still had to be careful. Avoid overusing his power like last time and suddenly disappearing. That would truly be the end. And besides Kai, there was another color on the stage that was also dominating. It was the blue color of the young lady from the Cyan family. Licien was continuously winning her matches in a graceful and elegant manner. The contestants down below the stage were all talking about her. The Cyan family's color is truly astonishing. Her skill is worthy of being a prestigious lady. I can't believe how anyone could defeat someone like her. Licien had just finished a match and was calmly walking down the stage. As she passed by Kai, she paused for a moment. That scrutinizing look made him both confused and uncomfortable, but neither of them said a word. They weren't paired up to fight each other. The first round had also come to an end. Thank you everyone for your great effort. Since we're behind schedule, we'll move on to the next test immediately, the host announced. Those who couldn't pass the first test were politely asked to leave. Those who luckily passed didn't dare breathe a sigh of relief, silently hoping the next test would be easier. But just as the officiating colorist was about to announce the subject for round 2, Team Leader Red cut in. Wait, let me directly lead the second test. The moment Red appeared, the morale of all the contestants was heavily shaken. Who is the color user Red? He is one of the strongest people in the City of Light. He is famous for reclaiming the Black Lands and holding the record for the most monsters killed. His power is so terrifying that even his teammates are wary of him. The candidates are all afraid that if Red leads, no one will be able to pass. The examiner nervously asked if changing the test would get them scolded by the team leader, but Red didn't care because he gets scolded every day anyway. Then, in front of the candidates, Red made his announcement clear. This test is very simple. All you have to do is endure, he added with an extremely dangerous smile. The moment he finished speaking, a massive wave of power was released. That power formed cages. Encasing each candidate, Red explained that he was recreating the environment of an area he had once been through. It's quite hot, or more precisely, extremely hot. The Black Lands are full of harsh environments where humans can barely survive. Compared to that, the cage Red created is just a warm little heater. Red casually said that enduring the heat is enough to pass, and anyone who can't is unqualified to be an explorer in the first place. The words sound simple, but not to the candidates. The cage, likened to a heater, was nothing less than a blazing furnace trying to burn them alive. Those who had never been outside had their illusions shattered by how cruel the world truly is. Moreover, Red's power was impossible to resist. They could only use their stamina to endure. People say Red is old and lazy with his training, but his skill power hasn't diminished at all. That rumor is truly nonsense. To envelop that many people in a barrier in an instant, that level of control is truly formidable. Indeed, this is the caliber of someone who has reached the pinnacle. Most candidates had a similarly unpleasant experience, but only one cage was different. The red light was gradually replaced by a soothing blue light, and when the blue completely covered the cage, the first droplets of water appeared. Finally, the sturdy cage shattered, and Licien stepped out completely unharmed. Red watched her closely, then expressed his admiration. The power of the Cyan family should have been countered by him, yet she broke it instantly. This girl is truly worthy of being called a real genius. After Licien broke free, Red's gaze immediately shifted to Kai. Although he didn't break the cage like she did, he seemed to be holding on quite comfortably. It's just that Red had expected Kai to do something similar to Elysian. To an outsider, he looked relaxed. But in reality, Kai was extremely anxious. In the previous matches, he had consumed too much color. If he had known this would happen, he would have been more frugal. Now, the longer he tried to hold on, the faster his black color drained. Kai's color was visibly fading away. He didn't dare think about how everyone would look at him if he ended up colorless. He'd probably be taken away as a test subject. Kai couldn't just sit there and take it. He had to find a way. He wondered if there was anything that could help him absorb like last time. And then, suddenly, Kai realized something. This very barrier is also a color ability, so can't he just absorb it? Even though he had only tried it once and didn't fully understand its limits. But at this moment, Kai had no time to think. He had to take a gamble and try. Ignoring the heat, he placed his hands on the barrier and began to absorb. Unexpectedly, the reaction didn't just happen to his own cage. It also happened to the cages of all the other candidates. Red's red power was being pulled away by Kai and turned into his own. The color user standing up high had no idea what was happening. Red, on the other hand, had an expression of forced awkwardness. Oh, it seems we've run into a real madman this time. The absorption process was complete. Kai's power was overflowing again. All the cages Red had created vanished, and everyone was staring at him. The situation seemed to be getting out of Kai's control, as he hadn't wanted to attract this much attention in the first place. For the young lady of the Cyan family, this exam was very important. She wanted to prove the power she had trained for so long to her family. But somehow, all the attention seemed to be focused on Kai, the one who possessed an entirely new, unprecedented color. Despite being faint, Elysian couldn't suppress the feeling of unease. She was taught to always be the best in the family, so Elysian didn't want to lose to anyone. And she couldn't let her older sister down either. But today, during the exam, Elysian had to admit that Kai was truly strong. So strong that even if she fought seriously, she wasn't sure she could win. There was something about him that couldn't be explained by sheer power alone. That made Elysian wonder, just what kind of being was he? No, don't overthink it. What he is doesn't matter. Next time will be different. She reassured herself like that. Red's attention was no longer on Elysian because she was just strong, while Kai was beyond strong. He walked over, patted the boy's shoulder in a friendly manner, and asked, "So that was the black color's ability just now, huh? Quite terrifying, truly devouring everything in its path." He could no longer contain his curiosity, he said, telling him more about his black color. Let them talk in private. He would keep his secret. Red tried to act friendly with Kai, which made the other examinees envious. As for Kai, he was somewhat bewildered by this unusual enthusiasm. He asked, "What about the exam?" Red immediately replied, "Oh, it's fine. This level is enough to pass. I'll handle it." Hearing that he had already met the passing standard, Kai could not help but feel secretly pleased. He wondered if this reverse prominence was an advantage, and whether he had finally become the explorer he had always dreamed of being. The examinees dared not speak up when they saw Red dragging Kai away, but the color weavers running the exam could not just stand by. They shouted, "Red, you idiot, are you acting on your own again? The exam is still in progress." Red laughed it off. "Sorry about that, I'll make up for it later. Let it slide this once, okay?" They truly had no way to deal with Red. In the end, the administrator had to announce that the exam was temporarily suspended due to an unexpected situation and would resume right away. Except for number 17, Elysian, who had broken through the barrier on her own and met the standard, the remaining examinees would have to take a supplementary test. They silently breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the test was, it was sure to be easier than the bizarre cage Red had created. Elysian, on the other hand, found no joy in passing the second round. She kept staring at the back of Red as he dragged Kai away. He put Kai in the car, moved to some place, and then got out again. Red's subordinates were not allowed to follow. It was a private conversation between the two of them. However, when he realized where he was, Kai's face immediately turned pale. This was the place where he had fallen into the ink waste tank, but now it was nothing but a pile of ruins. Quite an ugly sight, isn't it? Because an incident happened here not long ago. Red suddenly spoke, making Kai especially wary. He continued, "Two explorers who originally had colors suddenly lost them. That was the first time I had ever seen such a thing. According to witnesses, they had insisted that they saw it. They saw a massive creature right at this very spot. And not long after, you appeared as the first human to possess the color black. What a coincidence." Red's tone was very casual, but Kai realized he was being interrogated. The reason he had dragged him here was because he had noticed his ability to devour other colors. That was a power completely alien to any ability humanity had ever known. Has this man realized it from the very beginning? Kai thought to himself, casting a probing gaze at Red. He wondered if he could run away, but doing so would certainly not end well with him. Red was someone even other color weavers had to respectfully call a hero. Seeing his expression growing darker by the moment, Red spoke again. "Haha, I was just testing you a little, but such an honest reaction is not much fun. My job is to find out what happened here, but honestly, I am more interested in your ability. Whether it is the black color itself or the power you use, I have never seen anything like it. Originally, color abilities, though they look simple, normally cannot be mixed. Yet Kai's ability could bypass all these complex rules, which made Red extremely intrigued. Furthermore, from the events of the second test, he noticed that Kai did not have full control over his power. The fact that he absorbed everything around him, not just the cage, made him believe so. Hit right where it hurt by Red's words, Kai could not think of any rebuttal at all. Right, we need to run a test, Red continued. He said he needed to know the limits of this ability, the feeling of it, and how it operated. Then, Red extended his hand and made a proposal that left Kai dumbfounded. He wanted him to drain away his color. Of course, Kai refused because it felt too dangerous. If anything went wrong, he would not be able to control it. Red chuckled. You are still too green, worrying about someone like me, rookie. Just stay quiet and try it. This time, Red's words were no longer a suggestion but a command. Kai was very conflicted, but just as Red said, he was a hero, and he was just a rookie. The color black originally symbolized the dead lands out there, a color representing the evil forces that devour all things. Leaving such a dangerous ability out of control was unacceptable. Depending on how it was used, it could even shake the very foundation of this city of light. And although people did not know it yet, those humanoid creatures still existed. Therefore, Red had been keeping a special eye on Kai. He had made up his mind that in the worst-case scenario, he would have to deal with him right here. After a moment of hesitation, Kai still decided to drain Red's color as he had said. Hey, but if anything happens, it is not my fault, alright? He repeated it several times. Red did not answer, clearly not paying any heed to that warning. The process of absorbing color began. Red's red power flowed along his arm and entered Kai's body. That immense and fierce power immediately overloaded his body. Kai could feel a heat as if he were inside a furnace. He wanted to stop immediately, but he could no longer control it. It was as if lava was boiling inside him. Yet Kai could not pull his hand back, nor could he stop absorbing the color. Red's power was too overwhelming compared to his own. Was this the true strength of one called a hero? On Red's side, although he showed no outward sign of being affected, he could still feel Kai constantly draining his color as if he were starving. Even so, perhaps because his power was still weak, those as strong as him could still resist it, but it was clearly extremely dangerous for most people. And what they had witnessed during the exam was certainly not the full extent of it. Red wanted to learn more about how color was absorbed this way, so he had no intention of letting go yet. However, after absorbing a large amount of red from Red, Kai's form began to transform. He let go, watching him writhe in that strange shape. If he had not known better, Red might have mistaken him for a monster, and he became even more certain that Kai was the culprit behind the incident at the ink waste tank. Red had many more things he wanted to learn from Kai, but first he had to put out the fire on his body. Before he went completely mad, he had to subdue him. However, Kai's state at the moment seemed difficult to influence from the outside. He kept hearing strange voices ringing in his head. That intense color, give me more, I need it. It is so full of power, no need to hold back. I want more, it is hot, give me more, give me more. Accept it, absorb it. I need it, you want it too, do you not? That voice kept echoing without pause, making Kai's head pound as if struck by a hammer. He wanted to scream for it to leave him alone, but that sound persistently urged him to absorb that intense red, a color that belonged to him. Kai's body felt like it was being torn into two halves, one half obeying his control, the other in the grip of that mysterious voice. The struggle was fierce, and in the end, Kai's own will won out, allowing him to calm down under Red's astonished gaze. The man spoke up to ask, had he managed to suppress it? Kai didn't answer immediately, as he was still busy regulating his breath. He was panting heavily, as if he had just escaped from a long bout of suffocation. The situation moments ago was truly insane. He even thought he was about to meet his ancestors. Kai himself couldn't explain why he had suddenly lost control so completely. And it had to happen right in front of a color master of hero rank of all places. This situation was really not good at all. It required Kai to seriously understand his own abilities. After a long while, once he had regained his composure, he finally spoke up to ask, I was surprised because the power hit me harder than expected. But that means I succeeded, right? Haha, how interesting, Red chuckled dryly. After a moment of thought, the man replied, good, that's enough for the test. Ah, by the way, I'm sure you've realized by now that I'm the one tasked with handling the incident that happened here. Since I've accepted the mission, I have to find the culprit, and right before me stands a highly suspicious suspect. Kai's heart skipped a beat again. Didn't Red just say earlier that he was letting this go? Why bring it up again on purpose now? He didn't dare to ask, and it was the man who spoke first. Turns out more people are interested in this case than Kai thought. Since he stands out so much, once rumors about his ability and color spread, they would easily point their fingers at him. Even though this is just the outskirts, the damage to this rubble is estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. Where is he going to get the money to pay for it? And let's not even talk about money. If the city leaders deem Kai's ability too dangerous, they could expel him, or worse, turn him into a lab rat. Red spoke slowly, laying out many scenarios but leaving no safe path for Kai to retreat. He was truly both worried and frustrated to the point of wanting to curse. In a way, he was the first victim here. So how did it turn out like this? If you follow me, maybe I can sort things out for you, Red said nonchalantly, not bothering to think it over. Kai immediately bowed 90 degrees before the man and said clearly, I'm willing to follow you. Hear me out first. I'm not saying saying I'll fix everything for free. You'll have to do some work for me. Do you accept that? Kai quickly calculated in his head, rather than owing a huge debt or being a test subject, if he had to pay back with his labor, he was ready to do anything. Yes, of course, I'll do everything you need, Kai replied. And that was also when a somewhat sinister smile appeared on Red's face. Oh, everything? At this moment, the scene shifted to the area outside the city. A slight tremor occurred, causing the lizard to shudder slightly. It turned out the cause was the movement of a nearby wheel. Kai sat inside, dazedly watching the scenery, and thinking he had never traveled this far before. Was this his first step as a pioneer? While he was still lost in thought, a person approached and called out, "Hey, black-haired guy." That person continued to grumble, "Honestly, you're making me uneasy. Stop loitering around and sit down." Kai walked over, looked towards Gale and Elysian, and silently thought, starting the work of a pioneer, this is what I've always dreamed of. Now we're teammates. Is this for real? The scene flashed back to a few days earlier when Kai was utterly shocked after receiving the notice, "You want me to join this expedition?" Red walked beside him and explained, "I have a place in an unexplored area. I might need your help." Don't make that face. You won't be going alone. No need to worry too much. All the newly recruited members will participate together. You'll be with them. The Legion will announce the expedition plans soon. You'll be given detailed instructions. Just come on time and assemble at the designated point. Understand? Back to the present, Kai was still lost in his far-off thoughts when he arrived at the place where they were already waiting. Red's intervention had disrupted the exam process, so to ensure fairness, everyone was given a retest. Thus, a group of strong candidates passed the supplementary test, and Elysian, who achieved the highest score, personally requested to join Red's team. While Kai was still lost in thought, Gale stepped forward to complain, "Can't believe I lost to a fool like you. I just let my guard down for a second. You won't be so lucky next time. When this expedition is over, you just wait. I'm ready. If Miss Levian weren't sitting right behind me, I would have crushed you already." The argument between the two boys seemed to annoy Elysian. "Stop it. You'll just get defeated again. You're wasting your breath. Kai is on a higher level than you," received a blunt assessment from the beauty, causing Gale to immediately look unconvinced. What? Seeing that, Kai's thoughts drifted again. She can talk to him. Completely unaware of what Kai was thinking, Elysian continued speaking without pause, "And I will be the one to fight Kai first. We've locked eyes before and have already agreed, so when is it going to be? You've already lost, so be quiet and wait for your turn." The atmosphere at this moment became more tense than ever. Kai vaguely noticed something, sighed helplessly in his heart, wondering if this would cause any trouble. Shortly after, the entire group entered an extremely bustling area. Kai and his teammates stepped down, feeling a surge of emotion. So this is the forward outpost of the Dawn Pioneer Corps? Before, every time I went to the Black Lands, I had to prepare everything myself, so I never knew. An S-rank Legion really is impressive, handling all the supplies and preparations. Right at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl spoke up to ask, "What are you looking so confused about?" Recognizing an acquaintance, Kai couldn't hide his joy. "Mary, you're here." Mary gave him a sincere smile and replied, "Of course I have to be here for Kai's first mission. What's more, look, Nero is here too." Kai immediately scooped up his adorable pet. "Thank you for looking after Nero." Mary smiled warmly. "It's nothing. Nero is family to me too. Besides, joining the Dawn Corps' expedition is a great opportunity. My skills will be needed here, and gaining experience here would be wonderful." While the two were still chatting, someone standing in the distance loudly announced, "Everyone, gather around here. According to plan, we will soon enter the Black Lands." Hearing the announcement, Kai quickly handed Nero to Mary. "I have to go now. Please take care of Nero." She also spoke to reassure him, "Leave it to me. Do not do anything reckless. See you later." When Kai had gone out of sight, Mary turned to Nero and softly whispered words of comfort, telling him not to be sad. However, before her words could even finish, Nero quickly jumped off her body. It immediately dashed toward its master at top speed. Right after that, the boy used his ability to merge into Kai's shadow. Witnessing that sight, Mary was so shocked her mouth hung open. She hurriedly shouted after them, "What is going on here, Kai? Wait!" However, the noise around them drowned out her call, and she could only let out a frustrated sigh. The scene then shifted to the training area. A voice rang out, reminding everyone to prepare to enter the Black Land. Always remember, safety must be the top priority. The scouting unit reported that Area 21 had dangerous unknown monsters. While she was giving earnest instructions, she was suddenly called over by a soldier who reported an urgent matter. Arancia turned to ask what was wrong, and the soldier stammered out a report about Captain Red. Captain Red had taken the new recruits out of formation without permission. Arancia asked again in panic, and the soldier quickly confirmed and informed her that she was in charge of the scene. After hearing this, Arancia sighed with a headache. "That name again. Fine. Bring them back to a safe place." The setting shifted to a bizarrely dark area. A trembling hand slowly emerged from the darkness. It turned out to be Kai's squad, led personally by Red. Kai asked the captain curiously about the route, and Red confidently turned around to answer. Kai continued, "And they even got to have all the new recruits travel together." He turned to ask the other two why they were following along, and Gale immediately replied with a challenging tone. Seeing the noisy kids, Red turned his head to remind them that the plan was not to hand everything over, but no one would be seriously injured. Treat everyone as official comrades. Enough talk, let's move out. At the end of the journey, the whole team arrived at an area swarming with monsters. One of them let out a mighty roar, ready to attack. But it was all just a show before the blade of Elysian. She acted as casually as if taking a stroll, and she sensed that this was indeed the Black Land. She thought to herself that this place was truly suffocating, with monsters pouring in endlessly, unlike during training. She needed to conserve her strength. If she wasted it, she would be exhausted very quickly. She had to move smartly and think ahead about her next moves. At the very least, she must not let herself fall behind Kai. But just then, an unexpected event made Elysian freeze. Unable to hold back, she walked up to Kai and asked why he was not using items like he did in the entrance exam. In response to that question, Kai only calmly answered that he did not have any items. They were too expensive, and he thought he might not need them, so he had never tried using them. Both of them were stunned, and the same thought flashed through their minds. What? It was unbelievable that he had never used a spy, the essential weapon when fighting monsters. To defeat monsters, one must inject color into their bodies using a spy, and yet he defeated them with his bare hands. When he realized this, Gale's arm trembled unconsciously. So he had been facing an opponent who did not even bother using a spy, and still he could not win. As if unable to accept the truth, Gale gritted his teeth in frustration. He looked at Kai and declared that one day he would crush him with his own hands. Just as Gale was lost in thought, Red had quietly approached from behind. He silently assessed, not bad, two geniuses had to clash like this for it to be interesting. Things were getting more and more thrilling. Red urged everyone to move forward. They were almost there. Push a little more to finish, and then go celebrate. The scene shifted to another area, where a large group of strange beasts had gathered. Red slowly walked over, reminding everyone not to let their guard down, rest for 10 minutes, then continue. Gale sighed tiredly, not expecting to have consumed so much color. That action immediately caught Kai's attention. That was personal ink, a special item that helped restore color and energy for pioneers. This ink was specially formulated according to each person's color, so the price was very expensive. Yet they drank it like it was nothing. It was truly enviable. Anyway, he did not need it himself. Just then, Kai's strange actions also caught Elysian's eye. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bodies of the monsters were quickly absorbed by Kai. He clenched his hand, feeling the surge of magical power flowing through his entire body. It was complete. Kai excitedly clenched his fist. All right, he was fully recovered. Elysian and Gale hurried over to ask Kai, "Are you really okay?" Kai calmly replied, he was used to it. Elysian was still worried, saying he had just absorbed a monster. Vio beside them couldn't hide his astonishment either. Wow, this guy was truly crazy, absorbing like it was nothing. While the group was still stunned, Red stepped forward and spoke, "That's enough. Once you're done resting, let's move on. We've arrived." In front of them was a pitch-black sphere blocking the entire path. Kai wondered, a black barrier? What is that? Red explained calmly, that was the reason he brought them here. See for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a surge of power, striking directly at the black barrier. However, no reaction occurred, which was truly unexpected. Red explained in a low voice, "See, if you use force, it will absorb it and become even harder. It is similar to your skill." So he had a feeling your power could break that barrier. Inside is the path leading to the ruins, where we have to find the mission objective. Star fragment? Gale and Elysian were both puzzled. What is that? They had never heard of it. Kai, however, stood still, his face full of contemplation. Red paid no attention to the new recruit's reactions and continued to explain, "That is what the Radiant City desperately seeks. He will explain it clearly later. For now, break that barrier, yes." While Red was still speaking, Kai had already slowly approached the barrier. His arm was just an inch away from it. As predicted, when the two sources of power touched, an unexpected change immediately occurred. A black vortex continuously expanded and then coiled together. Red couldn't hide his delight. It's working. The barrier is disappearing. Kai, your power is truly useful. Behind them, Gale felt more pressured than ever. What is this? What is that shockwave? It's too loud. With this much noise, the monsters will... Sure enough, one after another, resounding roars shook the entire space. From within the darkness, a monster slowly stepped out. It stared at Red's group with a ferocious gaze. Red spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Looks like the whole pack has appeared. We will handle the monsters while Kai breaks the barrier. Wipe them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures darted away. Gale opened the fray with a sharp sword strike that tore through the air. Elysian was not to be outdone. She controlled shards of ice that pierced straight through the monsters. Red watched from afar, extremely pleased. He had planned to step in if needed, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. He thought he'd have to clean up after the new recruits, who knew they could do so well. They know how to handle themselves. He was truly savvy. Realizing there was nothing left to do, Red moved to stand beside Kai, silently guarding him as he broke the barrier. As for Kai, he sensed something unusual. Something felt off. Why did he feel a similar power from the barrier? Was it because it was also black? If he lost focus, it could take away his color, but this power was weaker than his. After a while, Kai finally absorbed the entire barrier. Before him was a path that led deep into the darkness. Is this the entrance to the ruins? He couldn't see the end. Kai turned his head and called out loudly, "Captain!" He broke the barrier. Red was even more pleased with this recruit. Well done, great job, Kai. His instinct had been right. The barrier is gone, just charge in and then regroup here. No need to kill them all, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. With lightning-fast reflexes, Red pulled Gale and Elysian away from their original position. A terrifying shockwave immediately swept through the entire area. Wherever that surge of power passed, the monsters were mercilessly erased. They vanished one by one right before Red's eyes. Even with his immense strength, he could only exclaim in astonishment, "What is that? Impossible. There was no way something could be that outstanding. We received reports of a dangerous monster in the area, and that thing has now appeared. It seems there's no more leisure time." Before the group's eyes, a monstrous figure carrying a strange weapon slowly materialized. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring at the prey before him. Red's face immediately turned serious. "Everyone, stay right here." Kai quickly replied, "Yes, Captain." Red said no more, simply handed Kai a lantern and instructed, "You all run to the ruins immediately. Work together and find the star fragment. You kids can do it." Kai immediately asked in confusion, "Wait, are we going alone?" Red remained indifferent, replying curtly, "No more talking, go." As the group fell, only a call echoed through the space. "Captain Red, how are we supposed to do it on our own?" As the voice faded, Gerard and Red just silently looked at each other, their eyes full of determination. At that moment, deep inside the cave was a dark and cold space. Kai quickly woke up as well, pain spreading throughout his body. He turned on the flashlight Red gave him and carefully observed his surroundings. "Is this inside the ruins?" After completely regaining his composure, Kai slowly stepped forward. As soon as he clearly saw the scene before him, he immediately widened his eyes in shock. Before Kai was a vast ancient ruin with mysterious architectural structures. He whispered softly, "What kind of bizarre place is this?" Kai slowly observed everything. The more he looked, the more he couldn't believe what was appearing. He never expected a place like this to exist underground. Just as he was still dazed, familiar voices suddenly rang out, "I'll hold on here, don't go further, head to the bright spot over there." When the two approached, Kai immediately recognized them. What a relief. I thought I was the only one lost. Elysian stepped forward from behind and said, "We've been wandering around too, it's all his fault." Being blamed for everything, Gale immediately retorted, "What? Are you any better than me?" Saying that, Gale glanced around the space and commented, "But what is this place? It's bigger than I thought. I never expected us to find traces of an ancient civilization down here. Is the star fragment here? With ruins this big, how are we supposed to search? We don't even know what it looks like." Hearing Gale say that, Kai couldn't help but feel confused. And then, if we just wander around cluelessly, we might end up staying here forever. Thinking about that, he could only silently sigh. Moments like this, I wish Nero were here. But just as that thought ended, a familiar cry suddenly rang out. Nero crawled out from Kai's shadow. Seeing his little companion appear, Kai asked in surprise, "Nero, how are you here?" Elysian stared at Nero intently, then said softly, "A monster?" Hearing that, Kai was instantly startled. "What do I do now? They've already seen it. Making excuses is useless." "Wait, maybe it'll be fine. This could even be a good opportunity. After all, I've already started as a pioneer. I can hide Nero forever. If I show them Nero is useful, everything will be fine." Thinking of that, he called the two over. "Come here for a bit. I have a way to easily find the star fragment." Then Kai quickly explained his plan to both of them. Gale was still skeptical. "So this little creature you've raised will lead us to where the star fragment is?" Kai immediately confirmed, "It will surely find it fast." Gale still shook his head in disbelief. "Don't talk nonsense. If such a rare creature existed, there's no way I wouldn't know." Kai continued to explain, "I am telling the truth. Forget it, it's faster to just show you. Nero, go, show this fool how good you are." Hearing his master's words, Nero poked his head out from Elysian's chest. It quickly left her and shot up into the air. Right after, its small body curled into a glowing sphere. The light from Nero quickly spread around, leaving Gale and Elysian both stunned. Just a few seconds later, it seemed to have determined a direction and shot straight forward. Gale was completely dumbfounded. "Impossible, a monster that follows humans and has special abilities? I've never heard of such a thing. Where did he find it?" Kai didn't care about his reaction and continued, "Nero says the star fragment is right here. You can sense it, right? It's lucky that." Just as he finished, Nero seemed to sense something, its eyes suddenly widening. It turned into a flash of light and shot off. Seeing that, Kai was overjoyed. Found something? No one hesitated any longer. All three immediately ran after Nero. After a while, Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks. "It's over there." "We've already gone pretty deep. How much longer do we have to go?" Gale immediately taunted, "What are you hesitating for? Anyone scared can turn back." Kai was about to back down. "Who's scared? Let's go in." All three continued deeper into an extremely mysterious area. Elysian observed around while commenting, "This place is bigger than I thought. What was it used for?" Kai kept watching Nero, then spoke up. More importantly, Nero changed direction. It must have found something. Just as he said that, a strange machine suddenly made a humming sound. Kai immediately tensed up as he realized it was slowly moving toward the three of them. Gale stepped forward with caution. "It really found something." "What is this thing? A monster?" "No, it doesn't look like it." While the group was still speculating, the machine quickly scanned Elysian's body once and gave an undetermined result. When it was Gale's turn, there was no difference. Kai immediately realized its action, scanning for color. Is it checking our color? But before he could finish his words, he was swept away in a similar manner, because of his special color. The machine immediately marked Kai and sent out a warning signal, detecting the color of a dark wizard. Identifying him as a threat, it began to hunt him down and eliminate him. With a single punch, Kai was sent flying away from his two companions, leaving them both terrified. Fortunately, Kai managed to block the blow with his hands, his eyes turning cold as he stared at his opponent. Are you insane, attacking others out of nowhere? Whatever you are, daring to strike first means you are ready to be crushed. Immediately, the two clashed in a fierce battle. Kai's hands were shaking uncontrollably. Why was this thing so hard? What in the world was it? Just as the machine was about to launch its attack, ice magic immediately froze its movements. Gale seized that opportunity to charge in and attack. Elysian quickly observed, assessed the situation, and realized that her color left no trace on it at all. Since it was not a moon monster, her power was useless. The core inside was star ink. If that was its weakness, she had to strike quickly. Kai did not stand by idly. He immediately charged forward. He poured all his strength into his arms to unleash a decisive blow. But at that very moment, instinct warned him of incoming danger. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kai lowered his body, narrowly dodging the strike. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, normal attacks were useless. What was he supposed to do? Wait, if he coated his body in black like last time, maybe it would work. But it consumed too much color. He only had enough for 5 punches. Facing the charging machine, Kai had just finished coating his arm in black. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing to unleash his most powerful strike. The two forces collided violently, countless cracks spreading everywhere. In the end, the one who emerged victorious was still Kai. The machine shook violently, all the light on its body immediately dying out. Kai was panting, having expended most of his strength. Looking at the machine, he remarked, this thing was more troublesome than he thought. As he observed, Kai suddenly noticed a peculiar object. Picking it up, he examined it. This is the core. It looks different. Taking it back for Mary, she would probably like it. In contrast to Kai's calmness, the other two were completely panicked. Kai, what kind of power was that just now? I thought you could only absorb objects. Explain clearly. Why didn't you use it sooner? You've wasted all your color. Kai replied without pleasure. Who are you to give orders? That technique costs a lot of color. I only use it in emergencies. Just as the three were talking, an unexpected sound rang out, drawing their attention. They all turned their heads in unison. That door had just opened on its own. As the three approached, Nero suddenly became restless. Kai noticed and asked, Nero, what's wrong? Is there something over there? I don't see anything. Are you sure it's safe? This thing is like that curtain from before. Sure enough, as soon as they touched the door, a powerful tremor immediately erupted. Everyone panicked simultaneously. What is it? It's pulling us in. Damn it, why did you touch it? Be careful. No matter how hard they tried, the three could not resist the immense pull and were sucked straight into the door. In the blink of an eye, the group appeared in an even darker space. It hurts. Where is this? Gale and Elysian struggled to adapt. What the hell is going on? I can't see anything. From a distance, Kai called out loudly, is everyone all right? Rio at this moment only cared about one thing. What? My color. I've lost my color. Not just Gale. All three were shocked to discover their colors were vanishing. What had happened? The entire land suddenly blazed with a dazzling light. The scene quickly shifted to the east of the administrative office. Inside the room, Ravik slammed the table in anger and shouted, that brat. Have you found his location yet? Where did he go? Tal immediately replied, I heard he joined the exploration mission with Red. He even sent a message telling us not to stick our noses into matters that don't concern us. Hearing this, Ravik cursed in frustration. Damn it, that's Black. How could they send someone so dangerous to the battlefield? He muttered, unable to hide his worry. What is Red thinking? He is a true hero, but this time he has gone too far. When that thing appeared in the city, we tried to cover it up to avoid panic, but the council is in an uproar. They are screaming that the dark dimension has begun to return. So what am I supposed to tell them? I'm getting yelled at without being able to solve anything. At least give me something to use as an excuse. Camellia calmly raised her teacup. Someone is unhappy again today. The one who spoke was Camellia, the captain of the Dawn Vanguard. She continued slowly, relax, at this rate you'll end up in the hospital. I understand your concern, but don't get agitated. Do you think Red would act without a plan? Red is with him, you know that. That alone is the most reliable safety device. And who else is qualified for this matter? And who knows, this time he might have deliberately brought along a high-risk individual. Perhaps he is targeting an unexpected gain. What we need to do right now is not to fear or doubt, but to have absolute trust. Just as she took a sip of tea, Camellia set the cup down and frowned slightly. Bitter indeed. Ravik was still unable to calm down. I know that as long as Red is there, things won't go to the worst. Camellia calmly added a few sugar cubes to her coffee and smiled. How can you drink this stuff? I don't like it at all. Camelia's composure only made Ravik even more irritated. He gritted his teeth and said, can you focus on what I'm saying? She chuckled softly. All right, I'm listening. I'm not deaf. Camellia slowly continued. I understand why you are so wary of the color black, because of the dark sorcerer, right? Black is a dangerous color, symbolizing death and fear. Especially during the first black twilight caused by that person, humanity nearly went extinct. Deformed creatures appeared, the world was shrouded in in black mist, and everything turned into black lands. The black twilight will return. The city has endured many attacks, both large and small, but the next threat is only a matter of time. The real reason we desperately explore and reclaim lands is also just for survival. You have received reports about the increase of strange phenomena around the city recently, right? Now there's also a being of black appearing. We still don't know if they are connected, but if they are, then one thing is very clear: for the future, we need as much firepower as possible. As Lord Luminous once said, we must use every resource we have, even if that resource is black. So, Director, please convince the council. Ravik could only let out a helpless sigh, easier said than done. His gaze slowly fell upon the file about Kai on the table, then he softly said, I will do my best. Who would have thought that from now on the City of Light would revolve around that boy? The scene shifted back to Kai. The three of them were trapped in a pitch-black space. What is happening? Gale, panicked, pointed straight at Kai and shouted, my colors are gone. Why do you still have color? Kai could only shake his head. How would I know? Maybe it's because I'm also black and white. Gale breathed heavily in exhaustion. I only shouted a little and I'm already tired. Elysian also felt it. My body has no strength left. Seeing the reactions of the two, Kai couldn't help but wonder, why are they like this? I still feel fine. Is this the first time they've lost all their color like this? Also, ever since arriving here, I've always felt something truly strange. If I focus and look closely with my eyes, I'm sure I can see something. Indeed, small circles gradually appeared before Kai's eyes. Gale immediately drew his sword and shouted in warning, what is it? Someone? Show yourself now. Kai silently thought, this whisper, I've heard it before. No, even though it's similar, something feels off. It seems something bad is about to happen. Just as the three were not paying attention, a blurry figure slowly materialized. Kai spun around, his face full of astonishment. Gale and Elysian also changed expression simultaneously. Someone blurted out, what is that thing? Is it a monster? Kai continued, I don't sense anything. When did it appear? The creature's finger slowly pointed straight at Kai. His mind immediately spun, his body gradually being covered by a black veil. Kai's consciousness felt like it was being pulled into a deep, bottomless pit. In his mind, images of countless monsters in a suffocating red void kept flashing. Above the sky, a giant monster was controlling all the monsters below. Along with that was the image of a girl with an extremely mysterious appearance. Kai stared ahead intently, wondering, is this a memory or reality? He no longer even knew who he was. A voice suddenly rang out, all right, you need a name. Kai, that's your name. Go find your own light and color. Then, Kai held his head in pain. What on earth are these bizarre scenes? But at the last moment, I saw it clearly. No one else, that person was Luminous. At that moment, a fierce roar sounded from behind. Are you kidding me? Charge in, you bastards. Kai quickly turned his head. Rio had now completely lost control. He was walking and swinging his sword wildly everywhere. What did I do wrong? Meanwhile, Elysian was crouched in a corner holding her head. Stop it, please. Gale's eyes had turned completely black, losing all reason. I will kill you all. Get out of my sight. Elysian wasn't any better. She was crying non-stop. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I can't take it anymore. Witnessing that scene, Kai realized both of them were not okay, and so was that creature from before. This place is not safe to stay in. We need to leave quickly. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly flew straight towards Kai. Seeing the familiar light, he called out in joy, Nero, you're safe. You're okay in this place? Seeing Nero waving its limbs frantically, Kai asked in surprise, what's wrong? Is something behind me? I get it. You want me to follow the path you're pointing, right? Let's go check it out together. First, I need to help these two. Nero, can your ability do anything? A radiant light suddenly emanated from Nero's body, enveloping Gale and Elysian. Their eyes gradually returned to normal, and they both slumped down at the same time. Kai exclaimed happily, great, looks like it worked. He immediately instructed, you two stay here, I'll go check the situation first. Kai quickly followed the footsteps of the white light leading the way ahead. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, feeling like he was walking endlessly without seeing anything. At that moment, the familiar sound rang out again. It was that whisper once more. The voice kept pouring into Kai's ears, no color can stain your body. This only made him more annoyed. I'm so tired of this nonsense whispering. Ahead, a small ring of light suddenly appeared. Kai immediately looked up, then rushed forward. There's something over there, impossible. As soon as he stopped, the entire space before him burst into light. Kai's heart jolted, finally found it. The thing before him was a shard of the star. Kai stared at it intently and muttered, it looks like it, but the aura and shape are completely different from what I saw before. Each shard must have its own form. Kai slowly stepped closer. Whatever, let's just take it and get out of here. He slowly raised his hand. I don't want to stay in this terrifying place for another second. The star fragment before him immediately radiated a brilliant light with a kaleidoscope of colors like a rainbow. At that moment, the power within Kai's body suddenly activated on its own, the light from his chest quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Just what was that? His absorption ability had activated on its own. It should be fine. It was only for a brief moment. The black cloud immediately dissipated right behind him. Kai was astonished at the sight. The black space had vanished. The Darklands truly were full of strange things, always catching him off guard. He quickly returned to Gale and Elysian to check on them. Ellie curiously asked why he was still fine within that darkness. Kai could only shake his head in resignation. He held up the star fragment and showed it to the both of them. The important thing was that we found it. Yael stared at it intently and wondered if this was what Captain Red had mentioned. It looked so small, but all those colors were unbelievable. Ellie chimed in, just what is this thing? She then turned her curious gaze back to Kai. His body truly wasn't affected at all. Kai calmly confirmed that he was still completely fine. While the three were still conversing, Nero suddenly crept closer. Before anyone could react, it had already opened its mouth and swallowed the star fragment whole. Everything happened so fast that all three stood frozen in shock. Kai's mouth hung agape as he stared at Nero in complete disbelief. Gale and Elysian were also stunned in place from the sheer surprise. Kai shouted in anger, "Nero, what are you doing?" Kai worriedly reminded it that that thing wasn't food for it. Gale immediately grabbed Nero and shook it violently, yelling at it to spit it out right now. His aggressive action made Kai flinch. "What the hell are you doing?" Gale growled in frustration. The whole group had worked so hard to get here and now this happens. Let Nero go. Just then, the entire space suddenly shook violently, causing all three to immediately fall silent. Kai's face turned pale as he watched in horror as everything began to collapse. Gale didn't hesitate and immediately turned to run. Damn it, run. The group hurriedly rushed out of the collapsing danger zone. They had to get out of there quickly. In the area outside, a group of people was gathering at the same location. The ground suddenly split in two, and waves of sinister black energy continuously rose up. One person in the group immediately stopped and let out a curse. Arantia crouched down to observe the traces before her. She said she heard there was a dangerous creature here and was curious what it was. Chen looked at the scene with a worried expression. Could these traces belong to it? Arantia quickly confirmed, yes, that battle-hungry one has appeared again. A humanoid creature called the Sword Demon. She had thought it was just a small territorial dispute, but one of the witch's subordinates had appeared. Whenever it appears, it always picks a fight first, and even fights to the death. It's really troublesome. There have been recent reports of it attacking several outpost areas. Could it be related to the Sword Demon? Let's end the expedition now. Everyone prepare to retreat. Chen hesitated a little at that because the group was close to their destination, but Arantia firmly rejected the idea. We've achieved the minimum goal. We've collected enough ink and raw materials. She didn't want to take risks beyond the limits. The main goal of helping the trainee members get accustomed to the Darklands was enough. Before she could finish her sentence, a violent tremor erupted from the distance. Everyone immediately turned to look behind them, where a blazing red light flared up. Arantia thought to herself, could that light be Red's? If he was in direct combat, was the Sword Demon there too? A sudden shout rang out, "Get down!" Countless spears came flying fiercely from the distance. Arantia immediately ducked down, a thought quickly flashing through her mind. Without another moment's hesitation, Arantia loudly ordered everyone to return to the base immediately. A surge of energy was immediately launched forward, and she gripped her weapon tightly and swiftly followed. Arantia raised the war hammer in her hand, her expression turning extremely serious. She swung a powerful blow towards the source of the energy and declared the expedition was over. Everyone hurry back to the outpost station. I will go find Red. Chen immediately replied, all right, I'll take everyone back. Please be careful, Lady Arantia. After entrusting everything, Arantia immediately shot off towards the glowing red energy. Inside the pit at that moment, Red and Gerard were standing opposite each other. The two continuously exchanged blades, countless intersecting sword arcs sweeping across the space. Gerard tightened his grip on the sword hilt behind his back and slowly drew it out, a dreadful dark aura immediately spreading everywhere. He unleashed a sword strike straight at Red, who stood across from him. Red quickly used the blade in his hand to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, Red swung his sword and completely shattered the opponent's technique. But at that very moment, Gerard had already teleported right in front of him. Red quickly raised his sword, continuing to parry another attack from him. A battle of equals immediately ensued, countless sparks continuously flying towards Gerard. Flames erupted, illuminating the entire area, forcing Red to leap back. Gerard charged straight out from the sea of fire, his face still cold and expressionless. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind, a clever retreat, Captain. Arantia, carrying her warhammer, charged straight in, then try this one. She channeled all her strength into her weapon. If you can block this. Gerard's body was immediately sent flying downwards, countless rocks collapsing with it. Arantia quickly ran to Red's side and asked with concern, did I arrive too late? Red let out a sigh of relief. I almost lost. Arantia sternly reminded him not to make jokes like that. Seeing Gerard slowly getting up, she continued, I hit him, but it seems it wasn't strong enough. Gerard seemed unaffected, his cold gaze fixed firmly on the two of them. Red confidently replied, no problem, with your color, we can handle that troublesome one. Arantia stays alert, but don't underestimate him. Good thing I arrived before you made your move, no color shifter, even I don't want to see you in action for real. Red immediately activated his skill to respond, always sensing things, now that you're here. Then let's destroy another dark hand of the witch together. Facing the coordination of the two, Gerard remained silent, standing there, the aura around him growing increasingly gloomy. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, almost there. Red was immediately shaken upon hearing the familiar sound. Even Gerard reacted, quickly turning his gaze towards the back. From within the pit, the voices of Kai's group sounded one by one. Don't push me, I'm about to fall. Gale, quickly give me a hand. When a hand finally reached the edge of the pit, that person cheered, finally here. Kai was the first to climb up. First time I'm happy to be at that black land. Never go back there. However, he immediately froze upon seeing the scene before him. Gerard also turned his head and glanced straight at Kai, causing him to be startled. Wait. Red immediately rushed towards Kai's group. Damn it, why right now? He shouted worriedly to warn all three, get back. Red and Gerard were now like racers as he charged straight towards Tan Bin's group. Red screamed in panic. Don't fight that guy. The three were still standing frozen as Gerard charged at them with terrifying speed. Vio immediately gripped his sword hilt tightly, ready to draw his weapon to meet the challenge. Lecn also tightened her grip on her sword hilt, ready to strike. Two sword strikes almost simultaneously thrust straight towards Gerard. However, both shattered immediately upon colliding with his power. The eyes of Gale and Lecn immediately filled with panic. Kai, our weapon shattered after just one move? Seeing Gerard raise his sword again, the two almost fell into despair. We're going to die. Amidst the night, a sharp cold sword slash suddenly flashed and struck straight down. Kai immediately used his own body to block that slash. The intense pain caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Seeing Kai fall heavily, Gale and Lecn simultaneously shouted in worry. Kai, are you okay? Gale immediately ran quickly forward, but Lecn was yanked backwards by a strong force. She immediately fell into Gerard's hands, the cold blade pressed tightly against her neck. His voice rang out coldly, stop, clear the path, do not chase. The key, where is it? Give it to me. If you don't obey, I will kill her. Kai now lay slumped on the ground, one arm severed, Nero beside him crying out in pain. Seeing the scene before him, Red immediately became extremely angry, his voice deep as if echoing from hell. Ha, you bastard. The entire space instantly fell into a terrifying silence. In an unnoticed corner, Kai's fingers trembled slightly. Gerard continued to coldly order, decide quickly. Arancia was so angry her eyes widened, then she gritted her teeth and yelled, you bastard, give you what? I don't understand what you're saying. Just then, she suddenly saw Kai behind her slowly standing up, waves of black aura continuously emanating from around him. Gerard also sensed the commotion behind him. He immediately turned his head to look and was stunned. Seeing Kai's face completely shrouded in darkness, Gerard couldn't help but be shaken. You, Kai, who are you? Around Kai's body, eerie streams of black energy continuously rose up. Gerard's heart was filled with confusion. How did he manage to get up? Seeing the aura continuously enveloping his hand, he grew even more puzzled. And why? How can a human have black? Around Kai's wrist, swirling streams of black aura appeared. He slowly raised his hand forward. A pitch-black vortex immediately erupted. Gerard was completely caught off guard and was blasted far away. Red and Arancia standing on the other side were also stunned, momentarily unable to regain their composure. Immediately after, Kai's hand gripped tightly around Gerard's neck. His tall body was easily lifted off the ground by him. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly unstable, Arancia immediately shouted loudly, get out of here, hurry. Red silently thought, damn it, Kai, have you been swallowed by the black? Don't tell me he's become one of the dark hands. As for Gerard, he clearly felt something continuously invading his being. It was taking away my existence. This is not my imagination, it's clearly like hers, so it's you, the key. Just then, the streams of black aura around Kai suddenly transformed into giant mouths and lunged forward simultaneously. Countless sharp teeth appeared before his eyes, startling Gerard. He immediately drew the sword from his back, unleashing countless intersecting slashes, quickly severing the heads that were rushing toward him. After a brief exchange, Gerard quickly realized that he could not take him down immediately. He quickly changed tactics, deciding to target the opponent's limbs. A barrage of frenzied strikes immediately rained down on Kai's body. However, Gerard suddenly froze when he saw the sight before him. His sword had touched Kai's shoulder but had not left any wound at all. Gerard was shocked, unable to believe it, completely useless. Kai reached out, gripped the blade pressed against his shoulder, and slowly pushed it away. Gerard couldn't help but be stunned, never expecting things to turn out this way. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. Gerard instinctively turned his head, looking straight ahead at him. Arancia had charged forward from the front, swinging the hammer in her hand fiercely toward Gerard. Her voice became full of excitement. The moment had come. A hammer strike, delivered with all of Arancia's strength, came crashing down directly on him. You are dead now. The sword in Gerard's hand instantly shattered into countless pieces. He struggled to stay standing after that terrifying attack, silently thinking to himself, that was close. Meanwhile, Arancia was still raising her hammer, continuing to advance forward. Knowing full well he could not continue the fight, Gerard immediately decided to retreat. I will retreat now, I have found the key. With that thought, he quickly escaped Arancia's pursuit, leaving her momentarily surprised. Arancia shouted in anger, you bastard, are you mocking me? You cause all kinds of chaos and now you want to run. You're just fleeing because you're at a disadvantage, Captain. He's running that way. We have to stop him before he reaches the abyss. Just as Gerard was about to flee, Red's voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Where do you think you're going? He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and called called out, "Color sigil, flame." Immediately after, a violent slash came crashing down directly onto Gerard. The tremendous force of the blow sent his entire body flying backward. At the same time, one of Gerard's arms was also severed and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe the attack he had just endured. That was color intent. "This means I cannot regenerate." Red paid no attention to his reaction and continued advancing. "Now we can deal with you. I will destroy you just like your underlings." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to unleash fierce waves of blood sigils. Faced with Red's relentless assault, Gerard was finally forced to yield. "Next time things will not end this way. The key will surely be mine." Leaving behind that threat, he quickly left the place and vanished into the deep darkness of the cave. Red could only stand at a distance and watch his figure disappear. Arancia, standing beside him, immediately spoke in anger, "Captain, chase after him." Red shook his head in refusal. "No, stop. Going any further would be too dangerous." Hearing this, Arancia grew even more frustrated. "We were so close to catching him and he slipped away." Red could only sigh, resigned. "We were never prepared to enter the abyss. Even with our light support, we could only go this far. How annoying, the Black Land is their shield." At that moment, Elysian slowly stepped forward from behind. "Captain, I'm sorry, I was just a burden." Red immediately reassured her. "Not at all. I'm glad you two are still alive. It's lucky no one died against something like that. More importantly, what are we going to do about him? Is he still conscious?" Looking at Kai's current state, Red silently pondered. "I knew Kai's power was risky, but I never expected it to reach this level. And what is that? Is he absorbing the Black Land?" Under everyone's gaze, Kai was becoming stranger and stranger. A person cautiously spoke up, asking, "Kai, have you come to your senses yet?" But immediately after, everyone was stunned. Kai's body had now become completely colorless. A strange light appeared all around where he had fallen. Everyone slowly approached to observe. A person asked worriedly, "Captain, what's wrong with him?" The scene then shifted to a different place. Gerard had made his way here, streams of dark red blood continuously dripping onto the ground. His breathing was heavy from exhaustion. At the same time, a surge of black energy continued to churn violently within his body. However, that could not stop Gerard from sensing another presence. "Someone came here before me." From a distance, a figure slowly walked over. "What happened to you? You look terrible. Who beat you up?" Gerard turned his head to look at Viper and gritted his teeth. "You still like sticking your nose into everything as usual, Viper." Viper appeared with a mysterious smile. Despite being brushed off, she still acted playful. "I was getting bored anyway. Perfect timing. Come on, tell me what happened. It's absurd for someone like you to suddenly get beaten up. Who did this to you?" Just then, Viper's gaze stopped on a trace beside her. A look of contemplation appeared in her eyes, burn marks from fire, a pure red with no mixing. "You fought Red A. You actually survived a battle with that monster. But hey, why are you so obsessed with fighting? Watching you struggle is hilarious." I'm dying of laughter. It was that arrogant tone that made Gerard even more furious. He gritted his teeth and walked away. He recalled the image of Red and spoke up. "That man is too strong for a human, don't you think? He's a real nuisance." Viper laughed upon hearing this. "A man who only burns himself out for battle will sooner or later self-destruct." Viper continued. "Why don't you answer my earlier question? You've realized it too, haven't you? The Dark Witch's veil has been lifted. You saw it, right? Do you know how it was lifted? If you do, then tell me now. You know full well what that means." Gerard only coldly looked at her with contempt. "Fool, do you think I'll talk? The moment the key's identity is revealed, I lose." Seeing Gerard being stubborn, Viper showed annoyance. "Honestly, this guy isn't interesting at all." Gerard didn't care, he said in a low voice. "I will take it myself." Viper turned to look at her younger sister beside her. "See, hiding it so well only makes people more suspicious. You're truly stupid," she continued. "But whatever, we'll find it out ourselves anyway." The younger sister nodded and replied, "That's right, we don't need that fool." Viper analyzed. Based on his reaction, something must have lifted the veil. It might be related to the people in the city. Just by controlling the monsters, clues will appear. What do you think? The girl answered immediately. "Then I'll prepare to unleash a tidal wave." From the horizon, dazzling beams of light flashed simultaneously. Inside the hospital room, Kai still lay unconscious on the bed. Red and his group of friends stood around him, all of them worried. Red said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry. I once promised not to let anyone be seriously injured. But in the end, I broke my promise." Looking at Kai lying motionless, Red blamed himself. "Sorry, I'll take responsibility for this." He clenched the watch in his hand, thinking that whether in the past or now, he still hadn't changed. Red tormented himself. What kind of hero was he? Elysian comforted him. "No, compared to the survival rate of new recruits, this is already very lucky. I think it's thanks to the two team leaders that everyone returned safely. Next time, I'll be stronger so I won't be a burden," Red gently advised. "No need to rush." Meanwhile, Mary was still in shock. What on earth was happening? She never expected to meet the most famous painter in the city here, and they even said they were Kai's teammates. Only Kai returned in that condition, so she was very worried, but thank goodness they didn't look like bad people. Mary looked at the motionless Kai and sighed. "Hey, when will you wake up? I can't handle this alone. The nurse said you'd wake up soon." Red turned and asked, "You're Mary, right? A friend of Kai's?" Mary nodded. "Yes." Red continued, "As you just heard, no need to worry about Kai, but I have something I'd like to ask. We're looking for a small creature named Nero. Have you happened to see it?" Hearing that, Gale was immediately stunned. He pointed at Kai and said, "Hey, it's over there." Nero was startled when it was discovered. Gale immediately shouted, "Kid, you finally showed your face, huh?" Gale reported, "Team leader, it's the one that swallowed the Stella shard. Do you know how hard I had to explain when you disappeared?" He lunged forward to grab Nero. "Get over here now!" But Nero was faster. It leaped over Gale's head and dashed straight into Mary's arms. The whole hospital room echoed with Gale's frustrated shout, "That cat!" Mary happily hugged Nero tightly. "Nero, I was so worried. So you were hiding in Kai's shadow." Being held, Nero gradually calmed down. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're still safe." At that moment, Red suddenly felt something familiar. "What is this? It feels so familiar." Was he imagining it? Right after that, Nero spat out the star gem. Mary gaped at the object that just appeared, her face full of astonishment. Gale shouted, "What? It spit it out!" Elysian breathed a sigh of relief. "I was just wondering how to get it out." Red slowly reached his hand toward that object, a shard of Stella. He picked it up, musing, "Finally, we found another shard." Thinking of all the sacrifices that had been made for this. In Kai's mind at this moment, memories returned to the moment he faced Gerard. At that time, he thought, "This is dangerous. Elysian and Gale won't be able to stop it." Kai quickly made a decision. He had to intervene. At that moment, his eyes suddenly opened, completely escaping the coma. Kai sat up abruptly, his breathing rapid. Looking at the comrades in front of him, he was momentarily stunned. Kai asked curiously, "Where am I? Where's that guy?" He raised his hand to observe, then suddenly remembered, "Wait, more importantly, why is my body discolored like this? Why? Damn, how am I supposed to explain this? If I get kicked out again like last time, then..." Seeing Kai with his head down, Red immediately reminded him, "Lift your head up. Did you commit a crime? Why do you look so gloomy? I don't care what you look like. What's more important is your spectacular performance on your first expedition. I didn't expect you to achieve this much. From now on, I'll work you to the bone. Get ready. Got it, Kai?" "Welcome to the Red Team." Hearing those words, Kai was immediately shocked. A gentle smile curled at the corner of his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai nodded in agreement to the proposal. Red left a brief remark before turning to leave, saying if anyone wanted to talk more, they were free to do so, then dismissed the group, adding that he was off to see Lady Luminous. "You all just do whatever you like until the Legion gives new orders." The moment Red was gone, the room fell into silence. Elysian spoke up to break the air, saying, "Kai, you have a lot to explain, but I am not going to pry. Do you remember anything, about what happened after you passed out?" Kai thought to himself, the captain had told him to keep it a secret, so he replied, "But I really do not remember much." Elysian misunderstood, and let out a soft sigh, saying, "All right, I will not ask anymore. You probably have your own secrets." Kai quickly interrupted, "No, I am telling the truth, but is there any way to turn my hair back to black?" Mary spoke up with confidence, saying, "Do not worry, I have prepared something for this very situation." She bent down to rummage through her bag, saying, "Hold on, I thought I put it right here." Before long, Mary pulled out a bottle of ink and handed it to Kai, saying, "Found it, black ink. I picked it up at the scrapyard." Elysian was at a loss for words at the sight, asking, "What is that? That is clearly waste, not ink. Why would you keep something so dangerous?" Kai happily took it and opened the cap, saying, "Mary, you are the best." Elysian was stunned, asking, "Are you serious? This is no different from drinking poison." Under her astonished gaze, Kai tipped his head back and drank it all in one go. His hair gradually returned to black. Kai let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Now I feel alive again," then stood up with renewed energy, adding, "All right, recovery complete." Mary continued, saying, "This is not enough. I have plenty more at my workshop. Let us go there to finish the job." Kai was surprised, saying, "Really? Thanks, Mary." At that moment, Gale cut in, saying, "Are you all done talking? I am heading back." His voice became hesitant, saying, "And you? Your arm is back to normal." Seeing Kai's arm fully healed, Gale could not believe it, saying, "Regenerating limbs is a skill of healing-type painters. How did you do it? And more importantly, answer me, why did you charge forward back then?" That moment still haunted Gale. The look in his eyes then was filled with undisguised astonishment. Kai was flustered, not knowing how to explain, saying, "Well, I saw you all in danger, so I thought my ability could block it. Although I failed and almost made things worse, but..." Gale immediately clenched his teeth. He grabbed Kai by the collar and shouted, "Do not talk nonsense to me." Gale lost his composure, saying, "Who needs your help? I knew it. I am so sick of your face." Faced with such an attitude, Kai was completely bewildered. Mary immediately stepped in, pointing at Gale's face, saying, "Hey buddy, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly so angry?" Gale just bit his lip, not saying a word. Then he let go of Kai, leaving a tear on his collar. Gale left the room in a huff. The two girls looked bewildered, wondering what was wrong with that guy, leaving without even apologizing to anyone, telling Kai not to mind it, saying he had always been like that. Elysian also stood up to take her leave, saying, "I should get going too." Kai said politely, "Thank you for coming. Our match will have to be postponed for now." Kai and Mary stood watching Elysian's figure disappear into the distance. Kai turned to call Mary, saying, "Let us head back." Just then, he suddenly remembered, saying, "Oh Mary, I have something I want to show you. I found it during the expedition, thought you might like it, so I brought it back." Kai pulled an item from his pocket pocket and handed it to Mary, saying, "Here it is." Seeing the object, Mary froze, her whole body standing still for a few seconds. She hesitantly picked it up and examined it, saying, "This is..." The scene shifted to Red. He was slowly walking down a corridor filled with colors. Red suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed ahead. A brilliant glow suddenly blazed to life in the middle of the space. Seven-colored light like a rainbow shone down onto the stage, and a gentle, slow voice echoed out, saying, "I have arrived." Celestia spoke, saying, "Welcome back. I have always been waiting for you." Red stepped forward, saying, "It has been a long time since I have had such good news. As you predicted, now we can finally unveil the secret of the Dark Witch, Lady Luminous." Celestia stood beneath a hazy halo, her gaze quietly fixed on Red. Back to Kai, the two returned to Mary's workshop. Standing before the pile of components, she praised enthusiastically, saying, "Perfect, just as I thought. It matches the descriptions in the book exactly. This is definitely technology from an ancient civilization. The device uses ink as fuel. The principle is not strange, but efficiency like this is unbelievable. Just think about it, it kept those ruined golems running for so long with just faded ink. This technique is truly extraordinary." Kai rested his chin on his hand, looking bored, saying, "I think it is just like any normal core. Is it really that special?" Mary affirmed immediately, saying, "Of course it is. Even the renowned Vanguard unit, famous for a whole year, would find it hard to get this from the ruins. I wish I had lived in that era, a feast of lost ancient technology." Kai was shocked to hear that, saying, "That impressive. If it is an ancient relic, it must sell for a high price. Are you not going to sell it?" Mary replied with irritation, saying, "You are such an amateur. I am a technician. How could I pass up this chance for money? Of course I have to take it apart and study it. Just wait. Ideas are flowing. I will craft the most perfect equipment just for you." Mary held the item up to observe it, muttering, "So this is where the ink gets loaded." Seeing her happy, Kai felt his effort in bringing it back was not wasted. He turned to leave the workshop, calling out, "Let us go, Nero." Just as he reached the door, he looked back and said, "I will be back later, Mary." Mary suddenly remembered something and quickly called out, "Wait, Kai, hold on. Speaking of which, someone seemed to be looking for you." Kai asked in surprise. "Me?" Mary recounted, "When I went deep into the Dark District to buy recovery ink for you." At first, she thought they were just a gang from elsewhere, but unexpectedly, they knew detailed information about both of them. They stopped her and asked, "You are Mary, Kai's friend, right? We want to meet the one using dark essence who is being rumored about everywhere." Mary continued, sensing danger, "I slipped away quickly." Kai worriedly scolded, "Mary, that's dangerous. I told you not to go deep alone." Mary replied, "I know, but this time it was urgent." Kai reminded, "If you see anyone suspicious, don't get involved." Mary said casually, "I know, go back carefully." Outside, Kai felt uneasy but thought Sister Anne was quite reliable in this area, so nothing should happen. Moreover, their target seemed to be him, so if something were to happen, they would come to him sooner or later. Kai walked alone along the street, sighing tiredly. He realized he hadn't been home for a long time, so he just wanted to hurry back and rest. But Kai stopped and looked in another direction, noticing that the number of people wandering the streets had increased significantly. If those who usually gathered in the underground area had come up here, then something might be happening below. Seeing a few people approaching from ahead, he wondered if some incident had occurred, even worrying that a war might have broken out between the gangs. At that moment, Nero fearfully burrowed deeper into his robe, and Kai asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Understanding its meaning, he looked toward the alley beside him. "Over there, is there something in that alley?" "Nero, you know deep in the Dark District is very dangerous." Seeing its fierce objection, Kai relented. "Fine, I'll go take a look. Is that okay?" He thought Nero's senses were always sharp. This time he must have been careless. That place must be hiding something. Taking the opportunity, he wanted to test his training method. Just like wrapping dark essence around his fists, now he concentrated all his power into his eyes. Kai's vision had transformed on its own a few times, allowing him to see things ordinary people couldn't. If he could actively recreate it, this ability would be very useful for scouting in the dark. Kai activated inverted vision, delighted to realize he had succeeded. He entered the small alley and saw a figure inside emitting a variety of colored lights. Kai was startled, not expecting there to actually be someone, so he called out, "Hey, who's there?" However, the other party immediately left, catching him by surprise and making him jump. Kai quickly chased after and shouted loudly, "Hey, wait!" He suspected that person might be the one looking for him. If that were truly the case, he was determined not to let the other party escape. For Mary's safety, Kai had to catch that person and interrogate them for their identity. But as soon as he took a step forward, he froze instantly. Before Kai's eyes was no longer a narrow alley but an immensely vast space. He completely didn't understand what was happening because just a moment ago this place was still an alley. Turning his head to look back, Kai was astonished to see the alley dissolving, the entrance gone without a trace. At that moment, Celestia's voice came from behind. "Indeed, you are interesting. I didn't plan to reveal myself so soon, but be proud, not everyone can find me." Kai immediately turned around. The streams of light radiating from her body made him unable to help but be startled. He curiously asked, "Who are you?" Celestia smiled. "Very pleased to meet you, child of darkness. I am Celestia." Kai looked in amazement at the colors radiating from her entire body. Among the people he knew, only one person could create such light. So the person before him was the current Luminous, the leader of the Radiant City. But Kai didn't understand why a figure like her would come to find him personally, nor did he know why she was secretly watching him. Right after that, a familiar voice rang in his head, a craving voice, I want that light. Countless dark arms reached towards Celestia, continuously begging, I want it. Devour that light right now. Celestia quickly noticed Kai's abnormal state. She observed curiously and said, suddenly you were invaded by dark essence. Why is this? I didn't do anything. I have heard much from Red, but seeing it with my own eyes is far more intriguing. I cannot believe you remain so composed amidst such a dense wave of darkness. You did not turn into a dark hand or a dark witch. There must be some mysterious connection between you and her. Among the leadership, there were those who suggested dealing with you, but I disagreed. The fact that you stood firm within the darkness shows limitless potential. Most importantly, your value is too great. To protect this city, I cannot rule alone. If you can use the power of darkness, then use it. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. So first, let us talk a little. The light from Celestia radiated outward, purifying all the dark energy wrapped around Kai. He was startled because that voice was clearer than any previous time. Celestia asked curiously, is that so? I want to hear what that voice was like. Was it the call of the Dark Witch? Kai answered honestly, I do not know. It was just strange whispers. Celestia softened her voice to reassure him. Do not be tense. I only wanted to meet you after Red submitted the report. On behalf of the city, I thank you. Kai hesitated and asked, do you mean I helped the city? Celestia produced a shard of the star. She said this fragment was vital to the city, and since he had recovered it, he deserved her thanks. Kai replied modestly, but it was the effort of the whole team. Celestia nodded. You mean the achievement shared with Red's team, I know. However, what matters more is, you broke the barrier of the Dark Witch. Do you not realize you just did something earth-shattering? Even I could not dispel the barrier down there, because the only one who could break it was the Dark Witch herself. The star fragments are scattered all over the dark soil, but most are sealed. We have always been fighting the Dark Hands to obtain them. To this day, we have only recovered a few that were exposed outside the barriers. Kai was stunned but still asked, I understand, but how do you explain this? I do not even know what those fragments are for. What exactly are they that Lord Luminous and Captain Red care about so much? Celestia pondered for a moment and said, right, I should have explained earlier. Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Do not reveal this to anyone, only a small group in the city knows about it. The space around the two rippled, and they were transported elsewhere. Kai exclaimed in shock, this place has changed. Celestia remained calm. Do not worry, this is where I reside. You are the first person I have directly shown this to. Consider it an honor. Now, she raised the Stella fragment before her and said, take a close look at the brilliance blooming from the darkness. Instantly, a massive pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Kai stood motionless, staring wide-eyed at the radiant beam before him. The light spread unceasingly in all directions, reaching high into the heavens. He was so captivated he could not tear his eyes away from the sight. Kai's voice trembled as he stammered out, no, it cannot be. Watching each wisp of black energy being pushed back by the light, Kai realized the truth and said in awe, the dark soil is retreating. A vast expanse of space ahead had completely escaped the darkness that once covered it. The scene shifted elsewhere. A young boy ran through the main streets shouting, breaking news. Lady Luminous has pushed back the dark soil and reclaimed the land. The citizens gathered and chatted excitedly. Is it really Lady Luminous? I cannot believe it. She pushed back the dark soil. This is a miracle after decades. The City of Light will expand. We will be safer from the monsters, right? Exactly. This is only the beginning, but the day of return is coming. I wonder what Lady Luminous is like. I heard she rarely shows herself. She always fights the dark soil and protects the city. Well, the future can wait. Now we have a new opportunity. The new territory will bring precious resources. I heard some families are forming new vanguard teams. We need to invest quickly. Wait, going alone is hard. We need to join forces. Kai stood among the crowd, holding the newspaper with a confused look. The whole city bustling in a single day. After what happened yesterday, it makes sense. Suddenly, he remembered the words Celestia said earlier. Did you see that? The star shard holds many more revelations. What you brought back is truly extraordinary. Be careful. The Dark Hands are also targeting the fragments. Once they know of your power, they will hunt you down. But do not worry. The city has held them back for a long time. If they come, I will protect you. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you directly. The city is consuming manpower and resources to the limit just to survive. I must focus all my strength on stopping the corruption of the dark soil, so I cannot leave my position for long. Kai, you are very special. Others would either fear you or seek to exploit your power. I will try to prevent any unnecessary incidents within my control. All you need to do is continue being the vanguard and solving problems like you are now. All right, you should head back now. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Do not worry. I will ensure Red's team receives due rewards. When he returned to reality, Kai looked at his hands and sighed. I should probably head back. Today is a day off anyway. What should I do now? He suddenly remembered that Mary had run out of ink long ago and she had been feeling down all this time. Since Kai had nothing to do at the moment anyway, he decided to go mine some ink. While wandering, he accidentally ended up at the assembly hub of the Shade Weavers. Looking at the structure before him, Kai thought wistfully, I never thought I would come here one day. The hall where Vanguard Weavers gathered, back when I was colorless, I was not even allowed near this place. nice. But now I can walk in with my head held high. As soon as he stepped in front of the main gate, countless eyes around him immediately turned to him. The crowd quickly buzzed with murmurs. Is that the one in black? Yes, the first black pioneer. Up close, he looks even gloomier. It's interesting. But looking at him gives me chills. I don't know what the Dawn Pioneer Guild was thinking. What ability does Black have? I heard he accomplished great merits right on his first expedition. Does anyone know more? I'm not sure either, but I heard the Pioneer Guild is about to officially reward him. How did he get Lord Red's attention? He is truly black as ink. From a higher position, Red also looked down, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. Interesting. Lavian, seeing his colleague's reaction, asked in confusion, "What are you doing? You're not a child. Sit down." But Red disagreed, immediately retorting, "But I am very curious about the person Lord Red chose." Come to think of it, Arancia, you were there too, right? What do you think? Is he as good as the rumors say? Hearing that question, Arancia calmly replied, "Quite impressive. But there is also some vague unease. We need to keep an eye on him." Red, hearing this, became even more excited. Hearing that makes me even more curious about him. An outstanding rookie, Black Kai, huh? At this moment, the attendant in the hall looked at Kai and politely spoke up. "Hello. Is this your first time at the hall?" Kai quickly replied, "Yes, I am ready to try anything." Hearing this, the girl said cheerfully, "So you haven't received any official badge yet? Could you fill out a few things here? For new pioneers, there are available low-danger tasks like extracting ink or eliminating small creatures." While Kai was still processing his task registration, a few people standing nearby looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Cross sneered, "Look at that color, truly disgusting." Graves also gritted his teeth and said, "How can someone possess that color? Is he even human?" Cross turned to the person next to him and continued to belittle. "He is just gloomy and infuriating like a monster. Why are those blind fools making such a fuss?" "You see that too, brother?" Manvech only gave a brief reply. "Yeah." He was extremely annoyed with Kai. That black guy is truly hateful. I've disliked him since the dispatch mission. That bastard just got lucky to be noticed by a color user. I really don't understand. Why do they let someone like that wander around as if nothing is wrong? I heard he's just a rookie with no experience. Even a veteran B rank like me participating isn't enough. The more he thought, the angrier Manvech became. He led his gang to find Kai and cause trouble, while also commanding, "Follow me, we can't let a color like that pollute this city, let's purify him properly." The scene shifted to another area. Kai was holding a black stone in his hand, exclaiming joyfully, "Perfect, found another one, rough color stone. I've never found this many before. I heard people are having trouble because mining output has dropped recently. Since it's used as material or weapon like ink, I can sell them at a good price." Mary would definitely be happy if she saw this. With this eye, collecting resources is as easy as pie. No matter how dark or hard to see it is, I can still spot it, although I can't use it for long because it consumes a lot of color. Then, he turned to remind his pet, Nero, "You probably don't need to use your hands anymore." However, Kai quickly realized he had finished his work earlier than expected. If he returned too early, he would likely attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, he decided to stay a little longer to kill time while also thinking about practicing a skill he had put off for a long time. First of all, it was his core ability, color absorption. Currently, Kai could only use that power when directly touching his target, and sometimes it would lose control on its own even when he had no intention of activating it. If he wanted to prepare for the future, he definitely had to learn to master this ability properly. Observing the stone in his hand, Kai thought happily, "Great, the color is very bright and vivid. This one is quite expensive." But at that exact moment, the power in his hand suddenly reacted to the stone. Kai exclaimed in horror, "No, do you know how much this is worth? Don't just absorb the color on your own." "Damn it, I messed up, but just now I felt a little bit of it." Recalling previous times, Kai realized that the more vivid and colorful the color, the easier his power acted on its own, even becoming harder to control. This was especially clear whenever he heard strange whispers. Even so, he didn't know whether to consider finding the cause lucky or dangerous because from now on he had to stay alert to avoid being swept away by his own power. Kai continued to think about the colors he had absorbed. They seemed to just merge together and turn black, but every color should possess its own unique characteristic. He couldn't help but wonder if he could use them in a different way. Thinking more deeply, isn't black originally formed from all colors? Perhaps Kai, like Lady Luminous, has the ability to utilize all colors. Returning to reality, he reminded himself, "All right, focus, recall that moment. Red like Lord Red, is this that feeling? The heat as if my entire body is burning. Therefore, it's not easy. At the start, I shouldn't expect too much. All right, I'll practice until sunset." When it gradually got dark, Kai packed up his spoils and slowly headed back. The heavy bag on his back made him feel like he was carrying a mountain. Of course, a group of people appeared ahead, blocking his path. One of them said coldly, "Finally waited for you, you slow bastard." The people in front were none other than Manvech and his gang of lackeys. Manvech stood in the middle of the road, looking at Kai with a contemptuous gaze and said mockingly, "Didn't expect to meet the city's celebrity here. Glad to meet you, you son of a bitch." Meanwhile, Kai had no idea what was going on, only thinking in confusion, who are these guys? The whole group brazenly advanced, forming a line to block the road ahead. Graves smiled derisively and mocked, "Hey you, we've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you were hiding in some corner." Kai remained calm, silently listening to him continue. Truly doesn't know how to respect your elders at all. He frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "Who are you people?" Graves immediately yelled, "Who do you think we are? You idiot, mind your own business." As he spoke, he stared intently at the bag slung over Kai's shoulder, then continued, "Can't you tell from looking? Hand over everything you're carrying. Look, it's glittering in the bag. This is color ore, right? There's a lot here." Having noticed the bag contained quite a few valuable items, Graves immediately rushed over, excitedly reporting to his boss that he had just heard this kid had a lot of good stuff. Manhwa had heard this and showed an interested expression, slowly replying, "That's great then." He raised an eyebrow at Kai, his tone full of scrutiny. "Where did you get that intel from? The luck of a rookie like you is really something, but keeping it all to yourself is too greedy." Manhwa's gaze gradually became distorted and greedy. He stared at him and then coldly said, "If I pressure you a bit, I'm sure I'll find out where you dug this place up." Immediately after, his voice rang out with menace. "You guys teach him a lesson so he won't dare to resist." Graves grinned, casually replying, "Leave it to us, it's just a light warning, don't try to dodge." He stepped forward, his voice growing more ferocious. "If you die, we're not taking responsibility." Kai didn't reply, only slowly took the bag off his shoulder and placed it on the ground. That overly calm action startled Graves slightly, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. He walked over, bent down to open the bag, and asked in surprise, "What's this? You catch on that fast?" Graves turned to the side and remarked, "Right, you should listen like that." However, before he could even finish his sentence, a punch as heavy as a sledgehammer slammed straight into his face. Manhwa was immediately startled, hurriedly shifting his gaze. Kai still stood firmly in place, while Graves had been knocked flat on his back by his punch. The other two men, seeing this, flew into a rage. "You bastard! What the hell are you doing?" Kai calmly clenched his fist, indifferently replying, "Whether they're fake vanguards or not, there are always guys like this." After that, he raised his head and confidently declared, "Don't waste my time, come at me all at once. Mary is waiting for me to get back." Cross immediately drew his knife and charged, cursing nonstop, "You piece of shit." Just as the blade thrust toward him, Kai lightly lowered his body, easily dodging the tip while reaching out to shove hard, causing his opponent's body to lose balance. Immediately after, he threw out an extremely powerful punch, hitting Cross square in the face. The force of the blow was so great it sent him flying into the cliff wall, causing the hard surface behind to crack and shatter, with rock fragments scattering everywhere. At that moment, a sudden loud shout from behind Kai caused him to startle and turn his head. One of Manhwa's lackeys had taken advantage of the opening, silently launching a sneak attack from behind. However, Kai was quick to raise his hand, clamping down tightly on his fist in the middle of his palm. Not giving his opponent a chance to react, he twisted his wrist sharply, bending his arm at a painful angle. At almost the same time, Kai kicked hard at the lackey's standing leg. He immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground with a look of utter terror. Kai clenched his fist, quickly charging forward, his entire body focused at full intensity to deliver the finishing blow. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, he punched down hard, slamming his head straight into the ground. After finishing, Kai stood up, dusted off his hands, and said with a breath, "Coveting other people's property comes with a price." He silently thought that only the last one was left to deal with now. However, just as he turned around, Kai's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. In front of him, a red bullet was hurtling toward him at a terrifying speed. Fortunately, Kai managed to lean to the side, just barely avoiding the bullet's path. The bullet whizzed past and then drilled through the cliff wall behind, leaving a deep, gaping hole. I turned his head to look, inwardly relieved to have narrowly escaped danger. That level of penetrating power made him immediately realize his opponent was using an extremely dangerous long-range firearm. On the opposite side, a thin wisp of smoke was still rising from the gun barrel. Manhwa smirked with great satisfaction, clicked his tongue, and asked, "You dodged that. Too bad, I meant to send you to the afterlife with just one shot. I've disliked you from the moment I saw your face. I once wanted to join an S-rank Vanguard squad. That's not a place just anyone can get into. But then I heard you, some washed-up dark color guy, got in as easily as going to the market, only because you had some color shifter backing you." What the hell? The first dark color controller? I don't get it at all. Why are those color shifters so obsessed with someone carrying such a disgusting color? I've changed my mind. I originally just planned to break a few of your bones and leave, but since my men have ended up like this, I'll kill you right here. After all, no one will ever know what happened outside the city. As soon as he finished speaking, Manhwa immediately pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing a stream of bullets toward Kai. He kept leaning and weaving side to side to dodge, while utilizing his footwork to accelerate, charging straight forward, trying to close the distance with his opponent. Once he got close enough, Kai suddenly lowered his center of gravity, slid quickly to the side, and passed through the dense hail of bullets. He clenched his hand into a fist, his gaze focused with intense concentration, locking onto Manhwa. Immediately after, Kai swung his arm, throwing a direct punch toward his head. Though his face was twisted in panic, Manhwa still managed to tilt his head to the side, barely avoiding the blow. He immediately raised his gun and fired repeatedly at close range, forcing Kai into a reactive stance. Manhwa angrily shouted out curses, "You damn bastard, stop clinging to me, it's so damn annoying." After that, he suddenly pointed his gun at the ground and fired consecutively. From the spots where the bullets hit, numerous large crystal shards immediately rose up, all pointing their sharp tips toward Kai. Seeing the scene before him, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Manhwa had suddenly shot at the ground because a normal batch of bullets absolutely could not create such a strange phenomenon. Manhwa's voice rang out, full of self-satisfaction. My color is crystallization. I can create rubies and bloodstones. Even if it's only a common ability, if you know how to use it well with this custom-made gun, I can easily create all sorts of devastating bullets. As long as I don't get my color drained from overusing my ability, my bullets are limitless. Compared to that half-baked impurity like your dark color, you don't stand a chance against me. Right after, countless bullets formed into a dense web, frantically shooting toward Kai. He was forced to take cover behind large rocks to dodge, inwardly lamenting that his opponent's gun was far too troublesome. Based on Manhwa's close combat ability and his skill usage, Kai guessed he was at least on the level of a B-rank vanguard. Though his methods were despicable, his strength was truly not to be underestimated. Kai clenched his hand, and streams of dark energy began to emanate around his body. He really wanted to try absorbing those bullets, but even covering his whole body with darkness didn't seem to be enough. Recalling his previous experience, Kai understood that if he recklessly experimented, he could very well receive a fatal blow just like last time. While he was still thinking of a way to counter, one of Manhwa's subordinates suddenly appeared right behind him. Kai widened his eyes in shock, hurriedly turning his head to look. He blurted out in surprise, "What the?" Manhwa, seeing the scene, was also slightly startled. On the other side, Kai was continuously kicking hard at the subordinate, while loudly shouting, "Let go of me." He struggled wildly and shouted, "I said let go." The subordinate, despite being hit, tried to hold him tighter and yelled, "Boss, I've got his legs, shoot him quickly." Manhwa heard this and immediately became excited, laughing smugly, "Well done." He raised his gun, aimed it directly at Kai, and pulled the trigger, shouting loudly, "Die." Being restrained by the opponent, Kai couldn't dodge, only able to widen his eyes and watch the glowing red bullet speed towards him. In an instant, the bullet pierced through his head. Witnessing that scene, Manhwa grew even more confident, gleefully exclaiming, "Nice, hit the mark." However, right after that, Kai's foot unexpectedly slid slightly to one side. He still stood in place, his body only swaying slightly without falling. Manhwa was stunned as he realized his opponent had not fallen. Looking at the black layer on Kai's head slowly dripping down, he exclaimed in terror, "What?" Manhwa's voice was full of confusion. "How are you still unharmed?" Kai slowly let out a breath. The bullet wound in the middle of his forehead spun like a small vortex, constantly absorbing the remaining energy. He thought with relief, "Lucky I managed to swallow that bullet. If I had failed, I would definitely be dead." Manhwa couldn't believe it, muttering in a panic, "Impossible, I shot him in the head." Kai lifted his head, his gaze coldly fixed on him, and threatened, "You're dead with me." Manhwa was terrified, frantically pulling the trigger and screaming, "You monster, die, die." A hail of glowing red bullets shot straight at Kai, but he remained calm and still, letting them all hit his body. Manhwa watched in horror as a layer of black slowly enveloped his opponent's entire body. Before his fearful expression, Kai coldly spoke, "Why did you stop? Keep shooting. Isn't that the ability you're proud of?" At this moment, Kai's entire body was covered in a thick black mist, its gloom radiating and making the surrounding space heavy. He slowly walked forward, declaring coldly, "You're done shooting. Now it's my turn, right?" Manhwa screamed in agitation, "That's nonsense. There's no way you're fine after taking my armor-piercing bullet. It's not logical at all. You're just pretending. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for that fake act? Even if you blocked it, the inside would be torn apart. Nothing has changed. As long as I have this weapon, you're still my target." Hearing those words, Kai only thought to himself, his bullets no longer pose a threat. But this energy consumes a fair amount of color compared to what it absorbs. It's effective, but very risky. If I keep using it, I'll run out of color quickly. He had to find a way to deal with that troublesome guy. To get close, he needed to do something, maybe try that. He extended a hand towards him and spoke, "Can I borrow something for a second?" Manhwa asked in surprise, "What?" Kai began to gather the black color into his palm and answered, "Your ability. I want to try using something similar." Right after that, spears formed from his hand, pitch black with sharp, piercing tips. Seeing that sight, Manhwa's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock, "What?" Kai smiled in delight. "So it works like this." He continued, "Before I only used my fists. With this, I can overcome my weakness. The ability to crystallize my own color. When I absorbed your color, I had a feeling." Kai raised his weapon, took a throwing stance, and said, "Well, thanks for showing me something so useful." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand shot forward instantly. Manhwa quickly leaned to dodge, but worry was already evident on his face. He immediately raised his gun, firing a continuous stream of shots at Kai, cursing non-stop. Kai didn't dodge at all, calmly taking the incoming bullets, while his other hand continued to raise another sharp spear. He looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "I told you it was useless. So we're already fighting. You'll be my training dummy." In the blink of an eye, Kai's figure disappeared from his spot and quickly appeared right in front of Manhwa. He slammed his weapon into the ground, causing fierce currents of black air to surge up. Witnessing that, Manhwa's face contorted in disbelief. "How is this possible? He's using my exact skill?" Kai continued to alter his technique and said, "This time, let's try a different shape." The black color quickly condensed into a blade, which he grasped firmly with both hands before charging straight forward. Kai swung the blade and slashed hard at the gun in Manvetch's hand. He watched in horror as his weapon was cut cleanly in two. Manvetch tremblingly dropped the broken gun to the ground and stammered out, "Impossible." Looking at the black wisps rising from the destroyed weapon, he lamented in pain, "My gun." Manvetch's mind was in turmoil, thinking, it was cut in half with just one strike. How is that possible? He didn't even use his minor ability yet. Could it be that the black color has an ability even I don't know about? This is so abnormal. Looking at the young man shrouded in black energy before him, Manvetch could only curse inwardly, "This madman." Kai said loudly, "Let's fight. Why is my ability so costly? I haven't used much." He mused again, having an ability with such destructive power, it's fine if it runs out a bit quickly. Kai looked at him, speaking in a provocative tone, "What now? You don't have a weapon anymore if you want, just charge in barehanded. And it won't help much anyway." Manvetch immediately became enraged, his whole body blazing with intense fury as he shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. Do you think my B rank is just for show? Do you think all I can do is shoot a gun? I told you my color creates ruby and hematite. I don't need a gun anymore, I just need to kill you with my bare hands." With that, he unleashed a colossal surge of power, forming countless massive ruby blocks. All of the attacks were aimed directly at where Kai was standing. Ruby blocks poured down from above like rain, forcing him to stand still and raise his hand in defense. Kai remained calm, his eyes tracking each attack before him. He concentrated the darkness into a ring around his wrist. Shortly after, that ring quickly transformed into an extremely sturdy shield. Kai used that shield to block the rain of rubies that Scarmark created. His entire body was hidden behind the solid defense. Suddenly, Kai accelerated and charged straight toward his opponent with the shield raised in front. In an instant, he broke through the attack and closed in on Scarmark. That man's face changed, contorted with terror at Kai's frightening power. Kai pulled his fist back, preparing to unleash the decisive blow. A backhand punch slammed into the ribs, making Scarmark cry out in pain. The sharp pain made him spit out a mouthful of blood, veins bulging wildly across his face. Kai quickly grabbed his collar and lifted him off the ground. He turned his body decisively, keeping his other hand firmly on Scarmark's shoulder. Kai slammed him onto the ground, and Scarmark lay sprawled, coughing violently and spitting out more blood. Kai looked down coldly and asked, "Do you still want to fight? I am busy, and you are wasting my time." Scarmark screamed in panic, unable to understand how someone who had just become a pioneer could have such terrifying power. Clearly, something was extremely unusual, not making any sense at all. Kai replied indifferently, "So what? Is that all you wanted to say?" Scarmark immediately called him a monster, and those three words made Kai pause slightly. His voice trembling, he continued, "You are truly something that disgusts me. Born with darkness, your power was never normal. Anyone can see it clearly. Have you never realized that? Carrying such pitch black color and still walking around calmly, do you not see anything wrong? That is right, you were never human, just a monster wearing a human skin." He kept using harsh words to mock that Kai was never a human being. Once again, the darkness quickly spread, enveloping Kai's entire body. His terrifying silence made Scarmark gradually feel uneasy. He frowned deeply, his eyes wide open with utter terror. Kai slowly lowered his head, revealing an expressionless face with eyes cold and full of killing intent. His pitch-black pupils seemed to absorb all the light around them. Scarmark was terrified beyond measure, his face twisting, unable to utter a single word. Kai suddenly let out a laugh and asked, "What did you just say? When you charged in earlier, you were full of energy, but now all you can do is bark?" Scarmark trembled violently, his face turning ashen. Kai tightened his grip on that man's collar and said coldly, "Enough. I understand your feelings now. You seem quite interested in my power, so let me show you firsthand." Scarmark shouted in panic, "What are you talking about?" Kai answered coldly, "You wanted to steal my things, so I have to take something from you in return. That is only fair." Scarmark only had time to plead, "Wait, do not do this," before enduring the full brunt of Kai's wrath. Kai sat down on the limp bodies of the group, resting his chin on one hand in deep thought. He lightly scratched his cheek, let out a soft hum, and furrowed his brows slightly as if facing a difficult problem. After a while, Kai slapped his own head and muttered tiredly, "What am I supposed to do now? I only plan to leave them here, but if I leave them alone, it will cause big trouble later." For now, others only looked at him with curiosity because of the new color, but most found the darkness both disgusting and frightening. He glanced around, wondering if I mix their colors and leave them, what if they die? If word of that spreads, people will think of me as a color-stealing monster. Suddenly, Kai jumped to his feet, rummaging through his clothes while shouting in frustration, "No, I cannot just leave it like this. Since I came here, I cannot return empty-handed, I must do something." Before long, he pulled out a vial containing a red liquid and said proudly, "Here it is. I knew those B-rank guys always carried their personal color vials." Kai grabbed one of the men tightly, ordered him to open his mouth, then poured the liquid straight in. Nero, standing nearby, tapped the man's head with his foot, making him grimace and cough. After dealing with the first one, Kai fed the solution to the rest one by one. Seeing their colors slowly recovering, he said with relief, "Their colors are coming back." A grumbling, annoyed voice echoed from the cracks between the rocks, "You open your mouth too. Where do you think you are going?" The scene shifted to the eastern gate of Bright City, where crowds of people flowed in and out, constantly jostling. A gate guard stared intently across at the other side. There, a group of people sat on the ground, all tied together with ropes. Noticing that the colors on the prisoners' bodies were patchy and fading, the guard gasped in shock. What is this? How are they losing their colors? Did they already use up all the colors in the Darklands? Not daring to delay, he quickly turned to his colleague and said, "Contact the guild master." At the same time, Kai had already blended into the bustling crowd entering the city, letting out a relieved sigh that he was not detected. Seeing that the group's complexion had recovered, Kai became even more convinced that giving them their personal inks was the right call. This was enough to let it go. If the problem escalated further, the squad leader would surely help him handle it. After leaving the city gate, Kai headed straight to Mary's shop. At that moment, the girl was still busy in her room when she suddenly heard someone shouting outside, "Mary, Mary." The door had just opened, and Mary saw Kai standing before her, then asked impatiently, "Where have you been these past days without saying a word?" Kai set a large bag on the floor and smiled cheerfully. "Sorry, I went to carry out the guild master's request." Hearing that answer, curiosity quickly appeared on Mary's face. "What is it? Something good?" Kai deliberately lowered his voice, looking mysterious. "You will be shocked when you see this." He quickly opened the large bag. As soon as she saw the colorful glowing ores inside, Mary was stunned, her face filled with shock, and then she exclaimed in amazement, "These are color ores, this many." Kai replied casually, "This is the leftover from the request. I brought it back thinking of you." Overjoyed, Mary immediately jumped up and hugged her close friend tightly. "Kai, you are the best." Seeing her so excited, Kai asked in slight surprise, "Is it really that exciting?" Mary affirmed without hesitation, "Of course. Thank you so much. I will use them well." At that moment, Kai suddenly noticed a very faint light emanating from Mary's hair. He silently wondered, "What is that?" "It is shimmering, just like before. Even if it was only for a moment, I saw a color shining at Gale." The golden light spreading from the girl quickly attracted all of Kai's attention. "This feeling is so warm. Is this color always shining inside Mary?" The experiences he had gone through before suddenly flashed in his mind. Right, Mary always brightens everything around her, even though we all grew up in the dark side of the city. She smiles when there is nothing to smile about, and she always comforts others even when both are in the dark. That color really suits Mary. While Kai was still lost in his thoughts, Mary's voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. "All right, I cannot always be the one receiving, Kai. Come to my workshop. I was going to wait until it was finished to surprise you, but now I will show you right away." Hearing that, Kai immediately asked excitedly, "What is it?" Mary warned him beforehand, "Do not be too shocked now. Actually, I am making a small dropper specifically for you." Kai was truly surprised by this news. He got excited. "What, really?" Mary put both hands on her hips, confidently raised her chin, and said, "I have made great progress while you were away." Then, she squatted down next to the bag of color ores, looked at the materials inside and smiled brightly. "With these, I will be able to upgrade your stats as I wish. I wonder what I should do with the remaining materials." Right at that moment, the large door of the shop was suddenly pushed open. The person who just appeared saw Kai and hurriedly spoke, "I heard you have returned from the Black Land. I knew you would be here." Kai immediately spun around, stuttering, "You guys, what are you doing here?" Seeing the not-so-friendly expressions of Lecien, Cien, and Gale, he directly warned, "Do not tell me you are here to challenge me or say something weird." Lecien snapped, "If you want, I do not mind." Kai immediately refused, "No thanks." She deliberately taunted, "What a pity. Gale has been focusing on training just to beat you." Gale immediately interrupted, "Mind your own business, just tell him straight." At this point, Lecien stopped teasing and began to get straight to the main point. She seriously announced, "The Vanguard Order has summoned us. Lady Luminous personally commended our achievements, so we have been called to the headquarters to receive the rewards." Merlin exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Luminous." Right after, she quickly pushed Kai towards the door, muttering non-stop, "This is a big deal. Hurry up." Kai was still hesitant and said, "But she said she had something to show me." Mary insisted, "You can see it later. Go have fun. By the time you come back, I will be done." Kai smiled upon hearing this and happily agreed, "All right, I look forward to it." After leaving the shop, Lecien, Kai, and Gale quickly headed to the headquarters of the Dawn Vanguard. Lavian politely stepped out to greet all three. "Welcome, we have been waiting for you. The three of you follow me." After saying that, she led everyone into a long corridor. Kai walked while observing everywhere, silently concluding that this was the headquarters of the Dawn Vanguard. "I have never had the chance to come straight to the headquarters, but the interior is truly impressive. There are also many achievements of pioneers on display." The group finally stopped in front of a door. Lavian gestured and said, "Please come in." Kai reminded himself, "I will see later. Now focus on the main business." The large door slowly opened to reveal a girl already seated waiting behind the desk. As soon as she saw people entering, she took the initiative to greet them. "You are here. Sit down as the rumors suggest." "Hello, I am Camellia, the leader of the Dawn Vanguard." Kai was briefly stunned, extremely surprised inwardly. This person is the leader of the Dawn Vanguard. The leader is known to be one of the few people using multiple colors in the city. I never thought I would meet a famous person I have only read about in the papers. Camellia picked up the coffee cup on the table table, gave a friendly smile to ease the tension of the three, and said, "Do not worry too much. You probably already know, I called you here with good intentions." I was very surprised when that red guy praised the new recruits, especially Kai, the first user of black who, just by appearing, made the city officials tremble and worry. For a legitimate reason, I personally invited you here. After saying that, she slowly brought the coffee cup to her lips and took a sip. But immediately, Camellia frowned and exclaimed, "Too bitter, Lavian, I told you to pour something sweet like cocoa." Witnessing the somewhat childish attitude of her superior, Lavian sighed helplessly and reminded her, "Leader, the guards are here. Can you keep some dignity?" Camellia immediately adjusted her expression, quickly restoring a serious look and continued, "Introductions are done. Let us get to the main point. I will give you the rewards for the recent mission. First, take these. These are the personal iron cards of pioneers issued by the higher-ups. I have recorded your salary and bonuses for this mission, so check them." Lavian immediately brought over a small tray, on which 3 cards were neatly placed. Lecien, Kai, and Gale each picked them up to check. Camellia continued to explain, "Because our Dawn Legion guarantees the funds, you can withdraw money at any bank in the city." Just seeing the number recorded on the card, all 3 immediately exclaimed in unison, their faces full of surprise. Kai thought in shock, "Is this amount real? With this much money I could even buy a house." Camellia then pointed to the wooden tray on the table and introduced, "And these are the C-rank pioneer badges specially granted to new recruits. Because you have clearly demonstrated your abilities and achievements, we have decided to skip the probationary period. They will be useful for receiving various benefits in the city as well as at the conference hall, so use them well. And finally, the Color Workshop has agreed to personally craft custom droppers of your choice." Gale immediately asked upon hearing this, "Really?" Lecien also could not help but admire. Even nobles find it difficult to book an appointment with the Color Workshop. Camellia confidently confirmed our Dawn Legion is one of the VIP customers of the Color Workshop. The Color Workshop is a key place, responsible for handling all equipment for colorists. You will be granted droppers from the most exquisite crafting workshop in Luminous City. You know the location, right? Go to Luminous District and you will find it soon. Lecien heard this and was full of praise. This is truly a great reward. Gale also looked very excited. "This is what I have always wanted. I love it." Camellia seriously looked at the 3 people in front of her and said, "Although it is a little late, I officially welcome you to our pioneer family. We will continue to support you in facing the Black Land. We always need strong forces. And as you may have guessed, I will tell you about the new fragment that was brought back. It is an extremely important item directly related to the survival of Luminous City." Camelia's special eyes, with one yellow pupil and the other pink, seemed to emit a kind of magic power that was hard to describe in words. Finally, she ended the conversation. "All right, I look forward to your future activities, our new recruits." After everything at the headquarters was done, Kai left the Dawn Vanguard and began to head back. On the way, he happily chatted with his pet Nero. "Today is full of good things. I cannot believe I got promoted to C rank so quickly. Becoming a pioneer is truly the right choice." Kai quickened his pace towards the shop, silently wondering if Mary would be happy if he told her about what happened today. However, as he approached the shop, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The door is open. Kai pushed the door and stepped inside, then called out loudly, "Mary." But what appeared before his eyes was a devastated scene. All the items in the shop seemed to have been deliberately smashed by someone, lying scattered all over the floor. Kai's eyes flickered with fear, and a nameless dread slowly rose within him. The scene shifted to a dark night, with incessant noise echoing from the military camp. This was the frontline base located east of Radiant City. A man gave a low-voiced order. Many monsters were surging from the Black Lands. All squads await orders to move. Focus fire on the big one first. The entire squad immediately concentrated their firepower on a massive 2-horned monster. A female soldier worriedly asked how long this anomaly would last. The man beside her reminded her to stay focused. "They are charging at us." Just then, a small figure was observing the fierce battle between humans and beasts from above, happily swinging its tiny legs. Viper burst into loud laughter and said, "That's right, keep luring them. If they can't even handle this much, I'll be disappointed. This is still too weak." The waves the dark sorceress creates certainly aren't this feeble. Constantly luring these small fries is just a waste of time. After a moment of deliberation, Viper devised a plan. "If we want to bring down that detestable city, we need a more decisive blow." A cold glint flared in Viper's eyes. Viper cast a glance toward the city, finally deciding, "All right, I must go inside once more." The sword demon monster standing nearby was astonished and blurted out, "Go into the city. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have a death wish?" Viper grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth. "What are you saying? You really don't remember anything, huh? How foolish. Letting you know won't do any harm." Viper revealed the secret. Beneath that brightly lit city there are passageways that connect directly to the Black Lands, narrow but still usable. And there, we found something quite useful. Have you ever heard of an underground city? At the same time, at the entrance to Mary's shop, Kai stood motionless, staring at the chaotic scene before him. He called out Mary's name loudly, but no one answered. Kai searched every corner while calling out, "Where is she?" He pushed open the room's door, but inside there was still no trace of Mary. Kai spoke in disappointment. "She's not here either." He silently speculated, was she kidnapped? Kai's hand unconsciously clenched. Who could it it be? Who did this? In his mind at that moment, only Mary's image appeared, if something like this happened again. His expression suddenly darkened. He truly didn't dare to think of what could happen. Just then, Kai suddenly heard an unusual sound. He looked down at the floor and saw a black head poking up. Kai called out in slight surprise, Nero. The small beast didn't answer but shot straight up high. It landed on the table, staring intently at the object lying there. He asked curiously, what is it? On the table lay an arm fitted with a uniquely shaped leather bracer, connected to small tubes attached to a machine beside it. Kai silently guessed that it was something Mary made especially for him. He quietly observed it very carefully. If Nero pointed at it, could there be something that inverts one's vision? A glittering golden light emanated from that arm. Kai noticed that strange light extended toward an old, worn-out door. Indeed, it was exactly the same color radiating from Mary. You're pointing at this path, right? I have to follow it. Most importantly, I don't know if Mary is safe right now. He gently held his head, trying to calm himself. All right, stay calm. In times like this, you have to set emotions aside. The kidnappers must be them. Those nameless thugs who have been pursuing me. They're using Mary as a hostage to lure me out. Kai clenched his fist so hard the veins stood out slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, you scum of the city. You started this with me first. Mary, just hold on a little longer. I'll come find you soon. Kai detached the arm from the table from the tubes, muttering, and this. I'll put it to good use. Then he put on the special bracer. A faint aura immediately spread out. Then it quickly became dense. Kai gently clenched and released his hand, unable to help but marvel. Fits perfectly. My strength has surged. I can feel it instantly. With this, even if the battle drags on, I'll be fine. Now I understand why vanguards love it so much. He turned and called, let's go, Nero. The small beast immediately jumped onto its master's shoulder and clung tightly. Kai walked quickly. We have to find Mary. He passed through a small alley and emerged onto a main road crowded with people coming and going. On the roadside, a group of people were sitting around in a daze. A few of them eyed him with looks of scrutiny and ill intent. Kai ignored them and kept walking straight. He entered a doorway shrouded in darkness, his thin, gaunt shadow cast upon the cold stone floor. Kai looked straight ahead and stopped, removing his hood while speaking. I followed the color to get here. Before him was a path leading deep underground, and there's another one nearby. Only now did he suddenly understand, so that's the reason the number of vagrants has surged recently. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out from behind. See, I told you. Lucky for us we have a score to settle. Kai immediately turned his head, warily eyeing the group that had just appeared. When he recognized Gerard and his gang of underlings, he blurted out, you! Gerard scowled. You haven't forgotten my face, have you? We're not close, but there's still some unfinished business. Kai coldly demanded, Mary. The man immediately roared, as if I'd tell you. You think just because you ask nicely I'll answer. Worry about yourself first. I don't know what trick you used last time, but you put me flat on my back. Do you know what I had to go through? I had to work my ass off from the very bottom of the organization just to regain some of my standing. I survived by clinging to the thought that one day I'd get my revenge on you. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? At that point, he abruptly paused for a moment. Well, never mind. Lord Blanc only told us to bring you in. No one said you had to be in one piece, so this works out perfectly. I'll pay you back with interest. Gerard loudly ordered his men to charge forward, and Lola's group immediately aimed straight at Kai and rushed at him all at once. He raised his hand and gathered his energy. The leather gauntlet quickly activated, causing dark aura to surge out in rolling waves. In the blink of an eye, that energy condensed into a jet black dagger. Kai gritted his teeth and said with a voice full of anger, he was not going to waste time here. Those bastards to the very core, they did not deserve any mercy. One thug swung a blade straight at him. Kai slid to the side, easily dodging the attack. Then he struck the opponent's arm with lightning speed. The sharp dagger blade immediately destroyed his right arm. Kai charged straight into the middle of the gang, constantly unleashing attacks. Anyone who blocked his path was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Gerard raised the staff glowing with blue light and shouted curses loudly, you lunatic. You damned monster. I will teach you a lesson. The moment he finished speaking, an extremely powerful blow was thrown straight at Kai. He raised both hands to block in front of his face, directly taking the attack. Witnessing that scene, Gerard could not believe his eyes. He stood still, momentarily not knowing how to react. Kai seized the opportunity to counterattack. He lunged forward, grabbed the man's neck, and shoved him hard against the wall behind, creating a loud crashing sound. Looking at Gerard's eyes, which had rolled back to white, Kai sneered slightly, quite different from last time. To be honest, he did not want to hurt anyone here. But those bastards who kidnapped innocents were different. No need to show mercy. A few of you might end up crippled for life or never walk again. It was your own doing. Be grateful that you are still alive. He clenched his hand tightly and continued with contempt. Thinking about it, you call yourself a pioneer, doing such troublesome things and still daring to call yourself a pioneer. Truly mediocre. People like you are not worthy of the light's blessing. Hearing those words, Gerard shouted in fear, wait. Kai lifted him off the ground. The dark aura radiating around him filled Gerard with terror to the point of losing his wits. He walked over to the edge of the pit and ordered, you are coming with me. I need a guide down there. He bent his knees and jumped, his body instantly shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Kai and Gerard fell together into the wide pit, dark and full of countless dangers. His hand still held the man's collar tightly, with no intention of letting go, while Gerard kept screaming in terror. Soon after, the pit's opening above was just a small speck of light floating high above the two of them. Down below, many small pillars supported the surrounding sides, forming an extremely sturdy structure. Kai thought to himself, never thought he would come back here again, the underground city. In an alley shrouded in darkness, two figures slowly moved forward. Kai walked behind, constantly urging. He pushed Gerard and gritted his teeth in warning, move faster. Do not try any tricks. Hearing that, Gerard could only reluctantly walk faster while silently cursing under his breath. Even though sweat covered his forehead, he still tried to turn back and threaten. Do not expect to have any peace after picking a fight with the dark. You will not live long. Once marked by us, your life is over. Not giving him a chance to continue his nonsense, Kai immediately closed in, gripping his neck tightly until Gerard could only let out painful groans. With just one hand, he easily lifted him off the ground, his cold gaze filled with killing intent. You still have a big mouth. Seems you do not understand the situation at all. Shut up and lead the way before I kill you. If Mary gets hurt, then you better be ready. Having witnessed his terrifying strength firsthand, Gerard no longer dared to say another word. After leaving the alley, the two continued walking through the amazed and fearful stares of the people around them. Kai walked quickly while quietly observing the residents here, thinking that this place had not changed at all. The underground city, a metropolis that the light of Luminous could never reach, like the hidden darkness under a table, therefore, it naturally became a haven for countless gangs. In this lawless wasteland, many colorless people had to work secretly in the mines deep underground because that was their only way to survive. Thinking about this, Kai could not help but recall his own past in this place. He had first met Mary when two children in ragged clothes sat under the shadow of a statue, comforting and warming each other. Walking ahead, Gerard glanced at Kai, who seemed lost in thought. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, this bastard. Keep being arrogant. My job is to get you back to the base, walking straight into death. What a fool. You are heading to your grave. After walking a bit further, the two finally stopped in front of a completely deserted area. Just as Kai stood still, Gerard suddenly spoke with a triumphant tone, breaking the silence around them. We have arrived. His unusual attitude immediately heightened Kai's inner caution. Sure enough, as expected, a group of people covered in tattoos stepped out one by one, laughing and making threats. We have been waiting for you to die of boredom. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people surged out from all directions, surrounding Kai completely. The crowd around kept whispering, making mocking remarks. Is this guy really black? What an unlucky color. Does he look any different from those monsters? Did you fall into an oil tank or something? Suddenly, Manhwa slowly appeared, cutting through the chaotic noise. The Black One has arrived. Seeing the one who could protect him, Gerard hurriedly rushed towards him to seek the boss's protection. I have brought him here as you ordered, he said while panting, not forgetting to take credit. In complete contrast to Gerard's joy, Manhwa remained cold and aloof, his eyes showing clear contempt, his brows slightly furrowed in disgust. You lost your color again. I told you that the colorless ones are all useless. Being scolded by the boss, Gerard trembled in fear. He stuttered to admit his fault. I am sorry, but it was unavoidable. Not allowing Gerard to continue his explanation, Manhwa suddenly swung his blade to finish him off. The chance has passed, meaning you are no longer useful. It ends here. The blade came down like lightning, and Gerard's body immediately collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the bloody scene before him, Kai stood still without moving, looking at the blood slowly spreading at his feet. He seemed to be silently thinking about something, while Manhwa's cold voice continued to sound in his ears. I have already wasted time raising a useless one. At this point, Kai finally spoke softly. You people have not changed at all. I am here now, so tell me, where is Mary? Manhwa replied with contempt. Do you still not understand? Do you know who holds the power here? That is why you should have thought carefully before coming here. If you stay arrogant, you will never find that girl. Even though she is just a colorless one, she is not completely useless. Who could predict what fate had in store for her? His hideous laughter rang out, instantly severing the last thread of rationality remaining within Kai. His entire body was submerged in darkness, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through everything. Yes, all he had to do was destroy everything. Suddenly, Kai condensed a surge of dark power in his right hand, his whole body tensing into a combat-ready stance. He turned slightly, and a massive black monster emerged from his right arm. Faced with such a bizarre sight, Manhwa couldn't help but stare in astonishment. What the hell was this? Not giving him a chance to regain his composure, Kai stomped hard on the ground and launched himself upward, sending pebbles from his previous position flying in all directions. Like a hunting falcon, he dove straight down from above to where Manhwa had just stood. The terrifying impact immediately flung the crowd below aside. Even the paving stones were knocked up by the shockwave. Elsewhere, Manhwa was sitting alone in the base, silent as if pondering something. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted his train of thought. Sir. Manhwa turned turned toward the door to look at the one who had rushed in frantically and asked what was wrong. The other hastily reported in a panic, "The black kid we captured has caused extreme chaos. Go outside and see for yourself." Upon hearing that, Manvetch's expression immediately darkened. Outside the base, Manvetch had completely lost his initial arrogance, his hair disheveled, clothes torn, his mouth constantly screaming orders at his subordinates. "Block him. I said block him, you idiots." The group kept charging forward to try and hold Kai back. Even as they got their teeth knocked out by him, they didn't dare retreat, only hoping to endure until the other person arrived. Hundreds of people joined the battle, yet all of them were successively sent flying several meters away by Kai's fists. Witnessing such horrifying strength, Manvetch's face instantly turned pale. Was this guy a monster? At that moment, Manvetch's voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere taut like a bowstring. "What's going on? What the hell are you doing?" Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Manvetch laughed heartily as if victory was already in his grasp. "You're here. Manager, you answer me yourself. I was wondering why it was so loud. There's just one black kid, and you can't even catch him." He coldly looked at the subordinates lying strewn at Kai's feet, no different from looking at tiny ants. "The reputation of our knight, the ruler of the underground city, is crumbling. You lot are truly useless." Facing the newly arrived man, Kai maintained his calm demeanor, but a storm was beginning to stir within. This man was very strong. As if to prove his judgment correct, every muscle fiber on the man's body gradually swelled, causing the ground around him to tremble along. Manvetch let out a triumphant laugh, raised his hand to point at Kai and taunted, "You're finished. He was once an A-rank pioneer. No matter how strong you are, you stand no chance against a true warrior. When I was being nice, you should have listened to me. Now it's too late." Manvetch stretched to loosen the joints in his body, then suddenly shot forward as fast as an arrow, leaving only a blur behind. 5 punches carrying heaven-shattering force slammed down right beside Kai's feet, cracking the floor tiles beneath him, sending gravel scattering everywhere. Kai calmly leaned aside to dodge the attack, simultaneously throwing out a counterpunch. Dozens of lightning-fast punches continuously rained down on Manvetch's body. However, surprisingly, he wasn't knocked back. Instead, he slightly curled his lips as if mocking. "You think you're so tough, huh?" Those words made Kai look at him in surprise. Only then did Manvetch gather all his strength into his fist and strike straight at him. "Now it's my turn." Facing his massive frame, no different from a wild beast pouncing on prey, Kai couldn't dodge in time. He took the horrifying punch head-on, his body instantly flying hundreds of meters away before crashing hard into a distant wall. As the dust gradually cleared, Kai's somewhat ragged appearance was revealed. He was kneeling on one knee with both arms crossed to protect his vital spots. Despite just taking a heavy blow, his expression remained emotionless. Not giving Kai time to recover, Manvetch immediately charged again, delivering another punch toward him. This time, Kai was prepared. He quickly ducked his head to dodge the strike. Immediately after, he reached out his hand, preparing to use a dangerous draining technique. Kai's hand touched his waist, causing Manvetch to freeze, completely confused about what had just happened. He stared in astonishment, wondering to himself what was this. It felt like something inside him was being sucked out. But within a moment, Manvetch began to focus his power. He let out a roar and immediately flung Kai away. Meeting his astonished gaze, Manvetch coldly spoke, "You think you're fighting who?" Rocks and earth around quickly gathered to cover his body like a giant armor. "Don't play tricks with me. I don't know what variables might arise. I'm being serious here." At this point, Manvetch had transformed into a giant rock monster, easily sending anyone who dared approach flying. "I can't control this power. Because it's been a long time since I used the power of color." Standing before that colossal body, Kai's frame looked utterly tiny. His face darkened, his gaze becoming increasingly gloomy. He muttered to himself, "It's not enough. My fighting style has never been enough. I need to be more effective. I need a more dangerous weapon to pierce through him." Kai clenched his fist. A surge of dark power immediately radiated from his body, slowly enveloping him. Looking at that eerie, unseen power source, he couldn't help but feel astonished mixed with wariness. "What? I've never seen this before. Is this the power of black?" Before everyone's eyes lay a pitch-black path, studded with sharp swords, and Kai was silently standing at the center observing everything. That bizarre sight was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. From a distance, the shockwaves from the battle sent dust swirling high into the air. Kai tightened his grip on the 2 swords in his hands, his body blurring forward no different from a whirlwind. Being constantly pressed by him made Manvetch break out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this is troublesome. What kind of freakish ability is this?" Manvetch crouched low, shielding his body from the hundreds of slashes that kept raining down. Suddenly, Kai reached out and grabbed the blade embedded nearby, then forcefully pulled it out. He spun and swung the sword, catching Manvetch completely off guard. A slash came down, sending the gravel clinging to his body flying in all directions. Not giving Manvetch a chance to recover, Kai immediately grabbed the axe lying beside him. Like an evil god stepping out of hell, he coldly hoisted his scythe and advanced. Suddenly, Kai leaped high into the air, delivering a lethal blow straight to the opponent's chest. He relentlessly swung his weapon in a flurry of attacks, leaving Manhwa no time to react. Manhwa could only dodge. His hard, sturdy armor had now become a burden. His entire body was completely encased, with only his head exposed. Manhwa realized his weakness. Kai kept aiming for his head. Manhwa thought in frustration, "This brat is only targeting my head." In the blink of an eye, the weapon in Kai's hand transformed into two sharp daggers. He continuously slashed at the opponent's crumbling body. Watching chunks of stone fall away, he couldn't believe his eyes. Was he destroying that hardened body so easily? Though easy to break, they were all as dangerous as the real colored ones. Manhwa hastily sucked the broken stones back, grinding his teeth in defiance. "I am the manager of the night. I can't lose to this punk." Just as he restored his body, he fiercely charged forward, roaring, "How dare a dark-colored one like you? I don't care what Blanc says anymore." A flicker of surprise passed through Kai's eyes. "Die!" Manhwa's face contorted grotesquely, veins bulging and throbbing on his forehead. He unleashed a devastating technique, its force like a violent tornado that sent everything in its path flying. Kai was blasted through several sturdy buildings. Manhwa moved so fast he became a blur of light sweeping across the area. He stomped on Kai's frail, small body, sending gravel and dust flying everywhere. As if seeing something horrifying, Manhwa's eyes widened, and then he fell silent. Despite taking the full brunt of the attack, Kai's body remained unscathed. Manhwa stammered, "What? Managed to block it, did you?" Kai's gaze remained cold. He began to gather power into his palm. The layer of dirt and rock on Manhwa's body began to be drained away. He was terrified. "What is this? Is my color being absorbed?" Witnessing this bizarre sight, Manhwa broke out in a cold sweat. Not only can he create weapons, but he can do this too? It doesn't matter if I only use the color once. Before Manhwa could make a move, his vision was suddenly engulfed in darkness. He clutched his face, screaming in panic, "What? I can't see anymore!" Unbeknownst to anyone, Kai's dark power had already corroded one of Manhwa's eyes. Seizing the moment of the enemy's panic, he immediately lunged forward to attack. A powerful hook punch left him dazed, the world spinning around him. He collapsed to his knees, groaning in pain, all traces of arrogance gone. Manhwa was losing his grip on reality, his mind reeling, his power was weakening. Why? Am I dying? Because he's the color black? Only a stream of black energy was corroding the wound. "You damn brat, using the black color as poison," Kai replied coldly, his gaze fixed on him as if he were looking at a corpse. "Why bother fighting fair?" As he spoke, he forcefully shoved Manhwa's head down. "You can't resist now while I absorb." In a flash, his body had turned into a dried husk. Watching his pillar of support be defeated, Manhwa trembled, his whole body numb. He couldn't believe it, whispering, "The manager has been defeated. You damned monster." Black energy surged violently. Kai's eyes gleamed brightly like a beast on the hunt. At Kai's feet lay Manhwa's shriveled, drained corpse. Witnessing this, Manhwa only dared to watch from a distance, fearing he would be next. Realizing there was still one enemy left unhandled, Kai tilted his head slightly to look back. His sharp, cold gaze immediately locked onto the prey behind him. Elsewhere, Mary slowly opened her eyes, but her vision was still blurry. As she became a bit more alert, she let out a soft groan and realized she was sitting on a wooden chair. Mary rubbed her throbbing temples, muttering, "My head." Once the dizziness faded, she noticed the strange, dark room. She panically wondered, "Where am I?" A voice cut through the silence. "You're awake? I've been waiting for you." Startled, Mary turned her head to see a mysterious figure approaching. She asked, "Who are you?" The mysterious figure didn't answer, just muttered while looking at a file about Kai. "This colorless one gets a lot of attention. Did his color appear late? I heard that condition is very rare, but why does he make that expression? As if he has emotions. The Kai I know is nothing like a human." Hearing the familiar voice, Mary realized something. She suddenly recalled memories from long ago. Could it be? A familiar name surfaced, and she instinctively blurted out, "Gold?" He gave a slight smile of approval. "You have a good memory. You still remember." "It's been a while, hasn't it, Mary?" he asked casually, like two old friends who had been apart for a long time. Mary was startled. Instead of returning the greeting, she asked, "Weren't you dead back then?" He chuckled. "I almost died. I thought I'd be crushed when everything collapsed. Luckily, I survived." He recounted the painful memories with a light tone. "I didn't expect us to meet like this. Do you remember the old days? I still remember everything because you two were very special to me." The first lab rats made Mary's blood run cold as she heard this, cold sweat streaming down without end. Blanc kept his feigned benevolent smile, recounting that those who were chained up didn't survive that day, but now he had succeeded and even earned the boss's recognition. "Don't just stand there. Come over here. I have so much I want to show you to let you see how far my research has progressed." Inside the room were massive containment tanks, where test subjects floated suspended in liquid. A long line of tightly bound people waited in readiness to become the next test subjects. Children could only cover their faces and cry in fear, their futures buried deep within the dark underground chamber. Hundreds of hybrid monsters roared behind iron cages, bearing sharp, threatening fangs. Witnessing a scene no different from hell on earth with her own eyes, Mary was stunned into disbelief, unable to fathom that such a horrifying place could still exist. Just then, Blanc's assistant wheeled out a cart stacked with test tubes, and he immediately cheerfully remarked that the timing was perfect. Mary hastily demanded whether he planned to do something like last time, and Blanc calmly replied that of course he did. To have something so wonderful and not use it would be a crime. He gently swirled the test tube in his hand, a mad glint shining in his eyes, the familiar smile still curling at the corner of his lips. A horrifying explosion suddenly tore through the air, sending thick plumes of smoke billowing up in the middle of the bustling street. The crowd immediately descended into chaos, fleeing and screaming at the top of their lungs, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. A middle-aged man running while glancing back angrily roared that those thugs were causing trouble again. Run quickly, hurry up before we all get caught up in trouble. Amidst the thick smoke and scattered debris, Kai slowly emerged with an icy cold expression. He staggered forward, dragging two Jukun men who were completely unconscious by their arms. Reaching an open area, Kai threw the two culprits onto the cold ground without hesitation. His gaze was so hollow that people dared not look into his eyes. After that, Kai continued forward and stopped before a pitch-dark tunnel leading deep into the earth. He tilted his head at the man beside him, coldly asking if Mary had been brought to this place. Man Vetch trembled and quickly answered. He lowered his head nervously, begging that he had done everything Kai had asked, and could he leave now. But Kai didn't even bother to respond, immediately throwing a devastating punch straight into his face. Man Vetch crashed to the ground, hearing a voice call out Nero. Right after, Nero crawled out from Kai's collar, and Kai immediately ordered him to show the way to where Mary was. The coldness on his face softened slightly, he smiled warmly, and asked if Nero could truly manage that. Nero circled in the air as if to lead the way. Kai watched him and quietly thanked him for always being so helpful. A squad of ferocious guards, weapons in hand, quickly poured down the stairs, shouting and charging forward in unison. Facing the oncoming crowd, Kai calmly channeled dark power into his arm, coldly announcing he had no time to waste. A mutant soldier possessing a massive, petrified arm charged forward with a look of utter confidence. Kai did not retreat a single step, his fist shrouded in dark power quickly swelling in size, surging forward with a violent momentum. The punch he threw created a terrifying shockwave, sweeping away every obstacle in its path. That strike was known as the ultimate skill devastating destruction fist. Its tremendous force blasted the entire squad of guards away, sending them screaming in panic. A soldier hurled far away still screamed desperately, begging for someone to stop this mad monster. In the laboratory deep within the base, Blanc was leisurely stirring a tray full of colorful test tubes, while Mary shouted angrily. Her entire body trembled with rage. She continued to demand just what he was losing his mind over. She stepped forward quickly, unable to contain her anger, asking why he continued to carry out these vile acts. He turned to face her, a mocking smile on his lips, asking what was wrong that Mary looked so fierce. Without paying any heed to her anger, he casually stated that he was truly grateful to those serving as test subjects. With that, Blanc raised a hand to point at the massive extraction machine humming with activity, telling her to look over there. He let out a smug laugh as a victim was about to be dragged into the machine, this person begging that he wasn't ready to die yet. Two masked guards showed no mercy, striking the man repeatedly while barking at him to hurry inside. The man clung desperately to the extraction chamber door, sobbing and begging them to spare his life. Even after being dragged inside, he kept crying out for help without pause. The heavy steel door of the extraction machine slammed shut coldly, completely separating the victim from the outside world. The machine immediately started up, emitting a violent shaking while spewing out thick plumes of white smoke. Through the transparent pipes, a bright red liquid resembling blood began to be drawn out of the victim's body. The freshly extracted energy flowed swiftly through the pipe system, finally collecting into a small glass vial. Amidst the lab room bathed in cold artificial light, the assistants calmly recorded data as if nothing at all were happening. Mary was stunned as she watched the entire scene unfold before her, a surge of utmost fury rising in her heart. This place was still as dark and terrifying as ever. Blanc picked up a test tube containing a shimmering yellow liquid, proudly boasting that he could now extract pure tones like this. Glancing at the empty test tubes discarded in the corner of the room, he clicked his tongue in regret, saying his first attempt was too novice and yielded no color at all. The more he spoke, the more infatuated he became with his own work, recounting how some people awaken their power after growing up and the hidden potential within them. So he wondered what would happen if he extracted that latent energy out, and the result truly succeeded beyond all expectations. Blanc excitedly pointed at the iron cages holding monsters and people with shackled limbs, saying he could extract from those monsters too. He cradled the glowing test tube like a priceless treasure, believing it to be their pure essence, and that this work was truly an act of kindness. Blanc gazed in fascination at the mysterious purple light swirling endlessly, saying he was still exploring what other applications it might have. Afterward, he continued to ramble on about how evolved monsters were often drawn drawn to these colors. Unable to bear it any longer, Mary furiously cut him off, calling them all a bunch of insane perverts. She looked at the color extraction machine in pain, shouting in fury, demanding to know why they were using living people to create such a grotesque thing. Mary glared at him, ignoring the strict guards around her, thinking the city government would not let him commit such atrocities without punishment. Faced with her criticism, Blanc smirked slyly, saying he had anticipated she would react so strongly. He slowly raised his hand to adjust his glasses, his laughter becoming maniacal, genuinely seeing nothing wrong with what he was doing. Blanc arrogantly spread his arms wide, showcasing the results in the room. Believing others were not on a level to understand, Mary angrily pointed a finger at him, calling him a deranged murderer. She loudly mocked in contempt, calling that soul essence nonsense, and if he valued colors so much, why not extract them from himself? She said his color was surely filthy and disgusting, the color of a madman who only indulges in perverse pleasures. Hearing this, Blanc's expression changed, his smile vanished. He coldly stared at her with a frighteningly icy gaze, asking if she really thought that. Blanc slowly turned his back, his voice growing cold, saying he had tested it and understood it better than anyone else. Mary asked back in shock. Blanc remained nonchalant, stating he frequently extracted colors from his own body. He gently stroked his arm, his voice proud, saying he created it. Wouldn't he try it himself first? It was the achievement of his life's research. Saying that, he calmly took off the glove he was wearing to reveal the actual hand beneath. Blanc's arm had been replaced with a shiny black metallic mechanical component. He laughed with glee, saying the moment it succeeded, the first thing he did was try extracting from himself. Blanc squinted, his face showing a near-insane obsession, praising his own color as truly beautiful. His gaze stopped on the test tubes containing glowing purple liquid, which he was carefully cherishing and protecting, saying it might prove useful later. Unable to bear it anymore, Mary covered her ears and screamed painfully, begging him to shut up, saying she didn't care about his insane affairs. Blanc laughed heartily, admitting he was a bit excited, but since they were talking anyway, he asked if she wanted to hear more. He said Kai had set foot in the underground city, and seeing her reaction, he was smug, saying that kidnapping her was bait to lure the owner of the black color into the open. Blanc crossed his arms, recalling that Kai used to stick by her side without fail, and as long as he held her, he would come willingly, a perfect prey. With confidence, Blanc declared that his subordinates had already captured Kai and were dragging him over, and even with the black color, he couldn't withstand their sheer numbers. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to take Mary away, saying he would see her again when Kai appeared. Mary struggled and shouted angrily for him to let her go. Blanc watched her disappear, muttering that he needed to prepare to welcome the esteemed guest arriving soon. Thinking about the upcoming meeting, he smiled in anticipation. A big client was coming later to receive the new batch of mixed seeds. However, right at that moment, a series of unusual crashing sounds came from above the ceiling. Blanc and the guards all stopped in their tracks, looking up confusedly at the shaking ceiling. He frowned in annoyance, wondering what the hell that noise and vibration was. Immediately after, a violent explosion rang out, collapsing a large section of the ceiling, with debris raining down. Dust and smoke filled the room. The falling rubble caused the assistants and guards to flee in panic, screaming for help as the ceiling was caving in. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the tall figure of a man slowly emerged with an imposing presence. Each footstep echoed through the chaotic room, the figure gradually becoming clearer. Recognizing the familiar figure amidst the wreckage, Mary was stunned for a moment, then her face broke into a joyful smile, overwhelmed with happiness. She loudly called out the name of her hero, Kai. Outside the council mansion, heavy black clouds gathered, covering the sky, signaling an impending violent storm. Right then, an angry shout rang out in the meeting room. An advisor slammed the table, furiously asking what the child they managed was doing. The person opposite bowed their head and reported he had gone down to the underground city to fight the organization. This person looked at the documents in shock, continuing to read the urgent message from the reconnaissance team, saying he was clearing out and destroying each branch to rescue his kidnapped friend. Hearing that, Hudson turned to the girl and questioned, "Camellia, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say they could trust you?" Camellia quickly waved her hands to explain she was keeping a close watch on the situation and had also deployed a surveillance team to follow him. She regained her composure, adding that due to those unusual incidents, most of their military strength had to be concentrated at the borders. It was very difficult to ask other vanguard teams for support now, as they were both gathering resources and protecting the city, with a severe manpower shortage. Hudson was still angry, pressing on to ask where Red was. Camellia replied that the collector and the butcher had just appeared at another fortress, so he had to go stop them. He cursed, calling them a bunch of traitorous bastards. In the conference room, the elder Hashan slowly stood up, deciding to deploy the peacekeeping forces to protect Kai, but the person beside him raised a hand to stop him, advising against sending troops in so hastily. Louis looked around and calmly analyzed that they might inadvertently provoke countless criminal gangs in the underground city, and the situation would get even worse. He warned that they were traitors who needed to be eliminated, but their strength was not to be underestimated, as many of them were former Vanguard veterans who were true color weavers. If this led to an all-out war, the city would fall into chaos. He said he had never trusted that man with the black color, only reluctantly staying on the sidelines because he lost the council vote. Now that he's causing such a big problem, it proved his initial judgment was correct, and thinking that the black color would bring disaster to the city had him terrified, so he should take this opportunity to eliminate the danger. He asked, wasn't that a viable choice? Before the other could speak, Louis emphasized that he surely understood his intentions. Hudson calmly looked straight ahead, understanding the advisor's concerns. He was not swayed, firmly declaring to the council that he still decided to let the peacekeeping forces proceed with the planned course of action. He is the only one who can unravel this mystery, and he is too important to protect at all costs. Lord Luminous saw the potential in Kai. Hudson affirmed that he would take responsibility and personally handle the underground city matter. He raised his voice, strongly declaring he would act according to what he believed was right. Camellia sitting beside him smiled slightly in agreement. In contrast, Louis angrily clenched his hands, saying he had once respected Lord Gale being promoted to advisor despite his color, but he never expected him to act so irrationally. It was truly disappointing. Hudson remained nonchalant, calmly responding to the criticism with a sincere apology, promising to try and act up to his expectations next time. Louis said no more, immediately stood up, grabbed his cane, and coldly left, saying he would take his leave as this was a waste of time. Camellia watched his retreating back, softly saying his lordship was worrying too much. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp, thinking she should help his lordship share some of this burden. She would send the remaining members of the Ready Squad along with the peacekeeping forces, all of them skilled warriors who had earned merits from the first expedition, hoping this would ease your lordship's anxiety, but Louis remained silent. He did not respond, but finally instructed her to act immediately, handle everything cleanly, and not let the city be affected, reminding her to clean up thoroughly. At the same time, in the now ruined underground city, Kai was kneeling on one knee on the ground, his heavy breathing indicating he had expended a great deal of energy. Mary quickly ran towards him, happily calling out Kai's name, while Blanc stood behind, stunned and bewildered, unable to understand how that brat had gotten past his subordinates to reach this place. Seeing the situation growing harder to control, he began to worry, afraid that things would no longer go smoothly. Kai slowly came to a stop, his sharp, murderous gaze zocha the enemy, not missing a single movement. When he saw Mary being held captive nearby, he thought to himself that her safety must be the top priority. Kai quickly assumed a combat stance, silently calculating that he needed to take them down fast before they could regroup. Immediately, he sprang forward, his sharp shadow claws tearing through the wind, so fast the guards barely had time to react. Blanc let out a startled cry. Ah! The surrounding guards were hit one by one and collapsed to the floor. Kai's blows were so powerful that the residual force shattered rows of large experimental solution containers in the room. He continued charging forward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Kai reached the last two guards who were still rooted to the spot. One green-haired guard's eyes bulged as the shadow blade swept past his face. The other also froze in terror as the attack whooshed past him. Having cleared the obstacles, Kai landed softly, standing protectively in front of Mary. Seeing him, she called out joyfully, Kai. Kai tilted his head slightly, his voice tinged with apology. Sorry I'm a little late. He gave a gentle smile and asked if she had been waiting long. At that moment, a small black figure suddenly leaped toward them. The girl quickly reached out to catch the black cat, happily calling its name. Holding the small creature tightly, she looked up at Kai with a relieved gaze and smiled, apologizing for making them worry. She sincerely thanked him for coming to the rescue. Kai didn't reply, only gave her a soft, gentle smile. Behind them, the captives realized their chance to escape and scrambled out of the experimental area, shouting to each other that the guards were down, and this was the perfect opportunity. The leader with purple glasses watched from a distance, muttering regretfully that the people had all run away, and he still had many experiments he hadn't had the chance to conduct. But the regret quickly vanished, replaced by a sinister smile. He thought that he could always find new materials anytime. He spread his arms wide and announced loudly to Kai that meeting him again was the most important thing. He had been eagerly awaiting this reunion ever since he learned of Kai's color. He leaned his face forward, laughing maniacally, declaring Kai to be a rare and special specimen. The more he looked, the more interested he became, nearly unable to contain his desire to see how Kai would shine once drained of his color. Kai remained silent, merely observing him coldly with heightened caution. A question arose in his mind, wondering who this man was that seemed so familiar. Seeing his confusion, Mary quickly explained that he was Blanc, the one who had exploited them in the past. Kai was slightly taken aback, unconsciously repeating the name, "It's him." He looked around at the rubble, old memories flooding back. He had survived the collapse of the old base. Blanc, hearing this from a distance, laughed mockingly, saying he was perfectly safe right in front of them. He raised 3 glowing vials of colorful solutions, suggesting they end the conversation since both sides had something the other wanted. With that, he hurled 2 vials of the solution hard toward Kai, telling him to accept this gift. The 2 vials shattered upon hitting the ground right at Kai's feet. Purple and yellow liquids quickly spread across the floor, causing Kai to wonder in astonishment what it was. Seeing this, this, Mary shouted a warning for Kai to be careful, as that liquid would attract the monsters. Blanc slowly backed away, a smug smile on his face. He didn't want to get his hands dirty in a fight, but the monsters were enough to drain Kai's strength. In the darkness of the iron cages, a horde of monsters began to roar, baring their fangs and claws as they caught the scent of the solution. Blanc slammed the control lever on the wall and laughed loudly, declaring it was dinner time. The iron doors of all the cages burst open simultaneously. The massive, pitch-black monsters surged out, crazily charging toward Kai and Mary. Kai quickly focused shadow energy into his hands. He took the initiative to charge into the middle of the monster horde, unleashing powerful punches to push them back. One by one, the monsters fell under the force of Kai's attacks. Watching the battle from afar, Blanc clicked his tongue regretfully, saying it wasn't good to discard a valuable test subject like Kai. He stroked his robotic arm with absolute confidence. Color energy usually fades away after a period of use, but if he were to personally intervene, the situation would be completely different. With that, he pulled out a vial of pitch-black solution, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he praised the beauty of the color black. Blanc raised the vial to admire the moving liquid within, eager to discover the uniqueness of this particular shade. He pressed the vial to his cheek as if cherishing a treasure, muttering that this wasn't enough, he needed more. He looked toward Kai, who was fighting, and said smugly that he truly fascinated him, wanting to see what else that power could do. Meanwhile, Kai was still struggling to withstand the relentless, unending waves of monster attacks. Mary stood nearby, watching him anxiously, thinking to herself that this situation was really bad. Seeing Kai struggle to swing his sword at the monster closing in made her even more uneasy. Normally, he could take them down in a flash, but now he was forced to fight for strength. Sweat continuously ran down Kai's forehead, and she realized the cause. He had expended too much energy before arriving here. If this continued, Kai would be exhausted. She quickly scanned the room for a solution. Her eyes suddenly stopped on the patches of blue liquid staining the floor. Mary wondered in confusion what those ink-like stains on the floor were. Suddenly, she remembered they were the result of the opponent's earlier ability, ink splattering everywhere. She turned her head to look at the generator and the water pipe system behind her, her eyes widening as a bold idea sparked in her mind. Without hesitation, she ran to the generator, used a screwdriver to pry off the protective cover, thinking to herself, what if I do this? Mary strained to pull the two large electric cables together and connected them. The moment the two cable ends touched, a series of brilliant blue electric sparks erupted. Mary quickly turned back to Kai, shouting a warning for him not to touch the floor with his feet. Immediately after, she decisively plunged the two wire ends into the spreading puddle of water on the floor. A massive surge of electricity instantly spread at a terrifying speed, rapidly engulfing every place with water. The violent current paralyzed all the monsters standing on the floor with a powerful shock. The brave girl declared loudly that she would now burn them all to ashes. He wildly glanced around, his face showing obvious shock at the scene of devastation. Lang cried out in pain, "Oh, my most precious masterpieces." All of them had been completely annihilated. Seeing the opportunity, Mary immediately turned to urge her companion, Kai, this is the moment. His hand immediately touched one of the monsters. His other hand picked up another one. A stream of black energy emanated from his arm. The device on Kai's hand began to turn pitch black as if being invaded by an invisible force. Immediately after, the dark energy erupted violently, surging throughout the room before the astonished gaze of that man. He couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Oh ho! Could this be the power of that mysterious black color?" The more he observed, the more agitated he became, looking even more insane than I had imagined. Blanc stared at Kai without blinking, his voice filled with desire. "Even those creatures are mere prey for you. Greed devours all, waiting for no one. That is the perfection I have craved for so long. I beg you, give me that arm. No, even just one finger is enough." His face gradually twisted, his expression grotesque and terrifying. "Can't you spare me even a tiny fragment from your body? I truly wish to study it." Not wanting to hear more of that madness, Kai stomped hard on the ground and shot forward at incredible speed. He shouted coldly, "Stop spouting nonsense." His fist, shrouded in black energy, tore through the air with immense power, striking straight at his opponent. The madman hurriedly raised his mechanical arm to block the blow, but a faint smile remained on his lips. "What a pity, but since I have to face you head on." While gripping Kai's fist tightly, he suddenly reached into his coat. "I have no choice but to do this," Blanc declared decisively in an excited voice, activating the emergency seed mixture. Instantly, he jammed two glowing test tubes into the device on his arm. A cold notification appeared, commencing seed mixture injection, corrosion process initiated. Sensing the abnormal energy, Kai immediately retreated, his eyes turning wary. The enemy let out a triumphant laugh. "Do you know we are very much alike? Like me, you always crave to take the colors of others." He stared at him and kept asking, "What I said is absolutely correct, is it not?" Another notification appeared, continuing White Moon seed mixture injection. In the blink of an eye, his arm blazed with a brilliant green light. Violent energy coursed through his entire body, making him swing his arm without hesitation in a powerful counterattack. They both charged at each other, continuously unleashing attacks so fast that only countless afterimages remained. Sharp streaks of green light repeatedly tore through space, leaving crisscrossing cuts on the floor and walls. Blanc attacked while letting out a mocking laugh. "Listen, Kai, sometimes we work perfectly perfectly in sync, don't we? He suddenly made a tempting offer. Are you interested in cooperating with me? If it's you, you will surely recognize the true value in my research. The two weapons clashed violently, creating a shower of bright sparks, while he continued his persuasion. Don't you want to fully experience the beauty of all colors? Don't you want to touch the true essence of it? Lang's eyes widened in excitement, his voice turning hoarse. Your absorption ability combined with my extraction technique. If we work together, we will surely find the truth. Ah, this is the power I have longed for all this time. Kai remained silent, coldly enduring the attacks while his eyes were almost devoid of emotion. Seeing him not respond, he continued, unlike me, you can strip the colors from others and perceive them in their most original state. He shouted, his voice filled with insane desire. What does it feel like to devour it from within? What did you see then, Kai? I am truly jealous of you. Please share your color with me, even just a single drop. Unable to contain himself any longer, Blanc suddenly lunged forward to grab Kai. Give it to me. Kai immediately shifted his body, quickly dodging the attack. He spun in midair and landed steadily, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Seeing Kai avoid the blow, Blanc still wore a confident smile. But in the very next moment, a flash of green light suddenly appeared, piercing straight through Kai's chest. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise in his heart. What on earth is happening now? However, Kai did not hesitate and immediately threw a powerful punch to counterattack. The punch landed squarely on his opponent, creating a violent explosion and sending him flying backward. The enemy tumbled hard on the ground, coughing harshly as he pushed himself up. Cough, cough. This is something I truly did not foresee. Despite being injured, he forced himself up and managed a strained smile. Ah, you really are a truly remarkable one, Kai. I never expected you could calmly devour colors right in the middle of a battle like that. He quickly realized the gap between them. No matter what technique I use, you will just absorb it all, won't you? Although our powers are somewhat similar, the gap in our levels is still too large. Blanc slowly pulled out a black vial, his eyes showing clear dissatisfaction. How troublesome. It seems no matter what I do, I cannot defeat you. Kai did not rush to attack, instead calmly standing and watching, warily observing what other tricks his opponent would pull. Seeing his unusual movements, he furrowed his brows in suspicion. Huh? Kai asked coldly. What are you planning to do? Lang immediately flashed a sinister smile, if that's the case. He opened his eyes wide with madness. Then I have no choice but to bring out my trump card. Immediately after, a violent surge of pitch-black energy erupted, enveloping his entire body. Blanc looked at the power swirling around him and burst into excited laughter. Oh! Black blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes, making his face even more grotesque. He stared at Kai without blinking, his voice hoarse with craving. I just need a tiny fragment of your color. The black energy quickly coiled tightly around his entire right arm, transforming it into a terrifying mass of power. You better be careful. His face twisted to its extreme limit because Blanc stamped hard on the ground, shooting toward Kai at a terrifying speed. He truly could not endure it any longer. Kai immediately channeled all his power, pouring every bit of energy into his fists. The two collided head-on, creating an incredibly fierce confrontation. The devastating impact force radiated outward, shattering large sections of the laboratory. Two fists wrapped in dark energy clashed repeatedly. Each impact made the ground tremble violently. In the midst of the battle, the madman suddenly shouted with glee, Ah, I truly cannot believe it. With just one try I understand clearly, so this is the shape of your color. Blanc still tried to persuade him. Kai, please think it over once more. We met like this because of fate. But Kai coldly cut him off. Shut your mouth. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word with finality. I am not that kind of person. The enemy laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? He spoke up to challenge. Is it not true that you have always lived like a parasite all this time? Blanc's gaze locked onto Kai as if trying to see through his very soul. I have been watching you all along. A distant memory suddenly surfaced in Kai's mind. It was the time when he had no color at all, before he became something like a monster. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. I truly do not understand why you keep straining yourself to pretend to be a human like that. But I will humor you then. He spat on the ground in contempt. Because after all, I am one of the few who can accept your true nature. Kai hung his head low, silently enduring each insult that weighed heavily on the air. Just then, a steel door unexpectedly flew in at an extremely fast speed. It slammed straight into the enemy's head, causing him to cry out in pain and stagger backward. Blanc turned around in a daze. Kai, what is happening? From above, Mary, holding a large hammer, shouted angrily, Hey, you bastard, my patience has reached its limit. She glared at him, yelling furiously, Who do you think you are to dare show up here? You are nothing but trash. Not giving him a chance to respond, she continued to defend her teammate, who said Kai is not like a human. Kai is Kai. He does not need to imitate anyone. You cannot imagine what he has been through. He may be different, but he is no different from an ordinary person. As she spoke, she threw the repair tools in her hand down below. And you, who do you think you are? You scum, you pervert, you cold-blooded murderer. Hearing those sincere and warm words, Kai slowly raised his head, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. Blanc was shocked to realize that the dark energy surrounding Kai had suddenly vanished completely. He stammered in astonishment. What did you say? A moment later, he noticed something unusual and exclaimed, Oh ho, truly extraordinary. The power within Kai did not weaken. On the contrary, It surged violently, causing him to shout in terror, "Can your power still increase?" Kai slowly turned to smile at the girl and said, "Mary, thank you." The moment he finished speaking, he instantly disappeared from his spot, charging straight at his opponent at an unbelievable speed. A fist enveloped in an extremely powerful dark energy shot straight forward. The enemy panicked and raised both hands to block, but was still pushed back continuously by the terrifying force. Blanc's eyes widened in horror. "Impossible. My body can no longer withstand this energy." He gritted his teeth and roared in despair, "Kai, you truly are." Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding white light exploded, engulfing the entire space around them. Kai poured all his strength into a thunderous punch, slamming his opponent straight into the ground. The devastating blow created a massive crater in the middle of the laboratory floor, a truly impressive and spectacular sight. Thick dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring the view. Kai's figure emerged perfectly, without a single scratch. Mary called out worriedly, "Kai, are you all right?" Kai replied, "Not a scratch." She stepped forward to observe him. "Blanc probably cannot get up anymore, right?" Kai guessed that one is barely breathing now. "I will end this fateful bond with him right here." He drew the sword of the night, determined not to leave any consequences behind. If he is allowed to live, he will repeat his old tricks. Blanc let out a few soft groans. He smiled and said, "Indeed, I cannot defeat you with this kind of destructive power, can I? What a pity. If I had more of your colors, I wonder how things would have turned out. But I am not giving up yet. To obtain your colors I will. No matter the means." The moment he finished speaking, the entire room erupted violently. Kai quickly pulled Mary away from the flying debris. He revealed that he had planted various explosive ink traps throughout the extraction room. Communication with the organization has been cut off, and causing this mess again, the higher-ups must have activated the protocol to destroy all evidence. After all, this is the last chance. Is there anything I would not dare to do? The ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open. Their bodies immediately fell freely downward. Seeing Nero up above, he silently called out to Nero. Kai's entire body fell into a pool of black ink. He then surfaced from that ink pool. Looking at this deep and vast black ink lake, he was secretly astonished. Why is this thing down here in the basement? Could it be waste accumulated over time from the extraction room? Kai turned around anxiously. If so, then Mary. Just as she surfaced from the ink lake, her face was smeared with black stains. Mary called out, "Kai." He also called her name worriedly, "Mary." Seeing her body slowly sinking, Kai panicked. No, damn it. He had no choice but to dive down into the black ink lake. After that, he hurriedly swam toward Mary, his mind racing with the anxious thought that he needed to absorb all the ink here quickly. No, doing that would take too much time, and Mary would not be able to wait any longer. If he could not touch her directly, was it already too late? From the moment he fell into the ink pool, he knew saving her would be difficult. So what was he chasing color for? Was it not for that beautiful light? If he gave up on that light now, he would never get to behold it again. Would that be all right? The memory of the beam of light binding the speaker suddenly rushed back to him. Kai silently refuted in his heart, no way. He strained with all his might to reach his hand out toward Mary. Kai told himself, one time like that was more than enough. Childhood memories with Mary surfaced, and he was determined not to give up. The precious moments with her were gradually appearing in his mind. Kai immediately sped up to chase after Mary. Finally, his hand managed to grasp hers. A strange whirlpool was swirling around the two of them. He silently pleaded, "Do not die, please. You promised you would watch over me until I became a colorist." Mary once said she believed everyone had their own light and color. He did too, he just did not know how to feel it yet. He should learn slowly, she would help him. He engraved that as Luminous's words and always remembered them. Mary was right. Leaving the underground city, despite facing much discrimination, most people he met had their own light. When he was by her side, he had realized that. Alone, he would not know anything, only sinking into emptiness. He never even knew the taste of happiness or joy. But now he understood, if Luminous was the guide, then Mary was the reason he continued to move forward. Kai had pondered this when he saw Mary's smile. His body had now turned a bright color, so he silently prayed, "So please wake up. You promised me that." Kai gently placed Mary down on the ground. He tried to take her pulse and immediately sensed something was wrong. Kai's whole body felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. She had stopped breathing. Why? I absorbed all the black color already. Looking at the faint energy around her hair, Kai could not figure out the reason no matter how he thought. A golden light was spreading throughout Mary's body. The light reflected on his face. This was what he had seen before. Or was this the inner power she had mentioned? By any means, he had to release this light. He held Mary's hand, calming himself. "It is all right. I can do this. Just do what I believe will save her." A brilliant golden light suddenly shone over. He was stunned. What was this? This feeling was completely different from absorbing color. It turned out that this was the familiar light and color he had known all along. This was what lay deep within Mary's soul. It was joy, happiness, warmth, liveliness, and hope. This was the light that Mary had always carried within her. Yes, precisely because she was Mary, she possessed this light. Finally, when her hair turned a radiant gold, she woke up. Mary was astonished. The light was so brilliant and dazzling. Kai sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had woken up. Mary asked in a daze, "What happened? I clearly fell into that pool of black ink, didn't I?" Mary looked at her rosy skin. The wound on her neck had not yet fully healed. Mary then looked at her hair. "What is this, Kai? Why is my hair this color?" Kai reassured her, "It's fine. Calm down." How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? She replied, I'm fine. Kai reminded her, I know this is confusing, but we need to leave here first. The explosion blocked the way up, but there should be another exit. Suddenly, Nero's voice sounded. He asked back, it's here? Are you sure about this direction? An explosion suddenly occurred above them, and they both looked up. Nero was looking down at them from above. Mary happily called its name. Nero flew down with a newcomer. The person said, I heard there was an emergency, so I rushed over. Thankfully, you two are safe. Gale urged, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get on. He began to recall when exactly did his memories start. He himself wasn't sure. His mind was shrouded in a fog back then. Everything appeared so hazy and distant. Even the boundary between his own existence and this world became blurred. He wandered aimlessly as if controlled by something, letting the harsh currents of life carry him away. Every time the fog lifted, he would become a bit more conscious and realize he was in a completely unfamiliar place. But that wasn't so bad. No matter where this journey led, he always had family by his side. Nero, to someone like him who had nothing else, was the only anchor that had accompanied him all this time. Till one day in his dark world, a man radiating brilliant light appeared. He introduced himself as Luminous. Unfortunately, the time spent with Luminous was too short. After parting ways, he resumed his wandering life, traveling through countless strange lands over a long period. He was always searching for the exquisite light etched deep in his mind, like a moth drawn to a flame. Would he ever have a chance to behold that beauty once more? At that moment, a series of questions sounded. Who are you? How did you get in here? Hey, are you listening to me? Hello. The person had to shout, hey Kai, before he looked up. And at the end of his hazy wandering, in the depths of the underground city where light could hardly reach, he met Mary. She was surprised. What is this? Why are you just staring at my face in silence? Are you deaf and mute? Whatever, in this underground city, kids like you are everywhere. Listen, don't you know you shouldn't let that water touch you? Hurry up and cover your head with your hands. That old pipe on the ceiling is cracked. That water is full of dirty ink residue. It's dangerous, you know? But how did you even manage to sneak into a place like this? She curiously looked at Nero in his arms, a magical beast. Why are you carrying a creature like that with you? Whatever, it's so tiny, it's probably fine. Mary pushed Kai. This isn't the time for that. Follow me quickly. If you stand there like a dummy, the guards will spot us. Hurry up. Meanwhile, two men had already spotted them. A shout rang out. Hey, stop right there. Are you a thief daring to wander outside the permitted area? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Wait a minute, this guy's face is unfamiliar. A new guinea pig? Perfect, I was just running low on experiment materials. Just then, three other men stepped out. Blanc sneered. This is unacceptable. How could we let a precious experiment sample wander around exposed like this? I don't know what those people are doing. The staff member stammered, I apologize, sir. It's just that. Blanc glanced at her and asked, it's you again, Mary. Truly a stubborn one who knows no fear. You are a valuable experiment subject, but my patience has its limits. If you do it again, don't blame me for being harsh, understand? Kai remained silent throughout. From the outside, it looked like a regular relief center, but in reality, this was a detention camp holding them captive. This was a deceptive place, exploiting loopholes in the poverty alleviation project for profit, hidden away in the shadows of the underground city. In alleys filled with orphans turned into slaves, this wasn't too unfamiliar a scenario in the underground city. However, the true purpose of this place was not labor exploitation but experiments on human bodies. Security here was extremely tight, and the only way out was to become a corpse. But Mary had no intention of dying in a place like this. She had been trying to help other children escape even before he arrived. And no matter how many times she failed, she never once considered giving up. That unyielding will ignited a flame of hope in the children, and she became their strongest pillar of support. They had found an escape route. The two of them looked down at that path together. She spoke, it's almost ready. In 3 days, right at the guard shift change, we'll escape this place. Thank you. Thanks to your help, everything is on time. We must make it out together. Perhaps everything started right from that moment. From that moment on, Mary became someone extremely important to Kai. As the guards focused their attention outside the yard, a whisper rang out, Sister Mary, is it really true? She replied, you absolutely must not let anyone find out. You have to keep this completely silent, understand? The children said in unison. Yes, don't you worry, we can handle it. Mary sighed and said, this will be our last night staying in this place. Once we get out, I will head straight for the City of Light, learn the machinist trade there, and I definitely have to open my own workshop. I heard that in the City of Light, colorlessness can still find work, even if they have to live on the outskirts waiting for citizenship. It is still 100 times better than here. What about you, Kai? If we get out, what do you want to do most? He replied, a color matcher. Mary didn't hear clearly, so she asked again, huh? Be a color matcher? Kai continued, that person is a color matcher, so I want to give it a try and see. She thought to herself, this is the first time I've heard Kai say he wants to do something on his own, but well, it doesn't matter. Kai replied pessimistically, I know that can never come true. I always hear people say how weak and useless us colorlessness are. The old adults here are always trying hard to teach me that. I was just obsessed with searching for that wonderful light, and I ended up in this corner. Everything is over now. I don't know what to do next. I don't even know where to go. So, even if everyone is going crazy with joy because we get freedom tomorrow, I can't understand that happiness. It seems I'm nothing like the rest of you. Hearing Hearing this, Mary's lips slightly curled into a smile. She suddenly asked, colorlessness can still possess color if the awakening process happens late. I heard that the previous Lord Luminous was also a colorless person once. Kai thought to himself about this name, Luminous. She continued. But even so, that day still shone more brilliantly than anyone else in the world. I believe that deep within each of us lies our own color and light. It's the same for you just don't know how to awaken it yet. Just learn step by step and you'll get good at it. I'll always support you. Being a color matcher, huh? That's so cool. Just give it a try. I'll always support you fully. Kai was still lacking confidence, but can I really do it? Mary encouraged him. Gosh, you're already making excuses before even starting. Be careful you don't regret it later. Just daring to put in the effort already means a lot. Even if you fail, that's not the end. So, just do what you like. And stop wearing that gloomy look. If your face is all sour like that, where are you going to get the inspiration to work? He lifted the corners of his mouth and asked, like this? She replied, that's right, great job, Kai. However, right at the moment they were full of the most hope. The desperate cries of the children rang out, help, Mr. Please. They had been caught by the staff members. All their desperate struggles ultimately proved futile. Mary held up a stick to resist. Get the hell out of my sight, you bastards. That man swung down hard. Damn it, what a pain in the ass, you little brat. Mary was hit hard by him. Her body staggered and fell in front of Kai. Mary was in too much pain to move. As she was about to pass out, she reminded him, run, Kai. With that, Mary closed her eyes tightly. Kai's face darkened without answering. He felt something. What is this, it feels like? Something is churning violently from within. So that's how it is. Am I feeling anger? Kai saw that man's stick being raised. A thud rang out. His body collapsed. Another one spoke up. This is the last group, right? Why did we suddenly get an order to wipe them all out completely? Is it really okay to do this without asking Lord Blanc? The other one said while hurting the kids, how would I know? We just follow orders from above. I heard the lab's secrets were leaked, so we have to erase all traces. I don't know the details either. They were annoyed, having to go search for the kids again. It's only us brothers who have to bear this burden in life, damn it. Meanwhile, black aura was emanating from Kai's palm. One of them became suspicious when he saw the team. They had noticed Kai approaching. The black aura shot towards them. One of them shouted, what the hell is that? When they saw his face clearly, they were shocked. A demonic beast. Kai was reaching out a hand covered in bloodshot threads. The powerful black aura pierced through the roof. After that, this place was reduced to rubble. A pleading voice rang out, Kai, open your eyes, Kai. Mary breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, are you awake? Kai asked dazedly. Mary, what just happened? She replied, I don't know, I just woke up myself. It seems there was a terrible explosion. When I regained consciousness, everything was already in ruins like this. It looks like no one else made it out. Those bastards are definitely all dead, right? Tears began to well up in her eyes. Mary sobbed. They were all good children, and yet. Kai turned back to look at the group of people approaching from behind. The others were fleeing. The underground tunnel collapsed. Hey, this way. He reminded her, Mary, there are people coming. We have to leave now. If we stay, we'll be caught and locked up again. She replied, that's right, let's get out of here. Let's head outside. Mary pulled his hand to stand up. Let's go up to the surface. We can't live in this underground tunnel anymore. Kai, promise me one thing. When we get up there, we must be truly happy. The kids who left earlier would definitely want that too. Kai had promised her one thing that was true. At this moment, Mary was holding his hand and pulling him up from the pit. She grumbled that he needed to watch his step. The ground was uneven. Gale replied honestly that thanks to him, he had been able to see the depths of this underground city, something he had never thought he would do. Now it was his turn to explain what the hell was going on here. She used to be colorless, but now she was so vibrant. Being around that Kai guy for so long meant nothing surprised him anymore. Elysian observed her hair color and skin. She had become an awakener like him, and her colors were even more saturated than that. Even among the three great clans, a saturation level like that was extremely rare. Even the common nobles had no chance of comparison. It looked truly beautiful. She was amazed. Was it really that incredible? Kai seriously reminded her that this was not the time for chit-chat. They were in enemy territory, and they did not know when reinforcements would swarm in. This place was dangerous, and it was best to keep moving. Gale wondered what was wrong with Kai. Even his gaze was completely different from before. Mary advised that they should continue the discussion after they got out. Elysian agreed, fine, she was right, but there was no need to rush, because the trash on the road had already been completely cleared. She meant those spirits. Marine exclaimed in disbelief that the two of them had taken down this entire group. Gale reminded her that she had no idea how much color energy they had spent to get here. The explosion had sealed the entrance, and on top of that, they were constantly attacked by these people. Their weapons were just mass-produced stuff. It was incredibly troublesome. Even so, they should not be complacent. There might still be enemies lurking. He reported that the mediation team was almost here. They should join forces with them first. A sneaky one grabbed a sword and cursed, you bastards, after all this chaos, you think you can just leave. If I go back empty-handed, losing an arm or two would be the least of it. At the very least, I will take one of you down with me. This is my chance. That man attacked Mary. Die, you bitch. Gale turned back in annoyance. Troublesome. Is there still one left? Kai immediately charged forward. Let me end this quickly. Mary threw a punch at the man's face. Get lost. The punch sent him flying backward. Before they could even make a move, they saw this scene. Someone spoke up. Looks like I was overthinking. So, Your power truly increases with the saturation of your color, huh? Mary was secretly astonished. So this was the power of color, just a gentle flick of the wrist. Another voice rang out, this side. The sound came from this side. A group of people stepped forward and shouted, that sound was. The mediation team is here, everyone freeze. Drop your weapons and goods now, oh my. You must be the vanguard team that was reported before the operation. Glad to see you are all safe and sound. A team leader stepped forward and said, you all worked hard. Thank you for your support. Lecn replied, it was nothing. We only did what needed to be done. They recounted that when they heard they had already infiltrated, they rushed over immediately, but they had already cleared everything. Truly the caliber of a vanguard team. After this incident, the organization above will have to keep quiet for a while. We managed to capture quite a few of their members. Leave the rest to us. The mediation team will handle the cleanup. She spoke up, so now should we head back to the surface? It feels like I have been stuck in this tunnel for a century. Mary sighed and said, well, at least it is a relief that everything ended peacefully. Lecn's gaze swept over indifferently. She walked over to him and said, by the way, Kai, I have something to ask. You have seemed a bit off this whole time. He asked curiously, did something go wrong? Kai looked at his own palm. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. I forgot. I guess I made you feel uncomfortable. Mary was confused. What was this? Sorry for making you worry for nothing. He immediately reassured her. I am fine now. I was just lost in thought about a few things. It was nothing serious, so do not worry. Rio whispered to Lecn. Hey. She whispered back. Just leave it. He was not surprised. She knew everyone has past things they do not want to bring up. If he does not want to talk about it, we should not force him. She continued, yes, I understand. Well, it is time to head back. They headed toward the exit, back to the surface. On Blanc's side, he had just escaped from the ruins. His whole body was covered in mud and dirt. He breathed a sigh of relief, saying he was lucky to have escaped, but his condition was terrible. This time he was truly done for. He probably could only hold out this far. Kai, at the final moment, I still want to see your true face. He let out a soft sigh. What a pity, an immense pity. At this moment, Blanc was leaning against the cold wall. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound of movement. From the opposite side, there seemed to be a figure slowly approaching this way. Just as Blanc's gaze began to grow hazy and lose focus, the figure suddenly vanished in a baffling manner. Someone sat down right next to Blanc like an old acquaintance. A flicker of barely concealed astonishment crossed his face. That person spoke up in greeting, hey, I recall we still have a deal, don't we? Now, how should we interpret the current situation? The man swung his leg with a forceful kick, knocking the pathetic figure to the ground. He stepped on Blanc's head and said, I went through the trouble of sneaking into this underground city to find you, and you were nowhere to be seen. When I finally found you, you're in this pitiful state, on the verge of death. You remember, you have something that needs to be handed over to me. So, what do you intend to do now? What the hell is this? It seems you still have a breath of life left to cling to. How troublesome. I really didn't want to use this on a mere mortal, but then again, after all, even a deadly poison can be turned into a miraculous remedy as long as I know how to use it. Meanwhile, the group was gradually moving toward the outer area. Another viper with an identical appearance spoke up in reproach. Why are you so late? Ah immediately clung tightly to the other's leg. Next time, I will definitely go with you. The other one shook their head helplessly. You said you'd be fine going alone. The moment I took my eyes off you, you caused trouble. Gerard, who had been waiting, spoke up. You're later than I expected. Ah hastily explained. Well, a few unexpected things came up. He asked coldly, and what about the thing you needed to bring back? Ah replied with a smile. Of course, I managed to get it. Viper raised a jar containing medicine bottles to show off. Look, this is the item that attracts those creatures you mentioned. I believe people call it a seed. Anyway, we harvested more than expected this time. With this contribution, remember to give me a bigger share of the profits next time. Alright, all the preparations are now complete. Ah looked at the towering monstrous beast and asked, shall we begin right away? Without hesitation, the group immediately used their teleportation ability. They were now standing on the neck of the colossal creature. The man's footsteps quickly followed behind. Gerard's hand still held tightly onto that mysterious jar. He turned around and asked with doubt, are you sure this thing will actually work on these giant monsters? Those giant beasts are calamities that only obey the Black Witch. I'm on your side out of curiosity about your plan to devastate this city, but what if they go mad and attack randomly? If anything goes wrong, we'll be the first to suffer the consequences, right? Viper sneered in response, you worry too much. Ah flicked a vial of medicine open. The old witch is fast asleep, so the seal controlling the beast has weakened considerably. It's practically negligible now. This will stimulate their instincts for a short time. Ah decisively poured the entire vial down. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Now, let's act. If you want more excitement, just follow my lead. The monster's eyes slowly widened in a terrifying manner. It began thrashing its tentacles violently and wildly. Gerard spoke up proudly. See? I told you it would work. Good, keep it up. We will shatter this radiant city into tiny pieces. The scene shifted to the inside of the bustling city. People gathered, chattering noisily, wondering what all the commotion was about. I heard the gangs are causing trouble again. If the entire peacekeeping squad is present here, then they truly intend to cause a riot this time. A high-ranking person approached Kai and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. The criminals defeated by the Vanguard team have been safely escorted away, so there's no need to worry about what happens next." Someone from behind stepped forward and asked, "Are you done already?" Kai replied, "I heard Camellia had urgent business, so I rushed over. But judging by the situation, there was no need to hurry after all." The people around were extremely surprised, Red. It really is the day Red shows up. I never expected him to come in person. Something major must be happening. The man returned the greeting, boss. He walked over and questioned Kai, "What in the world are you getting yourself into?" Few things truly surprised me, but this one was beyond all my expectations. Red pointed at Mary and asked, "This little girl is your friend, right? Her name is Mary, isn't it? She's changed so much in such a short time." Another awakened one, right after Kai? How peculiar. Too many people are watching here. Let's head back to the Legion's base first. At the headquarters of the Dawn Vanguard Legion, Camellia smiled softly upon seeing him. "Red, you old man. Have you brought back something astonishing again?" Another awakened one following in Kai's footsteps. I can hardly believe it. She walked closer to Mary and said, "I know who you are, Mary, right?" The little girl replied softly, "Yes." Red turned and asked, "So, what do you think, Camellia?" Since the time of Luminous, awakened ones have always been the hottest topic in this city. Every color that appears on a colorless person belongs to historically significant figures. This girl is no different. She's the talented engineer who created the color for Kai, so be kind in your conversation. Camellia observed the girl's hair, possessing such a vivid color as well. "Your color is truly beautiful. So, Mary, would you like to join the Dawn Legion? We can basically meet any request you have. Surely you are not planning to move to another legion? No matter where you go, even for color modification work, they would recruit you. But I promise to treat you twice or three times better than they would." Mary hesitated at that tempting offer. She looked at Mary with an understanding gaze. Mary expressed that she also wanted to join the Dawn Legion. "I have a personal goal I need to accomplish as a pioneer member." Camellia said with satisfaction, "Great, a wonderful answer. So let us sign the contract right away. Just sign here." Someone else cut in, "Hold on. I overheard some things outside. I do not agree with accepting people this easily." Irevo demanded that everyone must pass an ability test before joining the Legion. Irevo stepped forward with another person. Camellia yelled, "Come on, why are you so rigid? You are making this too difficult. She is an awakened one. Will you take responsibility if another faction snatches her away?" Mary asked back, "Uncle, did you hear what I said?" Irevo replied, "Are you ready? So you chose that weapon?" Her hand trembled as she held the gun and she replied yes. He continued, "All right, I will explain the test rules. The rule is simple, just defeat the test golem. This golem's strength is the minimum standard to stand in the ranks of Dawn." The golem approached Mary. He added, "If you cannot even handle this thing, then do not even dream about the Black Lands." Mary showed obvious fear. "I have to defeat that thing?" Irevo explained, "Letting you take the test immediately is already an exception, but it must be done so that everyone accepts you. I know you are an engineer, not used to fighting, but if the color you carry is real, then this test should be easy for you to pass. Prove yourself worthy. Now then, Mary's entrance test." Irevo declared, "Begin." The golem charged straight at Mary. She quickly dodged to the side and escaped. The golem attacked relentlessly. At first, she could only run away. Camellia worried, "Hey, how could you throw a child who does not know how to fight in there? You could have taught her gradually. What if she goes to another faction? What if something happens? That would be your fault, you know?" Mary secretly calculated, "What am I supposed to do? Can I really win against that huge thing? No, I cannot be weak. I have my color now. Running away solves nothing. Then I will pour all my color into this attack. I will force the gun to operate at maximum output and take it down with a single shot, but the gun already warned of heat overload." A surge of power pierced through the golem's body. A massive surge of energy exploded all around. The surge of power tore through the roof and shot straight into the sky. Red and Camellia stood with their mouths agape in shock. The two from Gale's side were equally stunned. He was secretly amazed. "What is this? This energy is insane." Irevo noticed in just an instant the girl reached a radiation level equal to his own, and this was her first time using a gun. Her potential is terrifying. Mary could not control the power. "Help me, please help me. Stay back. It is spraying out everywhere. It is too dangerous. I cannot control it anymore. Someone stop it for me." Irevo ran over. "Mary, calm down first. Just stay calm and you will control it." But the gun kept going wild in her hands. Energy burst out in all directions. She said, "I am sorry." The place that was once here was now a ruin, the floor torn up. Mary stammered, "Honestly, I am sorry. How should I compensate for the damages?" Camellia reassured, "It is fine. Do not worry about it. A treasure this valuable fell into our hands. Truly wonderful. Her ability far exceeds the normal standard. Even when tested suddenly, she performed very well. Welcome to the Dawn Society, Mary. I am so glad the society keeps welcoming new talents. I look forward to your abilities." "So, old man, are you satisfied now?" Irevo replied, "I never objected. I just needed a reasonable excuse to accept the girl. Even if she is awakened, skipping the process would cause public criticism. An astonishing power in terms of color density. She is at the top of the younger generation. And Camellia, do not call me old man in front of others. It ruins my image." Camellia waved her hand. "Come on, this is not a formal meeting. You are too strict. Watch out, they call you a difficult old man. All right, Mary, let us take a walk for a bit." Kai thought to himself he had a gift for her and could finish the guild registration paperwork at the same time. He had been worried sick about her during the test, but he was glad she passed. Red stepped closer and asked, so that meant all the greetings were done, right? You lot stay right there, don't go anywhere. Hopefully none of you have anything urgent today. They all replied, no, nothing at all, sir. He praised them. Good, this is the perfect time. He had been swamped lately and hadn't been able to train them, but now was the right moment. Red ordered, follow me, I'll teach you an extremely important skill. The whole group headed over to the training grounds. He looked around the place, a training ground? Red answered, no one is here at this hour, so we can train without worrying about disturbing others, it's quite convenient. He glanced at the training dummy up ahead. There were even practice dummies there. It was designed to simulate those thick-skinned monsters. Normal attacks wouldn't even scratch it, so don't expect to leave a mark on it. Watch closely what I'm about to do. You'll have to master this move if you want to stay alive in that black land. Red slashed his sword at the dummy. He revealed, no matter how good your weapons are, they have their limits. Out there are plenty of monsters immune to physical attacks. No matter how many times you cut them, they'll just heal themselves. So how do you deal with them then? At that moment, a surge of blood energy emanated around his sword-wielding hand. He revealed it's called Chroma Enhancement. Sword in Red's hand had turned red. Lecn was stunned. Captain, is that? He admitted, that's right. Lecn and Gale saw me use it when fighting the deceitful demon sword, right? A source of energy called Chroma. It awakens the latent color within a person and covers their weapon or body to enhance their strength. This ultimate technique lets you shine and adapt flexibly to any situation. When enveloped in color this way, you'll possess unmatched power. Things that were uncuttable before will be split in two with ease. The blade had already pierced through the dummy's shoulder. Red boasted to them, look at this, it's like cutting through tofu, right? Once you officially become pioneers, you'll have to train this skill for the rest of your lives, remember that well. At least you should have a trump card for self-defense, right? Because no one knows what kind of monsters you'll run into in that black land. Lecn leaned down to examine the dummy. Amazing, with just a light swing, the cut is so clean. Kai spoke up, Captain, to become a professional chroma weaver, do you definitely have to be good at this move? Red denied it. No, that's just the minimum requirement. This is the basic level of a chroma weaver. In the advanced A rank exploration circles, plenty of people can use this move easily. If you go further to S rank and pass the special test, then you'll truly be recognized as a real chroma weaver. Alright, draw your weapons and get into a stance. I'll guide you through the training. Chroma is actually simple. It's just about applying your existing abilities flexibly in combat. Do you guys still remember the feeling when you release your color before using a skill? Normally you let it all out, but now you have to do it differently. Don't let it dissipate. Imagine the color seeping back into your body or your weapon. It'll be a bit tough at first. Just try to gather as much as you can. Don't be afraid of the color fading. You need to pour in even more. Kai's green color and Gale's blue color emanated from their hands. Both of them were showing clear signs of exhaustion. Gale thought to himself, damn, this is much harder than I expected. It's always easier said than done. Lecn was also worried. It feels like the color is just slipping away. At this rate, I'll probably turn pale white. Red Soa found it amusing and asked, so, it's hard, right? But for rookies, you're doing great. Some people take a whole year just to feel it. But don't get cocky. Learning fast means you do have talent, but to fully master it, you'll have to work hard day and night. So don't be lazy, focus intently. Right at that moment, a surge of black energy shot forth. They were stunned and turned to look. Red's face showed surprise. He asked, Kai, did you do that? He replied, I wouldn't say I did it. I've been using this method for a long time now. So this is what they call chroma, huh? Lecn seemed to have guessed. If that's the case then, she recalled the time he was fighting back at the ruins. Red sighed. Teaching you is such a headache. He thought to himself, but remembering what happened back then, it's not that surprising. Red assessed, right now you're just cramming color in recklessly, right? This level can't even be called basic, it's probably just the starting point. Kai asked in surprise, Captain, what do you mean? He replied helplessly, forget it, explaining it to you now would blow your mind. Listen, you're overloading the color. After just a few slashes, you'll be white as a sheet again. He replied, I understand, but right now I still can't control my power. However, I'm working on fixing that. Red understood after hearing this, meaning he's been using color absorption to compensate for the massive amount of energy he expends, right? If that's the case. He ordered the other two, you two keep practicing until you can use chroma, no stopping. If you don't want Kai to leave you in the dust, you'll both have to sweat a lot more. After that, Red advised Kai, what you need right now isn't chroma training. Your problem is much more serious than Gale's or Lecn's. For now, you're forbidden from using that weapon here. He asked, what do you mean, why? Red said directly, you need to relearn the basics, specifically how to use color most effectively. Every time you use a technique, you're wasting 10 times the energy you actually need. Right, your attacks are very powerful now, but later on it'll come back to bite you. I can see you've been trying to restrain yourself, but without proper technique, your color will just leak out uselessly, wasting it all without even knowing how to use it correctly. Moreover, relying too much on your absorption ability is a fatal mistake. Against a worthy opponent, they'll dodge your attacks as easily as eating porridge. Think about it, what if you suddenly fell into a state of color loss during a fight? You have been lucky to escape so far, but who can guarantee that luck will last forever, especially in that dark land teeming with monsters? He realized that his situation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. He followed the man's instructions, removed his weapon, and now what should he do next? Red guided him, release all the power you have. That will be the first stepping stone. Kai obeyed, understood, Captain. A surge of dark energy radiated powerfully from Kai. He glanced at the streams of energy blowing past. He could not help but feel surprised. It was truly unbelievable. I was already amazed the first time we met. It seems your level has improved very quickly. Kai panted, exhausted. Training without a weapon to support him was indeed a heavy burden. Red praised him. Well done, Kai. Try to maintain this state. If you slack off even for a second, I will send you off immediately. Understand? Kai was confused. Why would he suddenly set such a strange condition? The man challenged him. What? Are you scared now? How disappointing. A frail kid who cannot handle pressure wants to be a color mixer. Where did that blazing determination from earlier go? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Red scolded him. Hey, when I am angry, you cannot afford to be careless. Come on. Oh my. A moment later, all three were exhausted. They collapsed, their breathing becoming heavy. Kai asked wearily, do we have to undergo this color training every single day? I never thought training would be this torturous. I cannot even remember how many bottles of recovery ink I have chugged. Red encouraged them. Everyone did well. This is good enough for the first session. Let us call it a day here. One person breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping this hell. Gale was about to leave. My legs have turned to jelly. I just want to roll into bed and sleep right away. Red immediately called them. Where do you think you are going? Get back here right now. I did not say the training session was over. Are you trying to run away? He had already drawn his sword. The real training was just beginning. To wrap up the session, let us have a sparring match. Come at me with everything you have, as if your lives depended on it. They were extremely shocked upon hearing this. The two asked in disbelief, spar with the captain? Why so suddenly? Are we hearing things? Red confirmed. No, you heard correctly. We are not just training on color theory alone. Compared to a seasoned color mixer, you two are severely lacking in real combat experience. This is the only way to close the gap and increase your survival rate out there. I will not go easy on you, because now you are my students. I will squeeze out every bit of your potential. Alright, stop wasting time. Get into a fighting stance. Treat it like you are fighting an assassin. Do not think about holding back. Just hit me with everything you have got. Attack as if your lives depend on it. With that, Red launched a surprise attack from behind Elysian. She spun around and swung her sword to block. Red commented, just as I thought, your reaction speed is the best on the team, Elysian, and you even created a solid layer of ice in the blink of an eye. Your color control is truly outstanding. Both defense and offense are balanced, a very polished fighting style. But that does not mean you are without weaknesses. You must know, when two opposing forces clash, the weaker one will shatter completely. A streak of sword light slashed forward. The sword strike instantly shattered the icy barrier that Elysian had created. He repeated, will completely shatter. Just like that, you cannot rely on just one single attack pattern. Do not be overconfident just because the ice is sturdy. Always have a backup plan for when it gets broken through. One is to do that. Two is to push your color to the absolute limit until the ice cannot be scratched. The dark land is filled with creatures of overwhelming power, so always prepare for the worst case scenario. Gale's sword energy slashed in with incredible skill. He calmly leaned to the side to dodge. At the same time, Kai appeared on the other side and attacked. Red, alone, used his dual swords to suppress them both. Shock was evident in his eyes. Even Gale was equally shocked. They exclaimed, what the hell? He blocked all of our attacks just now without using any color at all. Elysian regained her composure and charged forward. I am joining in too. Surrounded by the three of them, he still stood his ground, blocking and counterattacking. Gale gritted his teeth. How is this possible? All three of us are ganging up on him, attacking with full force, but we have not landed a single hit on him. We cannot keep going on like this. Thinking about how weak he was in the past, having to be protected by a girl. He blazed with determination. I cannot accept this. I have to become stronger, faster than this. A blazing sword intent slashed forward. Red calmly blocked it with his sword. The three of them began to pant, and the man spoke up. I think that is enough for today. Gale, why are you so tense? When you rush like that, you are easily read like an open book, and your natural instincts do not show on the outside at all. John, putting all your strength into a single strike is the dumbest move. That is why you were taken down in one blow. I do not know what is distracting you, but absolutely do not let emotions cloud your judgment. As for Kai, I think there is no need to say more about you, so I will keep it brief. Fighting a spy and fighting barehanded are two completely different things. Fortunately, that great commotion in the underground world that day did not cause any serious consequences. If it were not for that spy drone created by Mary, things might have gone too far to be salvaged. Know your limits, examine yourself to see how long you can hold out. Your weakness is more severe than Elysian and Gale combined. He thought to himself that our captain is truly terrifyingly strong. As a color shaper, he stands at a completely different peak. Will I ever be able to surpass him? But I do not want to give up easily like this. I want to prove that I can become the greatest color shaper. Kai remembered. The captain had once said to attack seriously as if delivering the killing blow to an enemy. Actually, I have just awakened a new power, but I was hesitant whether or not to use it, and I do not want things to end here like this. So perhaps this is the perfect time to test it out. Kai condensed a massive energy in his palm and spoke briefly. I still cannot control it yet. Red stared in shock at the surge of power rushing toward him. A tremorous explosion erupted. Kai's entire body was sent flying far away. The black color on his body was draining quickly. Damn it, he never expected it to consume so much color. Kai's whole body was trembling in waves, and he was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Red Lick looked at the sword in his hand, utterly bewildered. What the hell just happened? I thought today had no more surprises left, but who would have guessed? He needed to have a completely different view of Kai. Looking at the deep crater carved into the ground, Razor realized that within him lay an incredibly immense power. Thinking about the next meeting, he wondered how much more he would improve. That thought excited him. The other two had to exclaim, "What the hell is this? What is wrong with him? Since when has he been this strong?" Blending black with other colors. Could there come a day when Kai could use as many colors as Lord Luminous? Red laughed and said, to avoid losing face in front of his own student, it seems I need to put in more effort too. Alright, today's training is enough. Let us head back together. This kid needs time to recover his colors, and you all should rest well too. And do not overthink what just happened. I know after seeing what Kai did, it will be hard for you all to believe. But your skills now far surpass a newly initiated pioneer. So just keep training hard. This is really troublesome. I wonder how angry Camellia will be. Scene shift to the Dawn Pioneer Corps Command Center. A tremor appeared that caught Camelia's attention. She wondered, what is that noise? The very ground is shaking. Mary from across the room spoke up. Lady Camellia, sorry for interrupting, but I think I just heard something. It is nothing. Sweets can soothe everything. Do you find them delicious? Mary hesitated, answering, yes, they are delicious, but these items, are you sure I can keep them? Camellia said casually, come on, do not worry about it. There is no need to be shy. After all, we are both S-rank pioneers. These items are just side things to me. They are made from very sturdy materials. They will be very useful to you. Consider them a welcome gift for joining the guild. Accept them. Do not think too much about it. Mary replied, move. Thank you very much. I hope you and everyone else will help me a lot in the future. Right at that moment, the door suddenly swung open. A staff member ran in, urgently reporting, Captain, there is an emergency. Camellia asked, confused, what is it? The man pointed into the distance. Over there, look at the sky. You have to see it yourself, Captain. The two of them hurriedly ran outside. Their entire bodies were covered in a layer of black dust. In the distance, a column of black smoke rose violently. Camellia raised her hand, letting the falling ash from the sky drift down. Her face darkened. No. She looked far away, where the silhouette of a monster was appearing. It was a wave. On top of the monster's head were Viper and Gerard. The giant monster was slowly advancing toward the town. Panicked shouts rang out, what are you doing? There is no time left. But what about the goods and ores? Throw them all away. Do you want to die here? They were frantically looking for a way to escape. The wave is coming. A wave is coming. Move quickly. Stop being so slow. I cannot believe it is a real wave. How could it be so sudden? Everything has been quiet since the 49th black wave. Why is it happening now? Someone realized this scale is truly absurd, no different from a moving disaster. The rumors are true. Even the great brilliant civilization was wiped out by them. History records that just one of them is enough to blow away an entire metropolis. A fierce killing intent swept over the crowd. Shouts rang out, charge, we will destroy all these monsters. On the city walls, the cannons were continuously firing at the monster. On the city wall, the soldiers shouted urgently, quickly moving artillery shells into position, aiming at their targets and firing without hesitation. Inside, Gale reminded his two teammates to stop staring out the window, telling them to get ready, as they would need to head out as soon as the announcement came. Shouts echoed from outside. The leader of the red team was about to arrive. Red stepped in to report. All right, everyone, is everyone fully equipped? Looking at the current situation, there was no time for rest. He looked at the team members and ordered, red team, move out. Kai glanced down from the window and understood. The alarm meant the monsters were gathering near the city. Elysian confirmed, yes, but with this tense atmosphere, it was definitely not an ordinary event. She suddenly noticed the black ash falling all over the sky. It was just like that fateful day years ago. Elysian involuntarily recalled the past. Black ash had also covered the sky then. When an announcement rang out, all pioneers were to return to the Legion immediately. Repeat, all pioneers. An old man asked in confusion, what is all this commotion about? On the road, people were panicking. Get out of the way. I said, move. Black ash. Don't tell me a wave is coming, Mom. I'm scared. Don't worry. The pioneer soldiers will handle it. They hurriedly fled. Hurry up. Where is the spawn point? I heard they are gathering densely in the eastern outskirts. A loud explosion rang out. What was that? What is happening? A person looked to the side worriedly, turned back. Let's take another route. Something even more dangerous has appeared. A horde of pitch-black monsters was flooding into the city. The dark hands, they have appeared. An emergency alert sound blared from the loudspeaker. Gale looked at the group in confusion. Who is that masked man? Kai asked in surprise. You don't know them. Those are Blaze and Nico from the Legion. They were famous before you and Elysian even started. That Legion was a powerful group, a direct counterweight to the Dawn Society in the East, and due to the emergency, everyone was meeting in this chaos. Listen to me, at this rate, the civilians will be attacked by the monsters before they can even finish evacuating. Until everyone is completely safe. The soldiers on the front lines against the monsters breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we survived. Hey, let's use this opportunity to evacuate the remaining citizens. The pioneer soldiers will buy you time from this moment on, so go with peace of mind. Nico spoke spoke proudly, with the Radiant Legion here, no matter what monsters come, they cannot touch a single hair on our heads. Suddenly, the Legion was hit by a fierce surge of black energy. A person quickly rushed forward to provide support. It was Kai. He had appeared, blocking that surge of darkness. He joined the others in the effort to push back the darkness. The citizens were slowly retreating towards the city wall. They were crowded and running towards the gate. Get inside quickly. Oh God, stop shoving. The two guards reminded them, maintain order. The more critical it gets, the calmer the evacuation must be. As the Dark Horde charged forward, they were annoyed by the many monsters closing in. Damn it, hate the ones that move this fast. A barrage of colorful shots was fired. Shoot, fire quickly. Don't let them advance another step. Use the blue attacks to hold them back. Even if it's just for a moment, we have to do it. We must buy time for the brothers at the forward base to retreat. The pitch-black monsters charged in endlessly. They had broken through the frontline defenses. Camellia led the group forward and spoke, Color Weavers. The situation is extremely urgent, so I will be brief from now on. As the commander of the Dawn Legion, I am temporarily taking charge of all legions in the area. First, we have confirmed that many groups of Dark Hands are moving towards the forward base. Kai heard this and whispered in astonishment, Dark Hands. Louis appeared, he said, that was a close call. Sorry for being late, my lovely juniors. You have all worked very hard. Camellia spoke up, Pioneer members, thank you for your defensive efforts. She ordered, quickly retreat or hold your positions. A beam of red power shot straight towards the enemy. The blast hit a monster, causing it to explode. The other monsters were also shot down by the power in succession. Kai and Gale stood in awe, watching the scene before them. Both were waiting for the next developments. A giant monster had appeared. It moved at an extremely fast speed. An announcement rang out, giant monster attack, prepare for impact. We will act as a shield to hold the formation and... The dark monsters were charging forward in a frenzy. A fierce brawl had broken out. Gerard watched grimly as the events unfolded before him. Kai recognized him. He's here, I see him. That's the man. The one who will kick off this play. Gerard silently declared, Kai, this time I won't let you escape. Camellia ordered Red. I'm leaving this matter to you, he replied. All right, don't worry about things here. She was certain that someone would target Kai while they were away. That is why I need your assistance. They stood atop the giant monster, below a sea of pitch-black creatures. Viper exclaimed in delight. The effect exceeded expectations. With just a few dozen potions, the entire horde of monsters was under control. It felt like being a shadow witch. The upcoming plan was sure to be fun. Camellia declared that the city's defense relied on everyone. Spread out in formation, encircle the flanks, and sweep away the small monsters. Coordinate with the defense forces to focus the attack on that giant monster. Everyone answered in unison, understood. Hold your ground until we drive off the Dark Hand in return. Louis took the mission, sending his regards to Commander Bin Min. Our team goes first, she agreed. Fine, I will follow right behind. Kai thought to himself, glad Mary was not here right now. This chaotic battle would be too much for a newcomer like her. Since facing the Dark Hand directly was extremely dangerous, an announcement rang out, requiring all color weavers to deploy and halt the Dark Hand. A barrage of cannon fire aimed straight at the target. The order was firm, do not stop, keep firing. Someone reminded Mary, out of shells, reload quickly, hurry and bring more shells over here. She carried 3 crates of shells at once. Move aside or you will get your head smashed. Everyone was amazed by her carrying strength. Thank you, Color Weaver, for lending a hand. She replied, I have to go assist elsewhere now. With that, Mary hurried away. She was inwardly shocked. An uncountable number of monsters. It was her first time seeing such a sight. The battle was raging at the center, wondering if everyone was all right. The front line is still fighting tenaciously. Do not retreat. We must hold the line. If we fall back, the citizens who are evacuating will be in danger. Kai charged forward, past even Elysian. Someone warned, it is dangerous. Move to the front. Dense arcs of sword light slashed down. The trio charged straight to the front line, slashing at the monsters. Those behind were astonished. They were killing monsters as if it were nothing. The new recruits this year are truly different. We cannot be outdone by our juniors. They began to move in and join the melee. Kai fought while observing the situation. He thought to himself, luckily the situation seemed more stable than imagined. It seemed the command team was drawing the attention of the monsters at the front. The color weavers coordinated perfectly. At this pace they would soon stop the monster horde. But Kai was still worried about that giant monster. Even though it moved slowly, it was getting closer and closer to the city. Relying only on the guards was not enough, hoping the color weavers would quickly deal with the Dark Hand and return to help. At that moment, Gerard had landed on the ground. He quickly sped towards his target, and directly below was Kai and his teammates. He sensed danger and looked up. A violent impact occurred right in front of Kai. Those behind panicked. What just happened? Seeing Gerard, they vaguely guessed. Could it be? It is the Dark Hand. They are here too now. Gerard said coldly, I am looking for someone. He pointed directly at Kai's group. Seeing Gerard, the announcement rang out, everyone fall back, reform the formation. Damn it, weren't they only at the outpost? Without a color weaver, how can we fight him? Going out to fight will only mean more death. Gerard drew his sword. All attention is now on the outpost. This is the perfect opportunity. He leaped forward. This time I will definitely have you. In the blink of an eye, Gerard stood before him. Red appeared just in time, his bright red figure standing out in the dark space. He used his sword to block the sudden attack. This appearance ruined Gerard's plan, making his face darken. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You bastard, Red, I knew you would pull something," and Kai called out in surprise, "Captain." Red continued, "Your intentions are obvious. Everyone knows the target is Kai, but you brazenly try to take him in broad daylight. Your audacity is something I admire. Fall back. You are all no match for him." "I will be right back once this is done." Kai nodded slightly. "Yes, Captain, be careful." Gerard was so angry his veins bulged. "You just love to get in my way." Rector Elite stared at this man. Gerard drew his blade. "Looks like I will have to use the real thing this time. Right now, I will tear you into 100 pieces." Red spoke with great interest. "This is a relic from the age of the Great Meteor. I have no idea where you picked up such a troublesome thing, but having that item in your hands is a good thing." His sword was stained red. This was when the fight truly became interesting. A fierce battle erupted, with power radiating across the entire area. Kai worriedly asked if the captain was all right. The other two reminded him to worry about who he should. They would only be in the way if they stayed close. The front line had shifted, so they should hurry and regroup with the others. Suddenly, a giggling sound came from behind them. A thick cloud of dust obscured his vision, and he froze, wondering what that noise was. A few figures emerged, saying that the sword demon guy had suddenly rushed outside. They thought something big was happening, but one look was all it took to understand. They had been wondering about that key to the wall he was making such a fuss over, so they stayed silent and didn't bother asking. Why keep it a secret until now? The sword demon is truly a fool. "Hello there, you must be Kai, right? And you're even being protected by the red faction. It seems my information is correct." He spoke tensely. "What faction is this now?" Seeing the snake scales on her body, Kai was startled to realize this was another assassin. Elysian drew her sword. "Well damn, this truly is the worst possible situation. We can't escape from them. The only thing we can do right now is try to hold on until the captain returns here." Viper sneered. "That 3-talent captain of yours doesn't have the time to protect you brats all the time. Kai, you have completely fallen into our sights now." Kai stood stunned before this formidable opponent. He quickly raised his sword to block her sudden attack. Instantly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently and cracked into small pieces. He gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand that tremendous pressure. Looking at the calm expression of the one with snake scales, Kai couldn't understand how his power could be so terrifying. Elysian immediately attempted a sneak attack from behind him. She quickly shouted, "Dodge, Sakai!" Gale was charging in with his sword raised from the other side. Viper merely shrugged and easily countered all their attacks. Extreme astonishment appeared on Elysian's face. Gale couldn't believe the opponent was this strong. They exclaimed, "What is this? Why is he completely motionless?" A few figures were rushing straight towards Kai. He was ready to face them, whatever, just keep attacking. Just as they were about to charge, a shout rang out, "Stop right there, he's about to recover." All three of them simultaneously engaged in a sword clash with Viper. He was secretly terrified, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Why wasn't he fighting back, just standing there like that? He looked at the other one who was just like her, then wondered what that man was up to because he felt immense pressure from him. Viper spoke disdainfully, "Is this all you've got? Boring, can't you even figure out something this simple?" "Ah," he spoke, "time's up. You're not color manipulators, your level can only reach this point at best." Their bodies were suddenly covered in a sticky green substance. All three of them stood frozen in place, unable to move. A liquid identical in color to their own energy spewed from their mouths. The green power was slowly enveloping the space around them. They were stunned. "What the hell is this?" "Ah," he laughed coldly, "who told you to rush in like moths to a flame? It's too late, you've been hit by our color poison. At this point, you're no different from the dead." "Ah," he reminded them, "you should be more careful. You saw what happened to us and still didn't realize it. My brother and I can use both physical attacks and lethal poison at the same time. Can you feel the toxin? To you, it's a natural disaster, but to us, it's a divine protective power." After saying all that, he looked towards the one writhing on the ground. "Anyway, while you stand there waiting to die, I'll just have a good laugh." Kai placed his hands on the backs of his two friends standing beside him. Both of them were surprised by this sudden action of his. Elysian's complexion gradually became visibly more rosy and healthy. Viper frowned in annoyance as he watched the whole scene unfold. Seeing the two of them safe, Ah was in shock. "What is this? What did you do?" Kai laughed coldly. "So you can use poison, huh? But that's just power from colors, right? No matter how formidable that poison is, it's completely useless against me." The one with snake scales was stunned. "He can absorb colors too? Wait, is that a witch? Even a witch?" He couldn't understand what was happening anymore. The important thing now was whether the girl who just escaped was safe, but that strange stream of black energy seemed to appear in the middle of the city. He did not wipe out the witches, but instead turned them into his own power, or perhaps he was using a dark ability. Our clan does not have a color like that black, unless he has some connection to the witches. Forget those trivial matters, the power I need is right in front of us, we must seize it at all costs. Viper was unleashing his own energy. The other two tensed up in guard, that woman seemed about to strike. Luckily Kai detoxified in time, otherwise things would have been bad, but the situation was still dangerous. Kai quickly reminded them, "No time for chatting, The poison cannot kill us right away, just keep absorbing, and that trick becomes useless. That means we can handle it, Viper sneered. Are you blind or just ignoring what is right in front of you? You asked something that simple. The real problem is you are challenging a true warrior. Fine then, if you insist, then let us test your strength. Viper lunged at Kai in an instant. He was secretly astonished. The movement was incredibly fast. A flash of light streaked toward him. The blow carried all the force behind it, slamming straight into Kai's body. Viper frantically unleashed a series of punches and kicks. He could only cross his arms to block. This is insane. The opponent is even faster and stronger than before. Even with Chroma used for defense, her punch still carried an unbelievable weight. Kai frowned, noticing something. She was only focusing her attacks on me. I could barely block, let alone counterattack. Viper asked with a mocking laugh. So what now? Did you think the poison being useless would change the situation? Even if you can absorb it, I can still kill you easily. Those petty tricks of yours mean nothing against someone as weak as you. Swords from behind, wielded by Gale, suddenly shot forward. He roared in anger, you bastard. So you treat us like we do not exist. Licien quickly warned Kai, be careful. She said firmly, I will buy time for you. A thick wall of ice was rapidly surrounding Vibe. That wall was made of 3 solid layers of ice. Licien retreated with him, urging, Kai, hurry up and use this chance to fall back. He nodded, thanks, any longer and we would be done for. She knew that ice wall would not hold for long. The opponent was too strong. Facing them head-on was impossible. Her power was truly terrifying. Charging straight in would get us killed in an instant. And if we were too hasty in counterattacking, we risked getting hit by the poison again. Honestly, without you detoxifying us, Kai, we would not have any strength left to fight. Gale mentioned softly, Licien, can you use that thing? Kai wondered, what thing? He answered quickly, that destructive power of the yellow color. Ah, that thing, she nodded. Yes, fine. But I am not skilled at it. I need some time to focus. Gale insisted, right now the only option is to stop this guy, prepare quickly. Licien nodded with determination. We will do our best to buy time. You just focus on gathering that power. Gale urged, hurry up, we all end up lying down at this rate. The ice layer had already been shattered from within by that destructive force. Viper charged forward, saying with contempt, you are just wasting your time. The two of them immediately moved to flank her from both sides. Viper was irritated. I told you I do not bother with small fries like you. Fine, if you are looking for death. She did not take them seriously, declared, then all of you die right here. Yet Viper's counterattack suddenly seemed ineffective. She froze, Gale gritted his teeth while holding on. Do not come any closer. At this rate, I will collapse. Licien replied, and I am about to run out of strength too. The two stood side by side, knowing another step back meant certain death. They simultaneously triggered a chroma burst. Viper laughed with disdain. Even small fry like you know how to use chroma. It might not be high-level color mixing, but you are trying to look dangerous, commendable. Her nails revealed a green toxin, but the opponents remained persistent. It seems holding that state is already beyond your limits. Did you think some childish tricks could stop me? Just keep trying, and we will see how long you last. Once your chroma runs dry, I will send you on your way. Gale cursed inwardly, damn it, my strength is draining too fast. I am about to pass out. Licien tried to reassure. Hold on a little longer. Kai will not be able to withstand this pressure. Block this blow. Vibe threw a fatal punch. Boring. You two have reached your limit. Just get out of my sight. A heavy wave of poisonous air crashed down upon Gale. Licien was no better off, enduring tremendous pressure. She spoke in disappointment. We gave it everything we had, yet we still cannot last another second. Looking at Vibe before her, she stammered, I cannot hold on anymore. At that moment, a stream of black and yellow power shot straight toward them. Viper was stunned by that monstrous power. From a distance, the shockwave swept over, shaking the air. Gale, and she breathed a sigh of relief, having barely escaped in time. Now they had to put their trust in Kai. His 5 punches stopped right in front of Viper. She asked in surprise, what kind of monster are you exactly? Seeing the energy radiating from him, Viper couldn't help but feel bewildered. Kai's entire body was cloaked in a layer of blazing golden energy. He declared in a low voice, now, Kai's fist was gathering a power completely different from before. The golden light shone down upon her face. A powerful punch sent Viper flying far away. He quickly closed in on his opponent to continue the pursuit. Kai relentlessly threw punches at his opponent without stopping. She could only dodge continuously for the time being. Viper thought to herself, what's wrong with this brat? Did he just sprout a monster from nowhere? In terms of pure stamina, he's on par with me now, but he's clearly forcing his body to burst out. This state will collapse soon. Viper was annoyed that his twin was still standing silently watching from afar. Damn it, how long is that cursed bastard going to stand there watching? If he jumped in, this would have been over long ago. Who knows how much longer he'll keep posturing, honestly. Whatever, as long as I bring Stella back, I'll be free from that old man's grip. My long-cherished wish will come true. Thanks to you being here, you're the perfect prey to hold back the Emerald Lord. Viper thought to herself that there was still plenty of time. I knew this would happen sooner or later, which is why I kept you by my side to wait for the opportunity. Now let's just take the key. Huh. A violent explosion suddenly erupted. The ongoing battle between the two of them had to halt as well. Both temporarily stopped fighting. Viper was stunned. Impossible. Seeing Red's figure emerge, she asked in disbelief, "It's over that fast?" Gerard was at this moment in a state of near exhaustion. The red creature also slowly walked over to them. Kai asked Han, "Are you hurt?" Viper sneered, "You call yourself the Shadow, do you? Can't even a mortal body handle that kind of power?" Useless piece of trash. She flew into a rage as Red was carrying Gerard's head over. Seeing that scene, Kai couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Dark energy radiating from his body, Kai turned white. Kai gasped for breath, thinking, "Thank goodness I held on," almost collapsed. "I burned up all my strength. From now on the captain will handle everything." Viper gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted that sword. Collapsing like this was beyond expectations. Facing Red right now is an extremely bad idea. I have to escape. If I can leave here with my sister within sight, then use them as a shield. Lecn helped Kai up and asked if he was okay. He replied with thanks. The red creature had already taken its sword and approached right behind Viper. A cold voice rang out. "Where do you think you're sneaking off to?" With each strike of the sword crossing in a web, I saw your gaze heading there. The sword energy attacked like a raging gale, huh? Viper fell at a disadvantage against the relentless sword stance. She screamed in pain from the unexpected attack. Lecn watched the battle in astonishment. Too fast. He took down his opponent with just one strike. Viper gritted her teeth and uttered, "That really hurts." She thought furiously, "This is bad. I'm already at a complete disadvantage in strength, and now my poison gets burned away before it even touches him." Racer raised the sword. Not bad at all. Achieving this level of power without even needing to layer it with inscriptions. Truly a relic for a reason. However, you've been too rough with it. Its maintenance is in poor shape. At this rate, it will shatter to pieces. What a pity. Is there anything else? Bring it all out before you die. We'll make better use of it than you, since you can't even swing a sword properly. Gerard nearly had you, you bastard. Red dark, just as I thought. Using the weapon you're familiar with is much more comfortable. Now then, Viper, it's your turn. From afar, Viper's sister begged, "No, please don't." He burst into sobs, screaming that no, no. His body gradually slumped down, but he still tried to shout, "Stop right now. That is my sister. She is hurt." The younger sister clutched her head in pain and gasped, "Do not let anyone touch her." From within her, a violent force burst out, forbidding everyone from coming near. Red's red aura arrived just in time to block it. Kai stood in front of his two teammates, using his strength to hold back that surge of energy. He frowned and asked, "What on earth is happening again?" Looking at the disturbance from afar, Kai said worriedly, "It is all poison everywhere." The younger sister said painfully, "Sister, I am sorry. You should not have gotten hurt. You once said you hated the feeling of pain so much. Do not worry, I will help heal you right away." In front of Red, a vortex of green light suddenly appeared. He said calmly, "This is exactly why those Black Hand bastards are always a nuisance. You can never predict their actions. It is truly infuriating. And who on earth is activating that decay amplification?" Viper suddenly formed a new awakened state, a kind of fusion with the toxins. "Ah," he said irritably, "I really did not want to turn into this form. This is all your fault." And with that, he shot out from his position. Ah raised his hand covered in scratches, charging straight at his opponent. A huge impact erupted as Red managed to block the attack in time. The ground beneath their feet cracked into pieces. A powerful shockwave slammed into the group standing far away. Viper's strength at this moment was completely overwhelming Red. He thought to himself, his endurance is exactly as I predicted. Ah continuously released deadly poison in all directions, making it hard for us to get close. Kai tried his best to hold his ground somehow, but only for a brief moment, and Viper could collapse at any time. Fighting while protecting others in this situation is truly too risky. His body suddenly turned a blazing red, as if there was no other choice left. The chains wrapped around Red suddenly snapped apart. Waves of violent blood energy wildly burst out all around. The two people behind him exclaimed, "It is hot. It is burning hot all over." But more importantly, what is that thing? It looks like chromatic, but it is totally different from what we have learned. Red is activating mental chromatic manifestation, his sword arm blazing with a powerful blood energy. Red spoke up, "So you want to go all in with me, right? That is what I have been waiting for all along." Viper was almost stunned by the scene before him. Ah merely raised an eyebrow, not saying another word. Viper slowly raised his hand to touch the emblem on his body. Ah replied calmly, "Fine, let us stop here." Red remained cautious, asking, "What trick are you trying to pull now?" Viper lowered his voice and pleaded, "I am sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me, okay? You are worried about the people behind you, right? If you waste your strength here, you will just be whittling away your own life. You surely do not want that. Rather than charging into a war of attrition that weakens us both, it is better to deal with that giant monster out there first." first. Viper was about to leave and said, "Your silence means you agree." Ah added casually, "Remember to pick up that guy's head." Seeing that he was still alive, Viper asked with interest, "You are still alive? Huh, most people in this state would have died long ago." "You idiot. That is exactly why you should not have confronted Red head on and brought this trouble on yourself, but since you have been useful to my plan, I will patch you up properly. But you know how it feels too, when I heal. The color is excruciatingly painful. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on your own willpower." Viper suddenly mentioned him. "Hey, you kid over there, Kai, right?" Ah said with a hidden meaning, "I have remembered your name. Next time, if we have the chance, let us play together again." With that, he shot away before anyone could react. All four of them stood in silence until his figure completely disappeared. Kai let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we are alive. This time was really dangerous. He thought to himself, this is probably the first real direct encounter with the Black Hand since Lord Luminous warned that I was not truly complete. From now on, every time we come to the Dark Lands, we might have to face people like that. This is truly a bigger problem than I thought. Red urged the group, "We have to get out right now. This is not over yet. The most important target right now is still that giant monster waiting out there. The other chromatic users have already dealt with the Black Hand. For now, only our group can take down that monster. So we will be the ones to deal with this giant monster. Are you two still fit to fight? If you're already struggling after a light clash, that's a worry." The whole team was shocked by the captain's words. This time was different from Red App, nowhere near comparable to a real black tide. A sudden surge of power pierced straight through the giant monster's body. Its humanoid torso was blasted with a massive hole. All four of them wore expressions of utter astonishment. The monster let out a fierce roar before slowly losing control. Its entire body gradually swayed, then collapsed. The monster's head slammed hard into the ground. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. All eyes turned to Mary. Could it have been her? At that moment, she was so exhausted she could barely catch her breath. It was Mary who had fired that decisive shot. At the top of a building in the city, a brilliant light suddenly radiated. Right beneath the Kai tree, the light was shimmering and glowing. The source came from the clusters of colorful fruits on the Kai branches. A hand was raised amidst that scene. Luminous closed her eyes, quietly sensing everything around her. When she opened them, her eyes held swirling, fantastical bands of color. Luminous took a breath and said, "All right, most of the trouble has been dealt with. The city's citizens no longer need to worry about being poisoned by the black dust. Only that giant creature remains. At least I can breathe a sigh of relief now. Sorry for calling everyone here so suddenly like this. I'm sure everyone is busy, but the moment I saw the black tide signs, I panicked. It's fine. Anything related to the black tide, we all need to be on maximum alert." The other two replied, "The one who's worked the hardest here is Lady Luminous. The one who continuously pushed back the black mist, purified the city, and maintained the barrier." Julian added, running around as Lady Luminous's hands and feet, so she can focus on protecting this place is our duty as the three elements. Though it's a bit disappointing. We thought it was a major crisis and rushed over as fast as we could, but it turned out to be just one monster, not really at the scale of a black tide. We'll form a separate investigation team to find out why the monster moved while the Black Witch was still asleep. A giant creature waking up on its own proves a mysterious variable has appeared. She looked in surprise towards the black and red light in the distance. Huh, what's that color? Oh my, Senior Red is still fighting out there. Our generation is pretty mature now. I wonder if he trusts us younger ones. Kai has been carrying the burden since the time of Luminous's light. Now is the perfect time for him to step back and rest. Leonard asked in confusion, "Why do you keep calling him directly by name without using the respectful title, Red? Are you a newbie who hasn't learned the rules yet?" Julian replied, "Come on, who uses those titles these days? Just call him by his name for short. That old-fashioned habit is so out of date. I'm speechless with this girl." Luminous interjected, "All right, what about that question I asked earlier? Any movement from the council?" She answered, "They would never just sit still, especially when it involves the black lineage. The atmosphere has been weird lately. I heard a rumor that Councilman Louis' faction is buzzing about Kai's black color. They haven't made a direct move yet, but daring to openly oppose him is basically a public challenge to Lady Luminous. They also have a ton of shady connections with the underground world, crossing the line more and more. Lady Luminous, even if you don't want to meddle in the council's internal affairs, you should at least give them a warning. It's fine. For now, they're just testing my reaction. Just ignore them." In a way, I understand them. They experienced utter terror during the fourth black tide, so now they cower at anything related to black. That's easy to understand. She thought to herself, people only want to believe what they want to see. No matter what I say, they'll still be trapped in their fear and won't understand. But to protect this city, we absolutely need Kai because his black is a special existence. She felt, "Julian, I don't think I can do things the way you did, but I will definitely protect this city, no matter the cost in blood or sacrifice." Down below, everyone was continuously firing at the monster. It's about to break through the barrier. Even grenades are useless against it. One of them asked worriedly, "Is there really no other way?" The other snapped, stay calm, reload, and keep firing if you still have a gun. The vanguard is fighting desperately to hold back the monster horde. By any means, we have to deal with this monstrosity ourselves. The other replied, I know, but with this crappy gear we have, how are we supposed to stop it? Suddenly, the monster froze. Its mouth gaped wide open. A sphere of darkness was condensing inside. The others shouted in alarm, what is that? It's about to spit something out. It's aiming right at us. Everyone, scatter. A surge of dark power shot straight towards them. Black ink splattered upon colliding with an unexpected block. The others were completely surprised to find themselves still safe. Looking towards that colorful white leaf, they gasped, what is that? Brothers, snap out of it and look closely. They immediately regained their spirits. This is the protection from Lady Luminous. Do you think this city survived all those black tides on faith alone? The reason we've overcome every calamity is because Lady Luminous always lends her protection like this. Right now, we are being blessed by her, so there's nothing to fear. A command rang out, hold the formation and prepare to continue fighting. Everyone cheered joyfully, knew she would show up. That's right, we're safe as long as we hide in here. Lady Luminous is truly the best. Mary marveled inwardly, unable to believe that Lord Luminous's radiance was protecting them. Moreover, it blanketed an entire vast expanse of the sky, shielding the entire shimmering city. Everyone was fighting with all their might to hold the city. She had to think of a way to contribute her share of effort as well. She reached out and picked up that item, as if someone had left this test tube behind. Borrowing it for a moment should be fine. If she used the exact same ability from the last entrance exam, she did not know how much damage it could deal to that gigantic monster, but still, it would surely help at least a little. She quickly flipped the lever on the test tube down. Mary was aiming the gun barrel forward. She shouted out an order, everyone move far away. I cannot control this power. From the opposite side, the monster saw a burst of yellow energy explode. It let out a roar as a show of force. Mary thought to herself that this time she had gathered far more color than before, but she could still load more. She would absorb all the color she could and then release a decisive strike. And so, a powerful surge of energy pierced straight through the monster's body. Its body gradually swayed and then collapsed. The massive head slammed hard onto the ground. Everyone stood stunned, staring at Mary. They were astonished, unable to believe that the petite girl had taken down the colossal monster so easily. She felt a secret fear. Had she used too much color? If she tried to absorb any more, she would surely be bleached white. She needed to be more careful next time. Even the stored energy in the container had been completely drained. Mary stood amid the cheers and praise, people marveling at her achievement. You are the girl from the Dawn sector, right? Give us a name so everyone knows who the hero is. She shook her head, asking everyone to calm down and check the situation first. From Camelia's position, she could see the surge of energy shoot into the sky. Louis asked in surprise what was happening, and the person beside him also could not understand the scene before them. The colossal monster was utterly defeated. Who could have accomplished such a remarkable feat? Camelia heard everyone praising Mary, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Their new recruit truly performed far beyond expectations. I am just glad that everyone is safe and sound. Everyone began to work on disposing of the monster's carcass. Shouts rang out, be careful with your hands and feet when moving it. The poison is dangerous. Remember not to let it touch anyone. Someone complained, when will this massive pile ever be cleaned up? We cannot just dump it and pollute the entire area. Better to extract the resources instead of wasting them. No way, it is completely poison. Even purification spells do not work. Just toss it over there quickly, or the poison will be a problem if we get exposed. Camelia smiled lightly. You all have worked hard out here. The damage this time is almost zero, Red said happily. Lucky the scale was smaller than expected. Irevo remarked that the black-handed group had retreated on their own. She asked curiously, where are the kids? I heard they worked really hard. He replied, the kids are fine, but there is one thing. They had completely run out of color by then. Nero even waved at Red before leaving. Seeing him sigh, Camelia asked worriedly, did something happen? Red reassured her, it is nothing. Whatever happens, I trust they will handle it properly themselves. The four of them were standing before the monster's carcass. At their feet were countless small black lumps. Nero was controlling those adorable black lumps. Mary praised them, they really do look cute. Kai told me about them, but I did not expect the little monsters to be so attached to Nero. Gale wondered where they came from. Kai explained, they are remnants of the colossal monster. It contained a huge source of energy, but because it is poisoned, we cannot use it. Elysian asked, hey Kai, why are you here? Aside from the monster's dead body, there is nothing special at all. He replied, it is because Nero kept insisting I bring him here. And every time Nero insists on me going to places like this, something good is bound to happen. Gale shouted in panic, what? I thought that monster was completely dead. Seeing the monster's eyes slowly open, he decided he had to urgently report to the captain. Both Nero and Kai stared at it tensely. The monster's eyes were gradually closing again. Nero never took his eyes off the opponent. Finally, the monster fully closed its eyes. The whole group breathed a sigh of relief after that scare. Elysian asked, is it fully dead? Gale sighed. What a scare. It cannot just get back up again, right? Seeing Nero on his shoulder cry out, he asked, what is wrong? You mean we have to go in that direction? Seeing him standing on the monster's head, his two friends quickly reminded him, Kai, be careful. Touching it without protective gear will get you killed. He reassured them, don't worry, I need to look closely, because with the naked eye I can't see anything unusual. Just as expected, cases like this always require using that move right away. When he activated the inverted eye domain, amidst the pitch black darkness, a beam of light suddenly flashed. Kai was stunned by what was in front of him. What the hell is this? Isn't this the energy core of the giant monster? So this is what Nero wanted him to see. It was Kai who discovered it. He could sense it now. Surely if he absorbed this, not only would it fill the color bar, but there would also be a clear, tangible evolution. He immediately raised his hand to absorb that energy. Why hesitate? Just go for it. All three watched in astonishment as Kai reached his hand down onto the monster's head. Mary exclaimed, what the hell is this? Don't tell me he's devouring the entire giant monster. Everyone also noticed, what's happening all of a sudden? Kai is about to be sucked into one spot. Red asked curiously, Kai, what exactly are you up to this time? Countless colored energy cores flew out. They were falling towards everyone. They were overjoyed. Everyone immediately pounced down to pick them up. No toxins at all. These are the color crystals. Freebies, guys. Camellia picked one up to examine. Spot on. These are top-tier color crystals. You couldn't buy these on the market even with money. So Kai just scooped up all that harmful stuff. The whole city was echoing with her urging shouts. Uncle, old man, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and pick them up for us. Go play somewhere else. This whole spot is ours. An announcement sounded throughout the city. This is a public notice. The Eastgate area has been purified. The threat from the monsters has been resolved. Repeating the notice, the community area has been purified. The threat from the monsters. People chatted amongst themselves. Heard this sweep wasn't as damaging as feared. Luckily, just thinking about that huge monster coming to the protective fence gives me goosebumps. Should have rushed out to defend the city and earned some merits earlier. You've never even fought a monster and you're saying that. Just thinking about that mermaid makes me want to crap my pants. I thought this time would be as bad as the fourth sweep when I was a kid. What a scare, but it all went smoothly. With the Vanguard team here, no need to worry. That's why they get all those privileges, right? Heard the Dawn Legion handled everything this time. Anyway, stop worrying. Let's get to work. We won't make our daily quota if we don't grind to exhaustion. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Dawn Vanguard team. Camellia was slumped over the desk, surrounded by a pile of documents. I'm going to die here, Zen. What kind of earthly hell are we living in? These past few days, it's been nothing but paperwork and then cleaning up. Anyway, you guys have worked hard. Thank you for helping me clean up this mess these past days without a single complaint. LECN reminded, hey Kai, how have you been since absorbing that giant monster? It's been a while now. Any abnormalities? He replied, I'm fine. Nothing strange at all. Gale asked suspiciously, are you sure using that power is really okay? It looks weird no matter how you see it, swallowing something that huge and still being perfectly fine. What kind of ability is that? Kai was even more surprised. I didn't even expect it to be this much, honestly. I'm more confused than anyone. So what changed after swallowing it? What's the difference? I can control colors much more effectively now. It's much harder to have my color lost than before. There's definitely something else, I just haven't discovered it yet. Camellia was wondering about something. Why did that giant monster suddenly go crazy and cause trouble for everyone? Clearly it was just lying around before, I don't know the reason. But if Kai hadn't devoured the corpse whole, just the purification alone would have exhausted everyone, not to mention all the paperwork that would have come from it. And I didn't expect everyone to rush in and fight over the spoils like that, Lavian added. And the captain too, what a joke for everyone. Being a leader, please act with some dignity. Camellia at that time was hugging a pile of crystals while stopping a guy from grabbing more. This is all for the Legion's funds. Okay, think about it. Our own people took down that monster and stopped the pollution early. The spoils belong to us. Hey, have you heard the news? The Knights Guild is buzzing about you guys. Just newbies taking down a giant monster and even clashing with the infamous Black Hand Gang and coming back in one piece. People say you truly live up to being members of the legendary painter Red's team. Because of that, my place is flooded with invitation letters and transfer requests for you guys from all over. I'm exhausted from rejecting them all. Those shameless vultures, they think I don't know they're lurking around. They'll have to step over my dead body to steal my people. LECN lowered her eyes sadly and said, I really think everyone is overestimating us. Surviving was purely luck. We're still young and inexperienced. When we faced the Black Hand Gang, we couldn't do anything but get pushed around. If it weren't for Sir Red teaching Chilchroma earlier, we might have died there. Come on, why be so humble? Lasting that long against them is already an amazing achievement. Camellia asked curiously, speaking of which, where's Red? Lavian replied, he hasn't shown his face since yesterday. He said he went to meet Sir Luminous. Camellia said regretfully, too bad. I had something I wanted to tell him, but oh well. Mary was surprised. Wait, the captain can go see Sir Luminous anytime. Kai also noticed this. Now that you mention it, it is strange. Someone like him isn't someone you can just meet. Why is the captain the only one who gets a private audience? LECN was shocked after hearing this. You two really don't know. Captain Red is one of the 3 people in the famous original Tricolor group. Just understand that he is Sir Luminous D's personal painter. They represent the absolute military power of this city, so most of their official business and expeditions get approved very quickly. Kai just learned this. Oh, that's a thing. she continued. People usually only know the famous painter Red, so that title is rarely mentioned. That original title is mostly only known among the nobility. Then back then he could have done whatever he wanted. Why stay as the captain of our team in the Legion? Red walked over and asked, "What's up? Are you guys talking behind my back?" Kai replied, "Captain." Camellia laughed and said, "You're back earlier than I thought." Red replied, "Nothing much to say, just periodic reports and some social formalities. More importantly, Kai, Mary. Sir Luminous wants to see you too." He was surprised. Us? For what? I don't know, no idea. Seems he has something he wants to tell you too personally. Kai continued, "Yes, sir, but where do we go? We don't know the way." Red said calmly, "No need to worry about that. You two don't need to move a single step, because you'll be taken there right now." A multicolored circle appeared beneath their feet. Mary was shocked. What the hell is this? What kind of power is this? Kai was impressed. "Oh my god, this looks exactly like what we saw before." Red said with a pout, "He's not that strict. You've met him once, no need to be so tense." The two of them were then teleported to Luminous's place. Mary marveled, "Oh my god, he actually teleported us here. How can he do something so supernatural?" Her voice rang out, "Welcome, you two." Luminous approached and spoke up, saying he had been waiting here for the two of them for quite some time. He said that being summoned so unexpectedly must have caught them off guard. Mary silently marveled, "Oh my goodness, what a day to see Luminous in person like this." She wondered how a person could radiate such dazzling brilliance, so beautiful that she could not take her eyes off him. Luminous noticed her gaze and gave a soft smile, saying she must be Mary, such an adorable girl. He said he had heard a few things about her, about how she awakened a beautiful color, and how she took down the massive monster with a single blow. Mary stammered shyly, asking if he had been watching her for a long time. Luminous nodded in confirmation, saying of course she had left a deep impression on him, and that she had the potential to become a true artist. He added that her color shone brilliantly in his eyes. Mary replied shyly, thanking him greatly, saying that hearing such praise from him felt like a dream. Luminous chuckled softly, saying he cherished talented children like her. He said that if children like her gathered in this city and gradually illuminated the dark lands outside, humanity would have hope of surviving this long night, and that she had achieved great merit, deserving a proper reward. He said trivial rewards like money or material goods would be too meager for her contribution, and that what he gave her must be something only he could bestow. With such a brilliant color and magnificent aura, a well-deserved name was what she needed. He declared that he would grant her a family name. He stated that from now on, she would officially be called Mary Gold. The Gold family had been wiped out during the Fourth Dark Purge, but now she would be the heir to revive that name with her own color. He, Luminous, officially declared this decision in his own name. From this moment on, the entire city would know her as the new head of the Gold family. Mary heard this and her head spun, happiness making her feel as if she was floating on cloud 9. Kai behind her had to gently shake her to bring her back to reality. Luminous chuckled reassuringly, saying there was no pressure, she just needed to live and do her best as she always had. He then turned to Kai, saying he also owed him an apology, and that he should have granted him something similar long ago. Kai replied that it was fine. Someone with a black color like him would only attract unwanted attention and trouble, and his current life was the best for him. He only wondered if Luminous's unilateral decision was truly acceptable. Luminous casually reassured him that the council would just complain and could not cause any real trouble. She thought to herself that just by color and potential alone, the girl far exceeded the standards, and she had already handled all the paperwork. It was truly a twist of fate that the golden light, thought to be lost, had reappeared at this very time. Kai once again thanked Luminous for his kind consideration, and he replied that he was not kind without reason. Everything happened for a reason. He said he would let Mary leave now. He said he had something to discuss with Kai in private. When Luminous tapped his staff on the ground, Mary was instantly taken away, leaving only the two of them in the space. Kai was still dazed, wondering what could be so important that it needed to be discussed privately. He wondered what this was about now. Luminous smiled, but before that matter, he said there seemed to be another person who should be present with them here. He said the one hiding in the shadow beneath his feet. Kai glanced down, realizing that he had indeed not been able to fool him. Luminous spoke to Nero, telling it to come out now. It crawled out of the darkness and stared intently at Luminous. Luminous looked at it with interest, saying so it was this thing. He then said, Kai, listen carefully. Everything they discuss from now on must be kept absolutely confidential between them. The scene shifted to a dark and damp place. Gerard's body was submerged in a pool of cold blue liquid. He trembled incessantly and let out sounds of agony. Viper stood beside him with amusement, remarking that he was surprised the man endured that blow quite well, and that was commendable. He said with such a durable life like a leech, he had to give him some respect. He then noticed the others, wondering what was going on with them, as if they were all heading to a fair. He turned to the group standing there, asking if they were curious to know to what extent he had messed with this city. He called them a bunch of busybodies, always poking their noses into other people's affairs. He said usually they just hid in corners to avoid the patrols, so why were they so bold today as to come out? He mocked them, asking if they were tired of living like rats fleeing in the sewers. Asura spoke up to interrogate him, asking how he controlled that massive monster. He demanded that Viper confess everything he knew right away. Viper sneered, saying he was just as foolish as that sword-crazed idiot, and how could he possibly hand over a secret he had paid with blood to obtain? Asura gritted his teeth in fury and called him a damn venomous snake. The executioner spoke up, saying fine, assuming he could move the monster, but he knew well that a single beast could not make a difference in an assault on the city. He said they were planning something big, and this blatant act of his could ruin everything. He warned that if this farce affected their grand plan, Viper would have to pay with his life. Viper snapped back, asking who he thought he was to lecture him, and that if he had a problem, he could come and have a real fight. The executioner reminded him that Viper was exhausted and should be careful not to be shattered into pieces and then learn his lesson. He added that between the two of them, only one was needed. Another figure standing nearby then spoke up to mediate, saying to calm down, the big matters could be discussed slowly, and not to ruin the grand plan over trivial things. He continued, saying he actually knew why Viper had acted on his own this time. Viper was startled, saying, wait, do not speak nonsense. That man coldly replied, saying he had seen it with his own eyes, the overseer, none other than the executioner. The executioner laughed, saying he did not expect Viper to dig up such a shocking secret, that kid named Kai. He said hiding such an important thing for himself, a key that could pierce through the night, was truly selfish. Viper angrily shouted back, telling him to shut his stinking mouth. The other man turned to eavesdrop, saying what, through the curtain of flesh and bone? What does that mean? Explain it now, immediately. The overseer replied, I think we've revealed enough for today. Say another word and I'll have real trouble with Viper. Oh, that feeling of secretly prying into someone else's secrets is just absolutely intoxicating. That attitude made Viper grind his teeth in frustration. A cold voice rang out, that's enough, stop here, there's no need to listen any further. Thanks to the overseer's words, I now understand why you acted on your own. For now, I'll let this slide this time. But from now on, you're forbidden from doing anything on your own that could affect the overall plan. This is a grand plan that the entire Assassin Guild has approved. Don't forget you're just a piece on this chessboard. Everyone spends their whole life fighting to survive. This is the first time we've all gathered in full force like this. We can't miss this opportunity. The allies in the underground city are preparing step by step. Thanks to them, the tunnels being dug beneath the city are progressing smoothly. It won't be long now. That rotten city wrapped in light, once its foundation completely rots away, it won't be able to support its own weight anymore. It will collapse on its own, will start from the darkest corners of the city, then slowly devour it completely, turning everything pitch black until all that belongs to them rots away. The one speaking was the leader of the assassins. Meanwhile, Kai was using his pitch black body to walk through a very strange place. He froze and looked up to observe his surroundings. A look of surprise appeared on Kai's face. He thought to himself, what is this? A dream. Everything is so dark. Kai was confused. Where am I? Strange. The feeling isn't wrong at all. It's like I've been to a place like this before, just standing here like this. And looking down below, it feels like there's something there. Kai had a familiar feeling, something about to return to him. He only wanted to stop it. No. Kai froze when he heard the voice calling out. That voice was guiding him not to go that way. Go this way. Kai was overjoyed. That voice is. That voice spoke again. You're searching for a beautiful light down there, aren't you? The other reminded him what you're looking for isn't there. The surroundings sank into gloom. The atmosphere was incredibly eerie. Meanwhile, Kai was being patted awake by Nero. He gradually woke up, his drowsy eyes looking around. Nero was lying on Kai's chest. It continued patting his face. He said helplessly, I know, I'm getting up now. Kai sat up and stretched to wake himself up. His mind was blank, feeling like he had just dreamt something very familiar, but he couldn't remember any details. Maybe it's the new place affecting his sleep. Kai opened the door and stepped out onto the balcony. From here, he could see the entire city. From another room, a voice called out to Elysian. She sat up, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Mary was carefully brushing her hair. Wake up now. Told you we're going to the Luminous District today, remember? She said groggily, good morning, let me sleep a little more. Mary reminded her, Elysian, wake up, this isn't your family's villa. Honestly, usually you're so diligent and responsible. Why are you so lazy in the morning? Come on, get ready quickly. If everyone has to wait for us, it'll be embarrassing. Mary was a bit late and said apologetically, I'm sorry, we're a bit late, aren't we? Kai spoke up, they're here. Gale immediately quipped, you two should have come a bit slower. Late again because you had to drag Elysian out of bed. The person who seems most reliable turns out to be the heaviest sleeper in the morning. Unbelievable. Elysian said apologetically, I'm really sorry everyone, it's all my fault. Kai didn't blame her. No, it's your constitution, isn't it? That top-tier ability causes it. Don't worry too much. Mary added, true, who would have thought we'd all move in together in a brand new place like this? He thought to himself that even now, he still doesn't feel quite used to it. Our own base, exclusively for the red team. Not sure how much money was spent. Buying this huge building was as light as a feather. It's all because we were trying to find a new place for Mary. Her old house was completely ruined, and with the gang incidents, it wasn't safe at all. Then the boss, who was standing nearby, came over and said, Red immediately decided, what perfect timing, how about the entire red team moves in here and lives together? They were surprised. Huh, you want all of us to live here? He confirmed, yes. If we want to act quickly and decisively as one unit when needed, living together is the most logical. In emergencies, having to track down each person individually is too troublesome. And importantly, when I train, gathering everyone in one place makes organizing exercises much easier. Got it. Kai recalled and silently shuddered. I was startled at first too. But honestly, waking up to this kind of lively noise every morning is kind of fun. LECN couldn't even open her eyes yet. Sorry, Mary, I'll try to fix this habit as soon as possible. Mary understood. It's just your constitution. No need to apologize so much. But LECN, are you really okay? We're used to this kind of lifestyle, but a lady like you, doesn't it feel inconvenient? She replied, I'm fine, really. Actually, nobles moving out to live independently like this isn't rare. Mary was surprised. What? Gale revealed, in most clans, except for the chosen heir, everyone else has to fend for themselves. This city doesn't let talented people with abilities just idle around. Even being a noble doesn't make you an exception. A noble child with an ability who does nothing, people would consider them a useless burden. Only good at draining the family's wealth, whether inside or outside the city, everyone has to contribute their share. That's the rule here. But someone born into one of the three great clans like her wouldn't need to worry about those things. But there is no better way to prove oneself than the vanguard, so the noble offspring flocked in droves. That is why she found this as normal as weighing sugar or boxing milk. Now that he also bears the name of a major family, he should at least know these things. She finally understood, so that was it. Thank him for the explanation. She was not too familiar with the ways of the nobles. Hey, but how does he know so much about these things? Gale avoided the topic. Shut up. How long do you plan to stand here gossiping? Let us go. She asked in annoyance. What do you mean? He was the one who started the conversation first. Why is he suddenly so angry? He urged. The dye workshop is always crowded. Hurry up. The group headed toward the Central Avenue, Luminous District. At the dye workshop, everyone was lining up in a long queue. Gale arrived late and grew irritated. Knew it. Oh my god. It is packed full. Look at that long line. We will be waiting until the new year at this rate. LECN. His late arrival also contributed to us being stuck here. Use your family power. Is the Great Tan household not given priority? She reminded him, the family's reputation is not for personal gain. Someone came to greet them. You must be the Dawn Vanguard. We have been waiting for you. Welcome to the dye workshop. I am the one in charge of assisting your group today. Lady Ravia has contacted us beforehand. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We can really get in. Thought we would have to turn back. Lucky, thank the heavens. Malcolm led them. This way, please. I will take everyone to the VIP room. The group entered the display area. He introduced, the display area before you contains products crafted by master artisans themselves. Thanks to premium materials refined from deep regions combined with exclusive techniques, both quality and durability far surpass mass-produced goods. Everyone marveled. Such exquisite craftsmanship. What equipment do they use to create these? Malcolm continued. The workshop is favored by many distinguished guests, from renowned groups to influential figures in the city, so there is usually a long wait. While waiting, if you need anything, just tell me. I will call you as soon as it is your turn. He cleared his throat and emphasized, there is one more thing. Normally I am not allowed to say this, but I think I should inform you all in advance today. Currently, a member of the three great families is here. Just like you, Lady Elysia, it is Lord Cloud of the Gold Team. He is in the workshop at this moment. Someone asked, is there a problem? Kai asked in surprise. A member of the three great families. Mary was curious. Do you know him, Elysian? She replied, actually I've never met him, but I have heard of him. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. His reputation is full of scandals. He specializes in traveling around and tormenting servants on a whim, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. The disgrace of the three great families, the shame of the Gold House, a mad dog, a pervert, in short. He has gathered every foul title in existence. Yes, I thought I should mention it beforehand so your group can be cautious. I have also informed the workshop owner. Nothing to worry about. Thank you for the reminder. He replied, no problem. I will return once everything is ready. Mary eagerly looked around. There is so much to see here. It is dazzling. LECN realized, is this Mary's first time at the dye workshop? She confirmed, yes, it is amazing. The four of them had attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, whispers arose. Could it be her, Alicia? Right, it is indeed her. Never expected the young lady of the CN family to come here. She must be ordering new equipment. Heard she has been with the Dawn Vanguard lately, working alongside Lord Red, accompanying one of the three primary colors. What a great honor. Someone asked their husband for advice. Dear, go ask her. You know her, right? The husband replied, of course, currying favor with the CN family is extremely important. Everyone was eager. The chance to score points with her had arrived. Hey, quickly bring out that item from the room. The couple approached to greet her. Lady Alicia, it has been a long time since we last saw you. Elysian politely replied, hello everyone, I am glad to see you again. They asked, is your family head still well, Lady Alicia, about the business project our family is working on? How is life in the Vanguard? Heard you joined the Dawn Vanguard, a young lady of the three great families daring to venture into the Black Lands herself. Truly admirable. Your family head must be very proud of you. Gale and Kai behind her chatted. So this is the power of someone from the three great families. Now I truly feel how enormous the family she was born into is. Cloud noticed the commotion from their direction. He immediately asked, why is it so noisy over there? The two lackeys beside him replied, probably some big shot just arrived. Let us go take a look. No one is more influential than Lord Cloud. No need to bother going over there, right? Cloud recognized it, that is, hey. He noticed Mary's golden hue, that is. A gold color, someone from the same family. No, looking closely, there is a slight difference, even though that color is dazzlingly brilliant. He decided to go over himself. Fine, let me check it out personally. Cloud approached Mary and called out, hey. She thought to herself, this guy is the one they just warned about, one of the three great families. Cloud said with interest, even more eye-catching up close. At first, suspicion flashed in his eyes. Then, Cloud said, fine, approved. Mary was annoyed internally. What kind of look is that? So irritating. She spoke up, excuse me. He asked, which family do you belong to? Possessing a gold like that, I should have known you. Ah, you two are just a bunch of worthless commoners struggling to survive in some vanguard. That attitude annoyed her. Is this guy insane? His mouth is already making my fists itch. I really just want to punch him right now. Cloud said disdainfully. Having a decent color does not change the fact that you have no background. No need to keep rolling around in the black lands waiting to die. Come to my villa, I will be merciful and take you in to work. She refused firmly, no thanks. Kai also stepped in and knocked away the hand that was about to touch. He asked coldly, what did you just say? The two lackeys in the distance were curious. Look, when did Lord Cloud go over there? Who is he talking to? Cloud asked irritably, you worthless wretch. Do you have a death wish? Do you know who I am? You dare to lay a hand on me. You lowlifes always like to pick a fight at least once, never knowing your place. And your color looks disgustingly mediocre, even worse than the colorless ones. Great. Then let a superior like me personally teach you where your color stands in the hierarchy of garbage. As his hand grabbed the collar of his shirt, he suddenly froze. What? It was Nero who had lunged at him. Cloud quickly withdrew his hand. What the hell is this? Shocked. This lunatic carries some kind of monstrous creature with him. Nero was thrown to the ground. He had pushed Kai to his limit, his gaze turning icy. Cloud was still fuming. Where did this bastard come from? Kai had already thrown a punch straight at this man's face. The punch, heavy as a thunderbolt, immediately sent Cloud flying, slamming him hard into the wall behind. Witnessing this, Mary's eyes opened wide in utter shock. Claude's underlings stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe that someone dared to lay a hand on their master. They shouted for Lord Claude, but he remained motionless beneath the rubble, and one panicked henchman suggested fetching a healing mage immediately. Giuliano snapped that they should take him to the hospital, and amid the chaos, Kai calmly called Nero over. He rushed over. Gale quickly jumped onto him, gently asking if Kai was injured anywhere. Mary looked at him with grateful eyes. Thank you, Kai. He calmly replied, I just acted on reflex, but I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused all this. Gale crossed his arms and immediately mocked. Since things have come to this, why not just drain all his blood and be done with it? The group opposite glared at Kai with fury. You brat, do you have any idea what you've just done? Daring to lay a hand on the heir of the three great families. Giuliano looked smug, threatening. You're finished. I'll make sure you have no place left in this city. Don't blame me. Just look at the man lying on the ground with his lackeys over there. Another one looked Kai up and down with contempt. I'll make sure you never get back on your feet. A filthy black one like you, how dare you walk boldly in my city? Mary heard this and immediately grew angry, retorting sharply, trash like you should go live in the underground city or the dark lands. Gale couldn't hold back either. What's wrong with you people, openly threatening others in a crowded place? Mary scolded relentlessly. Everywhere I go, I run into trash. You think you're the only ones who can threaten? Let me drive you out of the city, you uneducated lot. Believe me, the matriarch of the Gold family has more than enough power to do it. Giuliano tried to intimidate. Let me tell you, I spoke with Lord Luminous just yesterday. Carlos stammered at that. The matriarch of the Gold family, don't lie. That family was destroyed long ago. At that moment, noise erupted behind them. Giuliano turned and asked, what the hell is going on? Carlo saw the figure who just appeared, instantly froze, his eyes wavering. Wait, it's that person. He recognized this girl clearly held a status equal to Lord Clow. Carlo leaned close to Giuliano and whispered, is that Lady Elicien of the Cyan family? Elicien walked over slowly, her calm gaze sweeping across the crowd. Do you have a problem with a member of my team? The crowd gathered grew larger. A man exclaimed, wait, Kai is lying over there. Isn't that Claw of the royal family? If this isn't handled carefully, it'll blow up into a big deal. The person beside him commented, even if he's humiliated, he's still the heir of the three great families. Giuliano pointed at Kai, complaining first, miss, you've arrived just in time. That damned commoner dared to strike Lord Claw. Now that Claw is in this state, is it because you don't know how to leash your own dogs, letting lowlifes run wild everywhere? You call them teammates, so as their master, you should personally mete out proper punishment for this humiliation. Elicien snapped, shut your mouth. Before teaching others how to manage commoners, look in the mirror and see where you stand first. Giuliano looked astonished at her words. The young lady replied loudly, do you have the right to lecture me? How rude. He threatened, Lord Claw has been beaten to this state. Are you really saying you don't care if the royal family files a formal complaint? Unexpectedly, Lecn replied nonchalantly, let them do it. She looked at Claw lying flat on the ground, curling her lips slightly. You don't actually think the royal family would go to war with the Cyan family over a troublemaker, do you? When this gets exposed, your petty little minds can't figure out who'll be in more trouble. Lecn's tone turned stern. Not worth my attention. Get out of my sight now. If you feel wronged, then follow proper noble etiquette and send a duel challenge. Don't flap your mouths here. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Assessments about Claw spread everywhere. His reputation hit rock bottom, and it was highly likely he was the instigator. A lady commented, no matter how scary the black one is, they're still under Captain Red's command. Picking a fight with them gets you nothing. The person beside her shook his head. Truly a bunch of fools who don't think ahead. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Carlo patted Giuliano's shoulder and whispered, retreat for now, quickly get Lord Claw out of here. They quickly carried Claw and fled. Lecn remarked, truly shameless. Kai smiled, thank you. If you weren't part of the three great families, this would have been much more complicated. Mary let out a sigh of relief. I almost had to call in the captain. Lecn laughed heartily. I just did what needed to be done. She hesitated, lightly intertwining her fingers. Mary said the same thing too. Now we're a team. When we face difficulties, we have to protect each other. Her face flushed red. In other words, we're friends. Mary beamed a radiant smile, her eyes lighting up with sincerity. She hugged Lecn's arm and affirmed, of course, you're always a lifesaver. Lecn suddenly noticed everyone looking toward her team, so she politely said, sorry everyone for this sudden trouble. They quickly waved their hands. It's fine. We'll come back tomorrow. Hope we get a chance to chat properly. Just then, Malcolm's startled shout rang out. What happened here? Gabriel looked at the chaotic scene, his face grim. These are all high-tier spy tubes worth hundreds of millions each. Who did this? Hearing that, Kai's team stood silent for a moment. Then suddenly someone said, it was Claw of the royal family who did it. The whole team moved on to another booth. At the weapon display area, Malcolm enthusiastically introduced, every product here is crafted to a level equal to exhibition masterpieces. The best craftsmen in our workshop will personally handle the work to create exclusive spy tubes designed specifically for you. The captain already purchased the usage rights. Just call me when you're ready. Gale looked at the swords, eyes sparkling with excitement, finally getting to use quality gear. Lecn sighed, thinking about all the stuff he'd broken before. The compensation cost must be terrifying. Suddenly, Mary's admiring voice came from behind. She was staring at a large batch of items and called, Kai, look at this equipment. Imagine how amazing it'd be if we refined materials with these. She turned and asked, are you really okay with me using up all your strength? If I order new gear here, it'll definitely be top-notch. Kai affirmed firmly, I told you it's fine. I'm satisfied with what I have. He looked at the device on his arm. I'm used to it. Switching to something else feels weird. Mary stopped overthinking. All right then, I'll accept your kindness. She turned to ask the craftsman, excuse me, how is this size 32 screw made? He cheerfully replied, this young lady really knows her stuff. Look here, this is how its structure works. Watching Mary's excitement, Kai quietly smiled. I'm glad you're happy. I was worried you'd make me switch to new gear. He continued browsing other products. After looking at the mass-produced spy tubes, he found the handcrafted ones far superior in quality. Kai's gaze stopped on a small dagger. Its design fairly simple, with no intricate patterns. He picked it up to examine, wondering if it had anything special. Probably should ask Mary about it. Suddenly someone spoke from behind. You like that thing? Oscar approached and praised. Interesting. Didn't think you had an eye for good items. Kai turned and asked, excuse me, who are you? Oscar didn't answer but directly gave a price, 10 million lux. The number startled Kai. Huh, what, that expensive? The man asked, you're not planning to buy it? Kai nodded, no, I'm just looking. Oscar looked disappointed. I was even thinking of giving you a discount. Kai raised the device on his arm and smiled. I only need this. Having it is enough. I don't need anything else. The man curiously suggested, let me take a closer look at it. Then he squinted, meticulously examining every small detail on the item. Kai extended his hand toward Oscar and nodded casually. Sure, go ahead. What do you think? Oscar pondered, then assessed. The lines are a bit rough, but it seems intentional. Also, a large part of its energy is crafted from ancient relics from old times. You were tense about the price earlier, but you're actually carrying something far more valuable on you. Kai revealed, there's a reason for that. If I used any other spy tube, it'd shatter instantly because of my color. This is the only one I can use. I've already verified it. Oscar mused. Now I remember. I see you in the news all the time. Didn't expect someone carrying a color like yours to have this trait. He examined it closely and asked, but it's strange. This isn't from my workshop. Who made it? I want to know the craftsman's name. Kai answered honestly, it's not from a workshop. My friend made it. Oscar was surprised. A friend? He pointed ahead. Yes, my friend Mary standing over there made it. She's really skilled. She can craft anything you give her. The man looked at the very young blonde girl, his eyes showing clear disbelief. That girl made this all by herself? Oscar suddenly instructed, next time you come here, come straight to me. Don't go with anyone else. I'll personally inspect your gear. I'll be waiting. Kai found it a bit odd but still agreed, yes. At that moment he heard Mary call out loudly, Kai, we've finished discussing your custom order. Kai immediately replied, really, coming right now. He turned to Oscar and said, we'll take our leave then. The man nodded. All right, go on. Thanks for supporting my workshop. Everything finally came to a close. The group happily headed home. The two employees bowed to see them off, promising to deliver the spy directly to the base once it was finished, and wishing everyone a good day. He complained that today was truly a day of bad luck. Gabriel then suggested that after finishing their work, they should go for a drink to unwind. While talking, Malcolm suddenly glanced to the side and froze. Oscar had been standing there for who knows how long, his calm gaze fixed straight at him. He was startled and called out to his master, wondering why he had appeared even though they hadn't made an appointment today. Oscar casually asked if his appearance was ill-timed. Malcolm quickly clarified that it wasn't. Oscar told him to just bring people to his place next time, then muttered that the food here was good. He was taken aback and asked again if his master would personally receive them. Oscar snapped at him, causing him to stammer that he understood and would remember. Oscar left, but the image of the strange weapon of the kid and the mysterious blonde girl lingered in his mind. He smiled and exclaimed that this was interesting. It had been a long time since he had seen such an entertaining show. Kai's team left the store, leisurely walking down the bustling street. Gale spoke up, asking if they should head back to the base, since without the spy it was hard to get anything done, unsure what to do while waiting. Licien suddenly spoke up, saying she had a great idea. She analyzed that Mary was a skilled engineer but not a frontline pioneer, the two fields being completely different. Ellie proposed that the group teach Mary the necessary knowledge and skills before entering the Dark Lands. Mary was startled upon hearing this, surprised to ask why it was so sudden. Licien emphasized that Mary had to study properly before risking going into dangerous places, as foundational knowledge was very different from just taking risks. Mary groaned because she had to study again. Licien smiled and told her not to make such a miserable face. She would teach Mary thoroughly. Everyone should do their best while waiting for the equipment to be delivered. And so, Mary's special training officially began. She was taught how to shoot at the large monster. The whole group stood by, watching and continuously guiding her through each step. When she held the gun, her whole body trembled violently from nervousness. For an engineer who had never truly been in combat, this was indeed an extremely difficult challenge. Licien and Kai patiently taught her how to read maps in dangerous areas. Red, on the other hand, guided her in identifying different types of magic. After intense study sessions, the whole team would gather together for meals in a warm, cheerful atmosphere. Licien and Mary were so close that even when they went to sleep, they still brought books to review together. Time flew by, and soon the day the weapons were to be delivered arrived. One morning at the base, Licien suddenly shouted loudly to call everyone, announcing that the goods had arrived. She quickly received the newly delivered weapons and distributed them one by one to each member. Kai felt extremely excited, and Mary also enthusiastically said that with these weapons, she was ready. Everyone who received their weapon was happy and satisfied, determined to continue advancing deeper into the Dark Lands once more. The next morning, the sun was already high, sunlight flooding the entire base area. Red stepped into the meeting room, looked over everyone, and then asked if the team had rested comfortably. He continued by asking if they had gotten used to the new equipment. Seeing the enthusiastic expressions of the whole team, Red nodded in satisfaction and praised that everyone looked much more refreshed. He said the warm-up session ended here and then pulled out a large board in front of everyone. Red announced that the team would officially begin deploying the Red Team's mission. He stated that the most important goal was to recover the Stella fragments. Red also mentioned in advance that their team's method of operation would differ from regular exploration teams. Initially, the fragments were located in covered areas, but thanks to recent events, that was no longer a concern. From now on, the team would track the distorted space points around Kai's traces to recover them. Red paused for a moment, then specifically emphasized the second point, which was extremely important. He announced that he would no longer be able to escort the team on every expedition, leaving everyone stunned. Kai hurriedly spoke up in a panic, asking Red what he meant, whether he was to go out to the continent alone without the boss accompanying them. Red reassured him to calm down, saying he hadn't finished explaining yet and was already getting flustered. Red's voice lowered, admitting that he was much busier than he appeared. He reminded them that he was one of the Primal Lights, acting as a close color harmonizer for Lady Luminous with a full load of special missions. Just a single slip-up could cause the entire city's system to collapse, endangering countless people. This kind of trouble was happening constantly all over the city right then. Red warned that Breckhand was targeting the team, so going out alone was too risky. Therefore, he had found quality reinforcements to cover for them while he was busy. After saying that, Red looked toward the door and called someone in. A figure slowly pushed the door open and entered the room. Licien froze the moment she saw the person, astonished to recognize them as the one from the ruins area. Arancia flashed a bright smile, greeting the team, saying it had been a while since she'd seen the newbies. She kindly asked if everyone was doing well these days. Red introduced that from now on, a color harmonizer would take turns protecting the team on their trips. He was supposed to go along, but the city was short on color system combat forces, so he was entrusting this group to Arancia. As he walked out the door, Red waved goodbye, telling everyone to listen to their superior and not cause any more trouble. He turned his head to look at Arancia with a trusting gaze, saying he believed she would handle everything properly. Arancia placed her hands on her hips, muttering softly that old man wasn't her father but was getting more nagging with age. She mumbled that he just liked to burden himself, a trait that would never change. In her mind, the image of the day the two first met appeared. The boss was still exactly the same as back then, always finding something to keep himself busy without a single second of rest. Arancia clapped her hands on the board to get everyone's attention, announcing that from now on, she would be the one managing the entire team. She seriously analyzed the situation. The city side had located several places suspected of containing destroyed stellar fragments. Thanks to Lord Luminous sensing weak fluctuations for a long time, there were more unexplored areas than imagined. Some had been partially explored, but there were still untouched regions no one had set foot in. Since there were no exact coordinates, the team had to go in person, relying on luck and searching to recover the fragments. She asked if everyone understood clearly or had any questions. The team answered in unison that they had no questions, the sound echoing throughout the room. Arancia said good, then they would head to the first location, moving from Mahor's to the new forward base. The team quickly got into the vehicle, officially beginning their journey to the designated location. This was a vast complex, a hub for many important buildings. The work crew was already waiting in front of the building, and when the truck arrived, they cheered with relief, the foreman swiftly assigning everyone to prepare for unloading. As the truck came to a stop, he urged everyone to hurry, warning that if they were late again this time, the old overseer would punish the whole lot of them. He also checked the position over there. The goods were quickly moved into the warehouse. Each crate was meticulously scanned until everything was confirmed to be in order. The work crew continued transporting the goods deeper inside. One worker whispered, asking if anyone had heard any rumors. The man beside him quickly cut him off, telling him to shut up, not to talk about such unlucky things, and to focus on the work. Meanwhile, the excavation team had also made their way inside this vast complex. Kai cast his eyes over the surroundings, feeling a pang of emotion. They had finally arrived. It felt like over a century had passed since they last set foot on this black land. Arancia stepped up beside him, saying that he was now a seasoned veteran, and that he should consult with his team and lead this expedition, adding that she would always be there as their support. Kai was slightly taken aback, turning to look at her in confusion, and asking if she wasn't planning to lead the team herself. She explained that the ones going on the expedition were his team, and they couldn't always hide behind others' backs. Only by facing the storms themselves could they grow, and the most important thing was. Just then, the nearby crowd noticed the red team and recognized the big shot, everyone murmuring in recognition of Lady Arancia, a girl quickly running off to report the news to her captain. One person suggested begging her for help, saying that if she stepped in, everything would surely succeed. Arancia sighed, telling them to do what they wanted. She was just observing. Kai quickly acknowledged the order. Mary proposed scouting around a bit to get familiar with the terrain before going deeper. Kai agreed immediately, but after observing the people around them, he exclaimed that something about them was very strange. The people moving near them seemed to carry an air of abnormality. At the street corner, a man with a grimy face was hunched over, coughing uncontrollably. A young man approached and asked if he had gone down to the deepest core area. Daniel struggled to lift his head, coughing as he replied that he had only gone down a little, but who would have thought the erosion was that bad? Latvia scolded him for risking it so recklessly, and he lamented his difficult circumstances. As the team passed by a laboratory, Kai overheard an astonished voice talking about an unprecedented specimen. The other person proudly said that if they brought it back to publish in the Academy Journal, the nobles would be clamoring for it. The other person sighed, but the place where they got it was quite far, which was why it was located right at the edge of the boundary. While listening intently, Kai suddenly heard Mary's call, pointing towards a gathering crowd, probably a council meeting. He agreed, and the two men in front, hearing their voices, turned around. Camille exclaimed in surprise. Pietro, standing beside him, recognized Kai and laughed gleefully that he was the guy who always appeared on TV. Kai saw them looking at him with mocking eyes and wore a puzzled expression. Suddenly, Camille shouted, telling Kai to get out of his sight, saying his unlucky black aura was killing their mood. Gale stepped forward, his gaze cold as he demanded to know why they were picking a fight for no reason. Mary wondered why everyone was so hostile towards Kai. Elysian coldly asked for permission to teach them a lesson. Kai inwardly sighed. He had anticipated encountering this type of person, but he hadn't expected them to hate him so openly. Camille suddenly paused, recognizing the people behind Kai as members of the Dawn Society. Pietro was curious as to why they had come all the way to the far north. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind, and the two men turned around, calling out in unison, "Boss." Kai looked at the man slowly approaching, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The person who had just appeared before them was Valen, a renowned explorer. He stood in front of Kai, his contemptuous gaze sweeping from head to toe, and sneered that the rookie had quite the presence. Mary retorted sharply, saying that if he wanted to start trouble with Kai, he would have to get through her first. Realizing Valen was not someone to be trifled with, Kai raised his hand to stop Mary, saying, "That's enough." Seeing the other side seem to back down, Valen became even more arrogant, saying he had seen the kid in the papers. He introduced himself as Valen, an S-rank explorer, saying that most of the requests in this area were handled by the A-rank core of the Sweet Candy Society. He advised Kai to find work elsewhere, kid. A A stern voice cut Valen off, Arantia reminding him that she didn't have time for this ridiculous display. Pietro's face changed the moment he saw her, surprised by Arancia's appearance. Valen was also taken aback, asking if this new soldier was her student. She ignored Valen's question, directly challenging him since when did the explorer world start dividing up land like this, saying these territorial disputes had to have some limits. She sarcastically asked if the land had issued its own title deeds granting them ownership. Seeing Arancia's aggressive tone, Pietro immediately cowered, turning to his captain for help. Valen raised an eyebrow, unwilling to be belittled in front of his subordinates, and said that Arancia was just lucky to have gotten the position of color harmonizer before them. She tilted her head and calmly retorted, saying she had never relied on luck, and that they were the ones who always fawned and groveled. Valen was speechless, knowing he couldn't win a war of words with Arancia, so he pulled his subordinates away. Gale grumbled that they were a nuisance. Mary laughed mockingly, saying they were clearly scared and running away but still tried to put on airs. Kai softly hoped they wouldn't have to run into that bunch again. Arancia smiled reassuringly, telling Kai not to worry, that territorial disputes were an everyday occurrence. Kai shook his head to show he was fine, and she signaled for everyone to start moving into the Black Land. Just then, a group of people came rushing over from the other side, frantically looking for Lady Arancia. One of them spotted her over there. Arancia wondered what was going on. Before they could leave, the group swarmed over, firing questions and pleading with her to spare a moment to speak with their captain. They were from the Disaster Management Bureau, and it was urgent. She sighed, saying today she was only playing the role of an escort. The man ignored Arancia's refusal, directly handing over a stack of papers, introducing the generous terms, and persistently trying to persuade her. Kai inwardly marveled that being famous had its own troubles. Finally, Arancia had to resort to strong measures, shouting a blunt refusal. The force of her yell left the whole group frozen in place, no one daring to pester her any further. Afterwards, the team quickly moved into the Black Land. The air there was extremely unpleasant. Kai raised his hand, carefully channeling his energy to sense the safety level of the area ahead. The entire team advanced slowly, each step taken with utmost caution. Mary was still surprised about the earlier incident, commenting on how Arancia had flat out refused their request. Kai nodded, offering his guess that on a normal day she would have definitely accepted. He remembered the earlier incident, his gaze thoughtful towards the city officials, noting they seemed a bit off, but if Arancia was willing to get involved, any problem would be resolved smoothly. Arancia, walking behind, quietly watched the group of kids, thinking to herself that if she had more time, she would have helped them, but today was the team's first mission, and they needed to focus. She looked around and chuckled, realizing it had been a long time since she had been out in the Black Land with a different team, bringing back memories of the old days. Arancia stopped and shouted words of encouragement. Let's all begin our first mission together. Elsewhere, amidst a tranquil mist that blanketed the space, two figures stood silently on a high mound of earth, gazing into the distance. Julian cast her eyes far into the distance, softly humming a nostalgic tune. She told Red that it had been a long time since they had been out in the field together like this, and asked if he felt the same. Ever since becoming color harmonizers, they had been so busy they could hardly see each other. He nodded calmly, saying back then they used to come to the Black Land to train together every day. Fragments of memories from years past flooded back into Red's mind. Back then, Julian would rush to protect him without hesitation. Julian explained that it was all entirely in service to the city. She had no personal feelings whatsoever. Now, everyone respects me. She cleared her throat a few times, quickly changing the subject and glancing at the strange scenery ahead. Ahem. Let's forget that embarrassing past and focus on the work. We've arrived at the place you mentioned. So this is it, the place you and Lady Luminous spoke of. Red nodded slightly in confirmation. Yeah, this is what I told you about. Ever since Kai cast a spell here, it turned into this. Julian crouched down to observe closely. Normally, if you clear away the Danny mist, it will just come back and fill this place again. Yet it's still completely clear. This is truly an unprecedented phenomenon. She pondered for a moment, then suggested, perhaps Kai just needs to meet a certain condition to dispel the fog everywhere. Red sighed, his voice deepening. I thought the same, so I tried testing his barrier ability earlier. However, when he still cast the magic, there was no reaction at all. The mist remained as thick as ever. Everyone was astonished, unable to understand why it was ineffective. Kai's ability relies mainly on direct interaction. As long as he can feel an object in his hand, it activates. The experiment yielded no feedback, so it was called off. Hearing this, Julian understood the issue. So that's how it is. Red kept his gaze fixed on the space before him, his eyes deep as if pondering something distant. Kai carries a power within him that even he himself doesn't fully understand. Thinking back to his appearance at that time, I'm sure he can develop even further. But when he reaches the very core of that power, the thing he truly desires, he hides it away. Lady Luminous surely knows his plan, yet she hides it from us as well. What exactly is he scheming? After a moment of thought, he decided to set it aside. Well, whatever it is, it can't be solved right now. We need to focus on the work first. Then he turned to Julian with a serious expression. Shall we get started? You've confirmed there's no black forest nearby, right? She affirmed firmly. I've checked multiple times, there's no one there. As she finished speaking, Julian took out a massive chest from her storage space, engraved with an intricate leaf symbol on the lid. Here. How could they possibly anticipate this? Who would think we'd bring something like this to the Black Lands? She activated the device while marveling, This is going to be a very interesting experiment. As the lid of the chest creaked open, a blinding light emanated from within. The light spread at incredible speed, soon enveloping a vast expanse of space. Julian watched the scene before her intently, excitement clear on her face. This time, Optimus made a very bold decision. No one has ever tried anything like this. Who would have thought we wouldn't just come to collect stellar fragments, but also bring this along for direct experimentation? Looking at the small Kai containing a large glowing stone inside, Julian revealed, for safety, we already have 2 color analysts observing it beforehand. Then she looked at Red and asked, do you know how much heart I poured into this experiment? I've dedicated my entire research career to it. Julian let out a bitter smile, helplessly rubbing her forehead, recalling the difficult preparation period, persuading Lady Luminous not to interfere and let the system divide the area fairly. You wouldn't believe how many sleepless nights she and I spent over this. He reached out, picked up the small Kai, and said, all right, let's begin the mission. This light is stronger than I thought, which means. However, before he could finish his sentence, the tranquil atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a piercing sound that echoed everywhere. Red sighed, recognizing the trouble. Of course, nothing is ever that easy. Swarms of spirit beasts, as dense as a tide, surged from all directions at terrifying speed. Seeing their ferocious appearance, Julian smirked slightly. Here they come. Let me handle this step. Saying that, she slowly stepped forward, her back small yet exuding a steadfast aura. The small box on Julian's hip suddenly emitted a mystical blue light, and tiny flowers flew out from within. Pure magical energy quickly flooded the area, staining the space with a mysterious green hue. Without a sound of warning, the small flowers suddenly shot forward like countless arrows released from their bows. Julian's hand moved slightly, her cold gaze radiating a terrifying killing intent. Amidst the countless fluttering petals, a giant flower suddenly bloomed and burst into brilliant light. The horde of spirit beasts didn't even have time to react before being crushed into pieces by that pressure, vanishing in midair. Countless surges of force transformed into massive thorn vines that tore through the ground, rising like flood dragons emerging from the sea. The thorn vine forest technique was one of Julian's signature moves. Red calmly observed the entire battle, his expression unwavering. He tightened his grip on the small Kai, calculating endlessly in his mind. If we truly care about humanity's future, this experiment will surely become a new breakthrough. A radiant city alone cannot protect humanity forever. We must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. He placed the small Kai on the ground and began the experiment. Red murmured a plea. Please, at least this time we cannot fail. Hoping that one day, this lonely little Kai. Red stared at it intently, a glimmer of hope in his eyes for a future where humanity could seize it for themselves. Scene change. In a certain area of the Black Lands, the Red team continued their exploration amidst countless ancient ruins. At this moment, Nero was curiously examining an item. Suddenly, a hand picked it up. Mary gently brushed the dust off the item, smiling brightly. Wow, this is my first time directly stepping into the Black Lands. I'm already seeing so many strange things around here. This old feeling, I really like places like this. She raised the item high, her face full of the curiosity of a child who just found a new toy. Kai, look at this. I found a really strange relic. From the looks of it, it seems to be an old camera. At that moment, Nero nimbly jumped onto Mary's shoulder and tilted its head to observe the item with curious eyes. She chuckled softly and asked, "You're curious too? This is something ancient people used to record moments from their time." Suddenly, Nero placed its paw on a small button on the camera and pressed it. A flash of light went off, startling Mary, who turned her head away, exclaiming, "Oh," Kai reminded her, "be careful, Mary. You never know if these ancient ruins still have active components." After a moment of observation, he noted, though, seeing things like this firsthand is truly different. Just by its massive size, we can already tell how much we've advanced. At that moment, Kai happened to glance into the distance, where a few figures were moving among the piles of rubble. There are other pioneers around here. Everyone cheered, "Oh, really?" They were all scavenging the ruins to see if there was anything else. Arancia suggested, "If we want to survive here, we can't just wander around aimlessly. Food, equipment, holy relics, in short, we need to find something useful." She elaborated further. "We will forge new paths ourselves and illuminate unknown territories bit by bit. That is the work of a pioneer." After traveling a bit further, a massive structure that had collapsed long ago appeared before the team. Arancia said, "We're almost there. That's the location we need to reach. Perhaps it's the ruin we suspect holds the Stella fragment." Everyone stopped to observe carefully. Aside from the exterior, most parts of this ruin are buried deep underground. We'll probably have to go down ourselves. Arancia reminded them. The scout team's report assessed the overall danger level as low, but yesterday they weren't able to conduct a thorough survey. She emphasized, "So we must remember this. Inside the ruins, there will be things that are no longer living creatures. There are also many ancient traps. Stay highly alert. Every door, every step, every pattern on the walls, just assume they're all dangerous." Arancia didn't forget to mention, there have been cases of S-rank pioneers dying instantly because they let their guard down. Hearing that, Kai's group group was startled. Huh, there are rumors like that too? She confirmed. Yeah, ancient monsters are far more dangerous than people think, so we can't afford to lose our vigilance. If we're ready, let's head inside. The whole team immediately obeyed, then descended. As Arantia had anticipated, the moment they set foot deep into the ruins, the entire team immediately encountered the ancient defense system that was still operational. The team quickly deployed their combat formation, dodging traps while taking down the wave of spirit monsters rushing toward them. Gale shouted with excitement, "This is great. We're almost done with all of them." Arancia maintained her heightened vigilance, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Keep moving forward. Proceed with caution. Suddenly Mary froze, her eyes fixed on what was ahead as if she had noticed something unusual. They truly are, seeing her stand still. Someone quickly reminded, "Move faster. They'll dodge before we can even aim." The deeper they ventured into the heart of the ruins, the more noticeably the combat pressure increased. They are on a completely different level compared to the targets we had planned for. Mary bit her lip in frustration. I used all my strength when I faced that huge monster, but now I have to recharge my energy again. The distance between her and the enemies was closing rapidly, making the situation extremely dangerous. At the critical moment, a figure dashed forward. LECN struck and eliminated them within just a few breaths. All the spirit monsters that had closed in were slashed into pieces. She explained that as a long-range fighter, the more she relied on commands from behind, the easier it was to miss threats charging in at high speed. And my abilities match well with Mary, so feel free to use your strength and let me handle the front. Hearing these words, Mary immediately felt relieved. She replied cheerfully, "Thank you, LECN." After a long and brutal battle, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we've eliminated all of them. Kai looked down at the stairs they had passed and furrowed his brow slightly as he asked, "How deep have we descended by now?" Gale guessed, "Probably more than 7 floors below the surface," he muttered softly. "We've been in here without taking a single break." Kai felt a quiet concern in his heart. With all this fighting, we should have been exhausted long ago. But his body felt light, as if strength was gradually gathering within. Up ahead, Arancia planted her staff on the ground and quietly observed each member of the team. After a moment, she let out a hearty laugh. "Are you all really new recruits? Your teamwork would put veteran vanguards to shame. To be honest, I didn't think you could make it this far in one day. Where did that old man Red find you kids?" After speaking, she pointed toward the dark corridor ahead. Moreover, the scout team's report was right. Go through that door and descend even deeper. That is the Dark Sorcerer's Veil. Arancia's gaze stopped on the thick black bone curtain covering the passage, and she asked the youngsters, "Want to try taking a look yourselves? The thickness of the black bone here is truly strange. Just stepping inside for a moment is enough to make your mind feel like it's about to explode." Her voice remained calm, but her eyes showed a rare look of wariness. "Behind that curtain is the domain of someone who exists only for Stella. We were sent here to get past it. No one has ever set foot in this room before, so it is extremely dangerous. From now on, I will give the orders. Do not do anything without my command." After that, she took the lead and guided the entire team deeper inside. Unbeknownst to the team, a surveillance camera installed since ancient times was still silently operating on the ceiling. Its lens suddenly rotated, slowly locking onto the group's every move. While moving, Kai suddenly sensed something very strange. His eyes immediately sharpened. On the old device screen, a series of strange symbols and numbers suddenly appeared. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed throughout the space, shattering the silence. "New danger detected. The color of the Dark Sorcerer has been confirmed. Classified as a maximum level threat entity." Suddenly, a transparent wall appeared in the space, separating the three of Arancia, Gale, and Marine in front. The system announced, sealing this passage immediately. LECN and Kai, standing behind, were momentarily confused about what was happening. He suddenly blurted out, "That door just opened. Is this ruin trapping us?" Arancia's expression changed instantly, showing a seriousness never seen before. "Fall back." She swung her staff and charged forward. The staff in her hand immediately erupted with intense magical power and slammed into the door with a thunderous, powerful strike. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the ruins. The electric light on the door suddenly flared violently. Feeling the recoil traveling back through her arm, Arancia frowned slightly and wondered, "An energy preservation mode. Ancient technology is truly unpredictable." At that very moment, the system coldly issued a new announcement. The plasma particle disintegration system is activating, which terrified Kai. Nozzles emerged from the wall cavities. 10 seconds remain until the passage is incinerated. Arancia immediately shouted, "Kai, LECN, the only option now is to destroy this door. It's about to collapse. Get out of here now." He suddenly suggested, "What if I try using my absorption ability?" She immediately stopped him. "No, we know it's about to be incinerated, but it is definitely not an ordinary flame. Don't underestimate ancient technology. Who knows what kind of attack it might unleash." Kai clenched his fist slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." The countdown sounded with 5 seconds left. He said to LECN, "Stay close to me." She replied, "Yes." Kai clenched his hand and asked, "Captain Arancia, do we go down below?" At that moment, the countdown ended, and the incineration command was activated. He raised his fist and shouted loudly, right in front of everyone. A thunderous punch struck down with immense force. The floor shattered, debris flew in all directions, and a large hole opened up right beneath the two of them. Immediately after, Kai and Elysian jumped down and fell freely into the pitch-black darkness. With a thud, Kai landed. He lay flat for a moment to listen to the sounds around him. After the heavy landing, Kai pushed himself up from the ground with both hands and struggled to stand. Nero emitted light like a small lantern illuminating the path. He exclaimed, "Did we escape? That was really close." That joy lasted only a brief moment before quickly turning into caution as he realized everything around them was pure darkness. Don't tell me we're inside the veil now. With no other choice, Kai took a deep breath and carefully stepped forward one step at a time.